everybody. We're here to start off the week with Playday number 3 in Europe. My name's Intero. This is Kickstarter, and thank you so much for joining us. We're about almost halfway through the season. after 1 week. So we will actually be over halfway through this half of the season. By the end of this week. It's only a couple days from now, like 3 days.
We're making pretty serious progress with the schedule that we have right now, and I think we've already seen some really interesting developments all over Pro League, but obviously today is specifically the European region. And this is going to be the third play day. We'll get some exciting stuff out of this one. We'll take up the standings right now for you guys and show you where everyone is. Empire find themselves atop the leaderboard here, with Rogue not far behind, and Fours and G2 hot on both of their tails.
Yeah, and then the bottom half, you have Vitality will be starting things off today against another team that's in the bottom half, in fact, in dead last place in BDS. And then both Na'Vi and Chaos will be going up against each other. So teams 1 and 2 will be playing each other today. Teams 3 and 4 will be playing each other today. Teams 5 and 8 will be playing each other today. And teams 6 and 7 will be playing each other today. So you've got a lot of equals, shall we say it? And here you go, the schedule, in case you just wanted to see exactly what's going on with today's particular matchups.
You know, the really interesting thing about that is, you look far enough back, and for those of you who have been watching CG Sports since the beginning, you'll know what I'm talking about here. It used to be the case that when you would have like lower teams going against lower teams in the bracket and the leaderboard, you'd say, oh, well, that's going to be just one of those matches. Not so anymore. Every single one of these matches exciting, and well, I just can't wait to get into them. We'll start with the first one, though. Of course, Vitality versus BDS. Beginning with Team Vitality, it's Brid, Bibu, Stiggy, Goga, and Hungary. This is a French organization, previously full French team, now turned a little bit mixed, European. They've got everything going for them in that regard, and they have really evolved as a team. Vitality is an old school team, but one that's been around for a long time, one with a lot of pedigree and respect, and they're just... I think with Goga and Hungary being brought on, they're a little bit different, but they're still strong.
I don't want to say this. Now that Mind Freak is out of the game, I don't want to say this with great assurity. But I'm pretty sure that Vitality is... Oh, no, Elevate's there. Never mind. So there's the only two teams that were at the very first Invitational. Elevate and Vitality. Those only organizations. Those are the only two that are left in Rainbow Six. Their opponents are BDS, RXWD, Shaiko, Renshiro, Rafal, and Alems. Alems, of course, stepping onto this roster after the roster shakeup that BDS did. A controversial move in which longtime member Panix was taken off of the team, and Alems coming in his place. Now, a lot of people will ask some very legitimate questions about BDS's capabilities with Panix off of the squad and Alems on instead. And BDS, a team that came in, they finished top 4 at DreamHack Montreal. They had a great run through Challenger League, finishing what was tied with Force at the top. They managed to make their way into Pro League. They had a great run through the SI quals, and they nabbed the SI spot for EU, defeating Team Secret by a score of 3-1.
Really important.
But now they're 0-2. Without Panix on this squad, and they definitely look like a weaker team. Will they have a bounce back today against Vitality, a team that is still figuring it out, as we could call, with Goga and Hungary being onto this roster?
Yeah, so with Vitality, they made a lot of changes, and it's totally fair to assume you're going to have a little bit of growing pain, even if you're bringing on players such as Hungary and Goga with, their own long history that can be tracked really far back in Siege. Vitality looks good if you just read off the names, but they need time to develop. On the side of BDS, of course, Panix was kind of, I think, an important figure in that team, in BDS. He seemed like the glue that made it all work, if that makes sense. And now that he's gone, I mean, it's going to take BDS some time as well to figure things out, even if it's perceivably less. It's one player being changed rather than two, so I don't know. Both of these rosters still yet to find their stride, in my opinion, and that's really the main highlight.
It's a very, very pivotal matchup between these two teams, because if you're Vitality, with the way that BDS has been playing, this should be 3 points that you need in order to elevate you into the top half of the standings.
That's very true.
If you're BDS, this is where your comeback starts. Now, one thing that we need to talk about when it comes to Pro League is if you go back and you look at the records of the teams that make it to LAN, especially in Europe, which is by far and away the most competitive region in Rainbow Six when it comes to those LAN spots. If you go and you look, most teams only lose about 2 to 3 matches and only draw about 2 to 3 times as well. Out of a 14 play day season, most teams are winning at least 7, 8, 9 or more of those play days. A team like BDS already has 2 losses under its belt. It's way too premature to write off the rest of the season for BDS and say they're not going to make it to LAN, but by already incurring 2 losses in your first 2 playdays, you're in such a rough shape.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this earlier today even. This is a really accelerated format for the season that we're using right now, where we have 2 playdays per week. And yeah, sure, it's supposed to be like about a 6-month season, but it goes by fast when you're playing at this rate with these many playdays. So it's going to take time, and it's going to cost every team that's trying to develop themselves, and whether it's changing a player or just figuring out who plays what role or refining their groove. Like, you can look at G2, a little bit of stumbling at the start. No matter what, usually it takes time, yeah, but again, with the accelerated format that we're using, it's even worse because that time is going to cost you double.
Where are we going to be playing today? Let's bring up the map veto system for you between these 2 teams, and you'll have the 2 maps blocked out in both Cafe Dostoevsky and Coastline. Immediate bans coming out to Border, Villa, Bank, Clubhouse, and Consulate. A map that we actually haven't seen all that much of across all 3 regions so far this season.
Yeah.
What was one of the most played maps in all of Pro League for a long period of time is going to be the site for our very first matchup today, with BDS starting on defense.
Yeah, Consulate's a really good map for these squads, I'd say. You're going to see a lot more, hard contact action. Whereas usually, of course, everybody talks about the old days of Vitality where they were slow and methodical. We're past that now, but they're still a relatively strategic team. They're a little bit more on the strat side of the medium. And I'd say that with a map like Consulate, you're going to see a little bit more of their raw skills start to shine and come out here. You get the same thing for BDS. And of course, with BDS, that's really their mainstay. That's what people talk about when they think about this squad, and that's, Shaiko specifically, who needs to have a good performance here. And I'd say that if Shaiko really comes alive today, then BDS might have a really good shot here.
So we're going to need a big performance from Shaiko, and we're going to have all the stars wake up on Vitality and BDS as what could end up being a very close matchup. What do you think, though? Let's pick your brain. Is it going to be Vitality or is it going to be BDS? That's a pretty close vote. 54% of you saying Vitality, 6% drawn, 40% for BDS.
No, I mean, it's really fair to say that a lot of people are going to angle towards BDS just because of what, it's because of Shaiko. People are looking at that team, looking at that roster, and thinking to themselves, that's a super team. That's a squad that's got what it takes to win and go to the finals at the end of the season. But they haven't had their season really shine just yet. We'll see if this is where it begins for BDS as we load into Consulate, map number 1 in this best of 1. I don't know why I said that. Now, it's going to be BDS starting on defense and Vitality starting on attack. So BDS, of course, will ban first.
On a map like Consulate, it's not strange to see one of the hard breachers get taken out. Thatcher is also a very common ban on a map such as Consulate.
Similar effects there. I mean, if you we've seen Habana banned if you want to have a better defense upstairs. We've seen Thermi banned if you want to have a better defense downstairs. And we'll see Thatcher banned because Thatcher bans are universally useful. Doesn't even matter what map you're on. Nomad will be banned for the second operator. That's really key there. And that was by Vitality, which actually kind of surprises me. So the reason you ban Nomad is because this is one of her best maps. She prevents, or at least hinders, the run out from windows, yellow stairs, so many places that you can run out on Consulate where you can cause the attackers a lot of grief. And getting rid of the Nomad, I would have assumed BDS would have been the ones to do that. But Vitality, that's them saying, we want to get aggro on you. And that response there with the Valkyrie ban is BDS saying, okay, we see your aggro, and we'll make it a little bit more difficult by denying you information outside. That's a very smart ban as well. Both Nomad and Valkyrie make tons of sense on Consulate. So a little bit different than our usual ban phase. Mira's in play, but of course, as we talked about in the past, Mira on Consulate is just, she's okay. Just, she's not really that game-changing here. In fact, it's better to bring operators like a Clash, which we will actually see RXWD bringing out. He might 6-pick off of that. We've seen Clashes, yeah, and there's the 6-pick. We've seen Clashes brought out just to say, hey, we got a Clash, what are you going to do about it? And then they don't actually play Clash because I don't know. Some people really like it. Some teams really like it. But it's a very situational operator. Or Clash is a very situational operator, I should say. It'll be middle floor for the first round.
Not often that you see a lobby start here. That is a fascinating one. A viable site, just as the other two that you tend to see teams roll out as 1 and 2. That'll be the console office upstairs meeting, and then downstairs you also will see the garage defense happen. The man that I'm going to be watching today is going to be a Lems. No real surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's... BDS has kind of put him in the crosshairs. And, you know, that's really, like, in this realm, that's okay. Like, that's part of this equation. It's part for the course, I guess I could say. So we'll see what he manages to bring out here today. Now, you got to remember, he's a new addition to the roster, so go a little easy, guys. But definitely, he is a player to watch. Vitality, looks like they're going to be setting up for a meeting take. No, you gotta get projector meeting because it's going to allow you to control above the lobby site. One thing to note is we've got a lot of C4 and we've got a pulse, which means that it's C4 denial from below for BDS. You can deny plant in the main lobby by throwing C4 through the 2 available drop-downs. You can pretty much access anywhere in the main lobby, or at least any of those common plant spots from those drop-downs with a C4. That's why you saw the garage reinforced, and that's the whole strategy here for BDS.
First confrontation could be between Hungry on Upside Down Repel, looking into meeting, or projector as people call him. Shaiko not too nearby, aware of the positioning of Vitality.
We can settle on meeting, it's easier.
I think meeting is definitely easier here. Vitality's got 2 members that are literally standing right in front of the main door, and they can just walk on in. Bibu's going to take no time to drop down. First kill's going to go into Shaiko. Alems get dispatched by Bibu. Diffuser going down. Shaiko knows it. Will Goga be able to get the plant off? Oh, not close enough. Shaiko with a second kill amidst the smoke. Goga takes a pounding. There's another for Bibu as Bibu runs on up, and Shaiko is prepared and ready for it. Call from his team. Doing some damage onto that diffuser, thinking that somebody's going to pick it up. There's Brunei to remove Rafal from the match. Back to a 2v2. We have half of the round to go as well.
Yeah, Vitality went for a rush plant, and it almost worked out. Just barely didn't. Shaiko, right time, right place, and 3 kills to show for it. But there's still plenty of time in this 2v2, as you said, and that means that Vitality, sure, HP disadvantage, but they're going to be able to slow down and play this smart and try and clutch it out. They need to retrieve their diffuser. They know Shaiko's still probably above holding this angle. There's not a lot of angle to work with for Shaiko. If he gets smoked off, it could be difficult for him to actually influence the round. The question is, will the smoke come in? And yes, it will, is the answer. Beautiful placement. The Brid gets downed by a spray from Shaiko through the floor. RXWD forced back by the spray in response from Stiggy, who's trying to pick up his teammate. Will he be successful? He's very close. And there it is, Shaiko with the 4K. Will he get the ace? Going aggressive on main lobby. Full HP Shaiko versus a half HP Stiggy. Even with the F2, that's dangerous. Shaiko pushing up, and there's the ace to start things off. Beautiful job from BDS and Shaiko specifically.
Well, you mentioned that you're going to need a big game from Shaiko in this place, and he didn't look like he had all the information that he needed. There's only so many places that you could plan. I thought I heard pinging going off, but I think that ping might have been the drone onto Shaiko for Stiggy.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and even if you have information there, Shaiko's going to be able to read that pretty easily, I'd say, based on the plant sound. He, and by he I mean Stiggy, had to have been one of 2 different places really to get that plant off, because there was no vault drop, which means he couldn't have been behind the desk. Nobody's going to strafe around into the opening of the desk in that situation. So, and nobody ever plants on there because of the drop down. And he couldn't have, because I'm sure it was open. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is Shaiko read that well. Good control from above. Great positioning. Big thing there for Shaiko. Again, right time, right place. You saw at the beginning of the round especially, all of Shaiko's teammates dying one after another around him. But then Shaiko's always there to get the kill in response, to keep his team in it. And, well, that's what you need out of a pure fragger. And he is filling that role really well.
Put him on the Mozzie, and Mozzie can be used as a fragging operator as well once his pests are down.
Yep.
He's kitted out, man.
I imagine this is going to be a top floor roam, and that's why they brought the Mozzie. Because you put up Mozzie pests in strategic locations on the top floor, and you can effectively cut off the droning entirely. So, like, let's say you want to play CEO side at top floor, you set up a line of pests from the admin office side, nobody on attack will be able to drone you from admin office. Like, it just won't happen if you can do it correctly. And obviously, Shaiko's got that stuff planned out, so he can really slow down the attack in that way.
Deploying drone.
Well, you mentioned that upstairs roam, and no real time being wasted by Vitality as they're going for a pincer take. The upper day on the repels over by the console office, and Bibu is on it. Gets spotted on one cam, and then immediately takes the other. Shaiko's waiting for him with the Roni in hand, situated at the top of yellow stairs. And there he goes, but he loses the fight. Oh my goodness, Bibu with a great shot. Not many are able to outduel Shaiko, but the ACOG at that range will beat the Roni most days.
We were talking about old teams. Let's talk a second about old players. Not literally old, but as in being around in Siege for a long time. Bibu's one of those, an old-time vet, been around since pretty much the beginning, and he has never left his stride. Throughout his whole career, pretty much consistently playing as a top player, and already a really important kill at the beginning of the round, getting the only player who got kills on the enemy team the last round. There goes one of the Electroclaws, too.
2 seasons ago, Bibu had some of the best performances that we'd ever seen, actually, out of him, dropping multiple dozens of kills in certain rounds. I think there was one round where he got like 18 kills or something like that. I can't remember if his team won. It was on Cafe, if I remember correctly. It was.
Yeah.
He's had an absolute stellar performance, and I think you're very correct with that. It's that you haven't seen any fall off from Bibu's performance, and to be in Pro League as long as he has, it's not uncommon to see players get washed up or, you know, see their time in the twilight. Not him.
Yeah, definitely not Bibu. He's going to open up above Piano, trying to make the anchors move a little bit more, keep them on their toes. Rafael does have a C4, so there could be some counterplay here from the defense. It's all going to come down to the timing and situational awareness of Rafael. Possibly C4 and RXWD as well.
Only one portion of the garage opened up by Gogo, which means that there will be some clearance and some protection. So he goes on in and just manages to evade a gas canister for the time being. Renshiro guns down Stiggy. So the Avenge of Shaiko comes out. Lem's dropped from the coverage of above as RXWD trades off Hungary. It's a 3v3 with Diffuser down and objective for Vitality. Outruns RXWD, but it's to his death as Goga catches him. Rafal and Renshiro in a 2v3. Claymore's on the door. It'll stop Rafal from being able to work outwards, but he gets gunned down anyway from Goga watching him. Nobody checking Rafal's back. The Ald is a great gun, but a retake here on the garage consulate is some of the hardest things that you can do on defense. And Renshiro's not going to make even a little bit less noise than any other operator. There's the sledge from above, though, and Bibu. Tremendous OBJ work up above and giving his team the cover that he needed. The second round's going to go to Vitality.
So there's a couple key points there for both teams. Number one for Vitality, got to say, their teamwork is just spotless. Their ability to gain control of just what Vitality needs before they execute onto the site is exactly what they need in order to win. They make a little bit of sacrifice. We saw there, I believe it was Stiggy make a rush in, but that was actually thought out. They didn't just throw Stiggy in haphazardly. They're like, no, we're going to throw him in to cover for the plant. We actually saw, I believe it was the Maestro, not get the denial on the planter, even though that Evil Eye can down the planter before the planter can plant, if played correctly. But it was played incorrectly because the Maestro, again, was distracted by a sacrifice from Team Vitality. I just love the calculated nature of the way Vitality played that. On the BDS side of things, there were two key things to point out on the flaw column here. The main thing was the roam upstairs. If you're going to bring a Mozzie to support a roam upstairs, then my advice to you is to actually have a roam upstairs. Shaiko was trying to play the top of yellow stairs as a quick fallback, so he didn't need to worry about, am I going to escape or not? There are alternatives to this. Many people will do CEO and then use the drop down. Of course, that is exposed to the windows or if the attack already has piano. And it gives you a better position and more ground to work with to fight the people you're going to be confronting. Bibu was ready for somebody at the top of yellow, won that fight. Then your roam is gone, and it was very efficiently cleared by Vitality, which is important to note, especially given there was a Mozzie. The second thing to note for BDS is, again, their poor utility play on the objective. But really, with Vitality having as much time as they did, the utility was less of a factor because, again, plenty of time for Vitality, and then more importantly, plenty of manpower, so those sacrifices really came in strong for them.
Drone spinning up.
Or the ability to sacrifice, I should say.
Right. Round number 3, and you can hear some intel for RXWD as he catches one of the drones. It's a piece of Vitality's tools taken away from them and instead given to the defenders. Those Mozzie pests not just working as area denial, but additionally as some intel for the defenders. Full flash for a Lems on yellow, and he goes right into Stiggy's waiting arms. Say goodbye, but there's already utility going off as the fire would have likely caught the heel of the smoke. He had nowhere to go, and in between that rock and a hard place, he finds himself with an early grave.
The coordination here from Vitality is top-notch. I mean, they know what they want to accomplish. They want to get yellow stairs control, and it is already partially done. Not fully, mind you. Beretta is going to secure this control by getting on the skylight. Now, he will fall off, but he'll get back up there. Shaiko eliminates Bibu as Bibu attempts to, I believe, rappel in. Yes, and now there's one of your best players gone if you're Vitality. So that's really good situational awareness from Shaiko to hold that angle from CEO.
And it's very likely that the pests from RXWD are denying Vitality's ability to drone out Shaiko, who's just sitting in the main doorway at the top of yellow stairs. He's not even trying to be secretive about it. We'll see if the pest is really to blame or not, as there was that one drone grabbed earlier. Rappel in from Stiggy could prove to be just as fatal as what we saw from Bibu. Meanwhile, the pulse down below of Renshiro is going to come to the rescue. And you'll see RXWD there. 2 kills for Shaiko, but he's ended from Stiggy. Back to a 3v3 we go with 1 body down below. 2, actually, as RXWD still has not ascended the yellow stairs. You've got Bride sitting like a hawk over top of that skylight, just daring RXWD to push up.
Yeah, Brit is going to have a lot to do in this round. He has to cover. There's still a Maestro in CEO, and he sees his target, lands a few shots. Hungry on low HP. Rafael pivots and gets sticky, and he's going to continue to do so, just trying to hold on to as many angles as possible as a single player. He's lost a little bit of HP, but Rafael is still holding true in CEO. And Hungry, trying to pressure from the window, doesn't even have a stun to repel in with. Brid will have to go in bathroom window. He doesn't have a choice. C4 too early from RXWD, but he knows where his prey is, and it's going to be an easy kill. There's the smoke to cover, and a kill for Brid, so that's really good progress. But with 6 seconds left, Brid has to find 2 more players. He cannot do that. So a nice try from Vitality, but too much time wasted on the yellow staircase. And not enough time pressuring the site.
2 big things that fell apart for Vitality, as almost 85 to 90% of that round occurred on yellow stairs. First and foremost, the way that the floor was shot out inside of that little cubby or closet, or what people like to refer to it as, allowed that Maestro to play so powerfully. Not only does he patrol those 2 windows, as you could see, when Hungry went on to repel, they didn't really have any intel to try and work with to figure out the positioning of Rafael, but rather that the ult is going to be able to chew through that wall and still do pretty decent damage with how close that Maestro is playing. And you don't really need to worry too much about him getting pressured if Shaiko is backing him up at the top of yellow stairs, which is the second part of that equation. Was that whether it was the Mozzie pests as the culprits or just simply negligence from Vitality, nobody unearthed Shaiko's location, which was a very obvious spot, standing clear as day in the middle of a doorway, holding the top of yellow stairs. It seems like Vitality either didn't do their due diligence or just simply were denied from BDS. We can't tell because we didn't see their drone pattern, but regardless, it cost Vitality 2 lives on the stairs and a lot of utility, even after they got things rolling, by taking a Lens out early on.
It wasn't even just at the top of yellow stairs, too, because Shaiko was peeking in CEO as well. Yeah. He kept going between the 2 places and just wildly peeking things. And he, I believe, got a kill from CEO, or maybe 2. He got one on CEO Repel. That's the sort of thing that should definitely be shut down if you're an attacker. Maybe put 2 people on CEO Repel to fix that problem if you're going to lose the fight for 1. But always trade them out. We actually saw Vitality get pretty darn lucky because Sticky hit a shot challenging Shaiko to shut him down. But at that point, Shaiko had already gotten, what, 3 kills? Again, you're going to need a top performance from your fraggers on a map like this, and Shaiko is really giving us that. Now, Mute Jammer is going to slow things down here for Bibu, but he'll spot out the Mute. Now, there's no Thatcher in play, and obviously Kali is not available to play in comp yet, so it'll require an Ash Charge or something along those lines to get the Mute Jammer. Ash Charge unsuccessful, so Goga's going to have to move his exothermics around until he finds a gap in this, and he will. Just took him second try.
I wonder if we're going to see Vitality do the same thing, where they only open up a portion of the wall and give the rest as coverage in the post-plant. Down goes Bibu, who was instrumental in the last take that Vitality made on Garage, which was successful, need we remind you, in that second round. So the opening pick going in favor of BDS, and most importantly, taking him out with that explosive is Bibu. Now there goes Stiggy, too, with the Lems, holding that second floor, and nobody from Vitality watching the windows.
That Evil Eye is going to be just such a pain for Vitality. They need to have a lifeline or something along those lines to get it, or they're not going to be able to plant. And there you go. This is why that Evil Eye is a pain. Brid will get RXWD, who gets a little too aggressive on the meeting balcony. So progress made for Vitality, but they're kind of just hanging outside the garage, not really doing anything, not accomplishing anything, and they still have so many hurdles to get over, whether it be the Nitro Cell from Rafael at the back of White, or the Evil Eyes from Renshiro, which are going to be able to deny any kind of plant attempt, or the fact that the garage is not entirely open, or possibly just the fact that we're down to the last 67 seconds.
The other thing, too, is that with both of those Evil Eye cams up, it's just the farther that clock goes down, the more trouble you're going to end up in, and the more power that you give to BDS when, you know, Renshiro's just going to play deep back, because they don't need to put the Maestro in a position of danger yet when you've still got 3 capable fraggers in the hands of Alems, Rafal, and Shaiko to carry that weight. Speaking of Shaiko, he's sitting by pipes, which is where Hungry is dancing around. Shaiko can't get anything with that target prioritization. Down goes a C4, Rafal pulling double duty, and Alems is there to clean up. BDS slaughtering Vitality on that push. They find themselves with a 3-1 advantage now.
So no clear upstairs from Vitality. That's fine. You can do that if you're attacking onto Garage. Perfectly reasonable. But if you plan on doing that, what you also need to accomplish is, one, this is important, get the garage entirely open, because if you're not clearing out upstairs, then you need to have plenty of room to maneuver when you're pushing in through the garage. Otherwise, the defenders that will be upstairs will shut down that bottleneck of the garage vertically. And we even saw that coming into play at the beginning of the round. Another thing, if you are not going to clear out upstairs, you cannot leave yourself exposed in any way to that upstairs roam, and there are ways to avoid that exposure. Positions you can play that won't get C4'd, and positions you can play that cannot be peeked from CEO windows. Now, it limits your options as an attacker, sure, but again, that is the, I guess, the cavern, the crevasse that you've put yourself in. You have to play around your options, which are slim to none, because you didn't clear out the top floor. I'm not saying that Vitality has to clear out the top floor. I'm just saying that they need to stick with what they have access to. In this case, or in that last round, I should say, I guess, they didn't, and they left themselves exposed to 2 picks early on, which slowed down the take quite significant. Now it'll be middle floor again.
5 seconds to go.
We'll see if this is going to be a success for Vitality. The big thing is, last time they attacked middle floor, they didn't clear anything. Also, they put Bibu downstairs, and that was like the extent of the clear, and then he went upstairs and got 1 more kill. But they didn't fully clear upstairs or downstairs, and then they just tried to plant inside the main lobby. I gotta say, from a viewer perspective here, for someone who watches a lot of Pro League, every single time, yeah, I do.
A fair bit of it, eh?
Every single time I see an attacker team lose on middle floor of Consulate, it's almost always because they all just sat outside the front door and tried to plant and did nothing else.
So, I mean, I believe they sing Kumbaya to each other. That is what I've been told.
Yeah, they're just...
As somebody who's never even coming close to sniffing an actual game of Pro League, I just have to go off of what I'm told from the teams, and surely they would never lie or mislead me. No, that's now 2 rounds in a row, though, where Vitality, as you noted, just didn't do their job, which is to suss out the location of the defenders. And I think the biggest problem that Vitality has, and it was raised by you and I in our very first Playday last Monday, was what level of communication is Vitality currently operating at? We've made some very obvious statements about the fact that you've got people who, English is not their mother tongue. They're still, Vitality was still transitioning towards English last season.
Oh.
Doesn't really matter what the communication is here. Shaiko has his back turned and will push out, finds the Ash on the Sticky. Very well played. Getting the call, Rafal goes down as 2 kills from BDS are able to be answered by a singular kill from Vitality. Plant going down, but Shaiko is there, swings on out. He's going to pick up yet another down. not a kill. There's the kill finished off onto Renshiro, getting Bibu. So, Vitality trailing and in a really tough spot with BDS now looking to extend their lead. They lead by the 2 rounds, could add a third to it. Another EOD burns, Alems runs out. He'll get Bride and then head back on in. And Goga with 25 HP, the former G2 player, well known for their love of Lion, will have to clutch up against BDS. 50 seconds left, tons of time for him to go with if he wants. Spotted on a default cam. BDS just needs to sit very patient. RXWD shotgun is going to hit Goga like a truck. And there you go. Down goes Goga in that collision course with RXWD, and it's 4-1 now for BDS.
Well, exactly what we said needed to happen for BDS is happening, and that Shaiko is on a absolute tear. We've yet to see Shaiko have a Pro League match where he really comes alive, but I guess that's changing here today because he has been landing his shots. His positional awareness is 10 out of 10, and he has very seriously been the difference maker for BDS. I think if Shaiko weren't here right now, we would be seeing a reverse scoreline. But Vitality is having a lot of trouble dealing with him. I think there is something to be said about the strategy of trying to contain one particular player, identifying their operator of choice, and then isolating them on the map. We've heard a couple pros talk about that in the past and how that is something that if you can accomplish, you can often disable and defang a team. And in this case, I gotta say, if Vitality can shut down Shaiko, I really do think that they'll start winning. Like, if they can figure that out mid-match.
Just shut down one of the greatest players currently in Pro League. Probably one of the best fraggers that Europe has ever seen.
Of course.
Just shut him down.
It's not an easy thing.
Just shut him down. If only there were a Twitch emote, Michael, to describe such a obvious statement. Just shut him down. Just shut him down. I couldn't imagine what would come after that.
Just stand still. The thing, though, is that it's definitely feasible. I know you scoff at it, but it is a very feasible thing to do because the thing that stands above individual play in this game 10 out of 10 times is team play. So of course you were talking about communication issues possibly being a thing for Vitality, and yeah, of course, but I don't know, Parker, if one person drones or if 2 people drone for 2 people clearing and they find Shaiko and they pincer him and kill him, there's nothing he's going to be able to do about that if it's played correctly from Vitality. And in my head, that's the way to win this right now because of how well Shaiko is playing. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm saying that is the solution based on what has been playing out over the last 5 rounds.
Has Henry gotten a single kill yet? Can we get the scoreboard, Marzu?
Let's see.
No, he is not. That is a troubling sign. And we will repeat ad nauseum for people that don't understand that kills and deaths are not the best metric to gauge your contributions onto a team in Rainbow Six. However,
yeah,
Hungry is playing in a role where he should probably be getting kills, and that is the problem.
It depends on the context, depends on the situation, depends on the match, depends on a lot of stuff. And in this case, yeah, he should be definitely putting some more up on the board, especially when you have a performance like Shaiko that you have to contend with on the fragger role, because he's really going above and beyond right now. And that is an example of what I'm talking about, what Parker is talking about. Hungry should have won that. There's no question in my mind. But more importantly, Shaiko won that. Yeah, okay, it was a little bit of a hiccup from Hungry, but it was a big, impressive play from Shaiko individually.
Losing a battle as the upside down repel now gives you one less piece of the puzzle for Vitality, and the disruption that can be caused by Zofia is oftentimes instrumental when you pull off an executor, being able to dislodge one of the remaining members of a team where you don't know their exact location. Now, BDS is once again running this Mozzie like they did before on console upstairs. It's a second floor defense. Shaiko knows that he's got Stiggy in his sights, turns around, can't swing on Bibu. 2 kills for BDS and 2 kills for Vitality. Back to a 3v3 with a minute to go. This 3v3 number seems to come up an awful lot between these squads. Vitality have complete control of Yellow Stairs. Goga's on windows, can swing on in at some point. Brady will join Bibu on Yellow Stairs. So now 2 members of Vitality. Working against them, though, is Alems with those toxic canisters. With 40 seconds left, this is ample time for him to be able to string together the area denial that he wants. Additionally, there's Evil Eyes that are still up that will be giving away the positions of Vitality. ADS grabs a grenade as Bibu marches on towards the main desk. He sees the smoke, he trades out Goga, but he's in a 1v2 and he's not gonna go anywhere. Rafal with the final 2 kills, and what a dominating first half. Yeah, it's a defense on console, but 5-1 for BDS Vitality just do not look prepared for what this French squad is bringing against them.
Gotta say, Shaiko is playing brazenly because he knows he can, and he's getting away with it. BDS, the rest of them, everyone but Shaiko, is playing safe, passive, information gathering, trying to support, but not overstepping their bounds because they know that if they just let Shaiko do his own thing, hang back, then yeah, okay, he'll get shut down. Shaiko will get shut down at some point. And then, yeah, it happened. But he's going to inflict so much damage to the Vitality lineup before he dies that it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. He did his job. He put in work. And he put his team, BDS, in a really powerful position. He did that through the whole first half, guys. 5-1 is a really difficult place to come back from if you're Team Vitality. Maybe Vitality is going to wake up more on defense. We talked about coordination possibly being an issue due to communication. Well, that is mitigated somewhat when you're on the defensive side because defensive setups and defensive synergy comes a little bit more passively in Siege. You don't have to actively force it. It just really comes down to getting your setup right in the prep phase and playing your job and your position correctly. We'll see if that works out for Vitality or if this is going to be a really, really quick match. But yeah, I don't know. That first half, so few moments where it looked like we were going to have Shaiko get shut down. And so he tore up Vitality, and at that point, Vitality couldn't execute the site, and the last players on BDS were able to win out the round. That was pretty much the theme of the whole first half.
Yeah, once again, Bibu's showing up really big for his team, as you expect him to do, trying to match that offensive firepower of Shaiko, as you've noted in a couple of rounds here.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Bibu in this match.
We'll get to put a chokehold on this matchup as BDS, with their very first attacking round, a victory here secures the match point and 1 point, which they have yet to get as they sit at 0 points at the bottom of the standings in Europe. A lot of people thought that Vitality coming into this, with the way that they played against G2 last week, would fare much better than this. There's still time to right the ship, but that's not a good start. Sticky Falls to Shaiko, the man, the myth, the legend. You're going to hear his name said very often through the remaining 11 weeks after this of Pro League.
Yeah. And he's putting up a performance. Wow, shot like that from RXWD. And you can see that the rest of BDS also having a good moment here. It's not just the one man. But what it is two-man advantage for BDS at the beginning of this round. What could be the precipice of match over. We'll see. Bibu drones himself down yellow stairs, then continues onward. A frag grenade will clear his path on the spiral stairs. He's on a collision course with Playday. The Alta will surely annihilate him on those stairs if he doesn't check, but there are people that can win those altercations, and Shaiko tends to be one of them. Now keep in mind, he does tend to play an operator such as Hibana, so he's got some work to do, especially on the hatches. Goga dispatches Rafael, as it looked like the Twitch was on drone, and now Shaiko will try to find the location of the mute, playing upstairs inside a bathroom. Excellent work alongside RXWD. That is clinical. Goga has his back turned to an unreinforced wall inside a bathroom. You usually want to reinforce both of those. And hatches, obviously not that important for Shaiko, nor the rest of BDS. Yeah, that was a curious lack of reinforcement on the bathroom wall, and it's going to cost Vitality dearly. Definitely a huge oversight. Renshiro going to get the better of the smoke. Hungry, who's peeking into the hallway and will not pre-fire because he doesn't have information. Just a wild peek there from Renshiro, but it doesn't matter because he know he did enough damage to win the fight outright. It's all on Maestro, who will also die to Renshiro. BDS clean up another round. We go to match point, and this doesn't really look like much of a competition, to be honest. Parker? No, not at all. This is one of the most lopsided maps that we've seen in all of Pro League so far. I mean, mind you, we've only played 6 play days here, and you know, you had the APAC matches as well, but this one's all over, but the crying. You can tell that Hungry's inside of his head. He peeked over onto the Zofia, but then did not re-engage, where you know he could have very easily swung and taken it out. This is going to be a tough loss for him in terms of his own statistics. Yeah. Now, obviously, it's not a foregone conclusion that BDS is going to lose this, or to win this, but they can't lose it, yeah. They can't. There is no loss potential for BDS. They've guaranteed themselves 1 point. It's not a ton of implications in the standings. They will, however, join that 3-point logjam that I believe is currently existing in Pro League. There are, starting the day, 4 teams with 3 points. If BDS prevails, there will now be 4 teams
5 teams, my apologies. Arithmetic is hard.
Yeah, so we'll see if BDS can put themselves amongst the ranks of European teams that have 1 win so far through the season. But it looks like they're going to do just that, as it's a pretty dominant performance thus far. No 3 points on the board for Vitality. They just cannot get that anymore. So the most that we'll see is Vitality jump up 1, which will put them pretty high, all things considered. But reminder, we're only on the first match of the day. There's lots of points yet to be gained by other teams in Europe. So no matter what, it looks like right now neither of these teams are going to be springing for the tops of the standings. 12 kills from Shaiko, 8 from Mibu, and it's really been a story of 2 names through this match.
As tends to happen with both of these squads.
Yeah, still no real standout performance other than that. We've seen some really impactful frags from both teams. You can vault, actually, over there. There goes an Evil Eye. It's good efficiency there from Rafael. Every time you can get an Evil Eye with a Twitch drone, it really does put you in a great spot.
A singular Twitch drone can hard counter Maestro's gadgets because it only takes 2 zaps to remove the Evil Eye. So now that one of them's down, the question is, where's the second from Brede?
Twitch is basically just an Evil Eye hunter, Mirror Window hunter if she's being played. You know, anything along those lines. You can get that utility, get those gadgets out of the way. You're being useful to your team.
But Michael, in my ranked game, they continuously zap me in the prep phase.
That's because they don't know how to play Twitch and they're just
Michael,
playing the
you
op
can't
for the
say that about people.
Oh, okay.
You can't
I'm sorry.
say that about people that use their Twitch drones to zap other people. Michael, if Twitch doesn't have 18 zaps, how am I not supposed to kill somebody who's AFK in prep phase, Michael?
You're not.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That would stands to reason why they would make that change.
Because that would be silly.
It would be very silly.
Yeah. Now, early kill here for Vitality as they eliminate Shaiko. That is the player to kill right there.
That's huge. And it's an opening pick for Vitality that they need on defense. Now they can just sit and not have to worry about the singular hard breacher on BDS. That's another thing, too. Noga finds his 2nd kill onto a Lems, and BDS seem to be in free fall on this round. But there's RXWD. He's downstairs. I don't think Goga knew that there was somebody on that bottom floor. It's a lobby defense, which we've actually seen quite a lot of so far. This is the 3rd crack at it for both teams. RXWD, who doesn't usually add a lot to the scoreboard, is having a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, really.
Not just in terms of the work that he's done with his gadget, that skeleton key in coordination with Shaiko in the previous round, and then his denial with Mozzie earlier, but now additionally, the way that he's playing this Buck in an aggressive role.
That's a soft wall again, but oh no, from Yellow Stairs, Bibu. Perfect flank, he'll get the soft destructor. Renshiro does have impact, so he can flank that bathroom still, but it doesn't seem like BDS are going to be able to recover this round.
Head of the Jaeger, but Renshiro is not able to land the shots. Renshiro does not miss. That is a uncharacteristic play from him. Up top is the Jaeger of Bibu, but he's been managed to swing onto Rafael, and the man cannot be slowed down. He'll head back towards Yellow Stairs, and can he collect a 3rd scalp? As it's Renshiro to assault the Yellow Stairs. Lights up Brede. There's Bibu. Falls, but the Maestro swings on out. Brede gets it. Vitality stays alive. 2 rounds to BDS's 6.
The question is, how long are they going to stay alive? As now, Vitality need to win 5 rounds in a row to just draw it. It'll get them a singular point if it happens, but it's certainly not a guaranteed result, nor is it even likely. That round in particular was a victory for Vitality because they managed to pick off Shaiko at the beginning. So.
That Shaiko pick was enormous, and you could see the reverberations that it had on BDS. You lose your hard destructor, you're not going to be able to get any of the hatches above, you're not going to be able to get that 2nd floor control the way that you want. There's no hard destruction that is, your team is even capable of. And because of that, you have to re-maneuver the troops. And when BDS did that, they got caught primarily by Gogu, who was very able to pick up that 2nd kill after taking out Shaiko, and then exist on Yellow Stairs until eventually RXWD found him. But by that point, you lost the numbers advantage on BDS, you still trailed, you didn't have a lot of tools to be able to do much on that 2nd floor. Bibu was still up there as well, even if you had have tried to drone on in, and then 1st floor was locked down by the anchors of both Hungry and Brede. It was a tough spot to be in if you're BDS, and honestly, that first domino really was Shaiko.
Yeah, I mean, let's make no mistake. Right now, 6-2 scoreline for BDS, Vitality looks like the more versatile team in terms of their contributions across the board. Now, yeah, okay, sure, Hungry hasn't been getting any kills yet, but that just means, of course, as he is hungry, he has yet to wake up. So maybe, just maybe, second half, Hungry will hit his stride, and this is where Vitality starts to really come alive, and we actually get that draw. It could happen. You know, it's not going to be easy, but it's possible. What I will say is that right now Vitality are playing a man, well, not a man down. He's contributing in other ways, and he's got quite a few assists. But they're playing in a less than ideal situation right now, and BDS has Shaiko on his, I guess, on his peak. But when they lose Shaiko, again, because BDS are kind of, gotta be honest, they're relying on Shaiko to do a lot of work right now. Once Shaiko's gone, it becomes much more difficult for BDS to actually put rounds together, and we saw that in the last round. We'll see if Vitality can continue to shut him down. I think that's the big storyline here for these for the rest of this match, actually.
Like I said, it's much easier said than done when they say, you know, just shut down Shaiko and
just kill,
him, but
just kill Shaiko.
Just kill Shaiko. Why can't you do that?
Well, I know.
I don't get it.
Again, the thing is we've seen teams actually strat around shutting down one specific player. Like, hey guys, we're gonna find his operator. Okay, we found it. Drone him out, and then everybody hunt him.
There was a team at SI a couple years back that, in private, shared with me. We deliberately went out of our way to contain a certain player, and that player was Nesk, and they had deliberately gone through VODs to see if there were any patterns to his entries and stuff like that they could pick up on, and they actually picked up on quite a few of them. Shaiko in hot pursuit of Bibu on yellow stairs. And speaking of yellow, well, there's some smoke. 2 kills. One from BDS to start things off, but then there's Goga to eliminate Shaiko. Hungry is gone. The smoke is gone. He's still looking for his first kill in round number 9 here of this matchup.
Yeah, but that's a good trade, though. You know, in this round, that's a fine and dandy trade. If you're Hungry, if you died to get that kill, if you distracted the rest of BDS, then sure, absolutely.
Technically, it's still it's been a 4v5 the whole time. Now it's just...
Oh, no, don't do him like that. I mean, he did a lot of prep work this
Well, it was a joke. I'm inspired by when Emzo referred to a player as a default cam. I think that's probably one of my favorite burns of all time. But
that is wicked. I never heard that.
Goga picks up his second kill. Stiggy finds one as well. So these teams are just trading off. RXWD will even the odds at 2v2, and this could be the match, depending on what happens with Bibu and Brede. Bibu was known over towards yellow stairs. Oh. He gets punished by RXWD, cannot land the shots on Brede, but Renshiro's on the window, and it just ends up being who bleeds less. In this case, BDS will shut down Vitality in one of the most lopsided matches that we've seen so far through Pro League. A 7-2 scoreline and a very quick one between these teams. We prepare for Rogue Empire up next after we get through the rigmarole here. What a performance by BDS, but more, I think, than anything, a lack of performance from Vitality.
Certainly a lack of performance from Vitality. Shaiko was walking around like he owned the place, and boy did he, with 12 kills in that match. A singular performance from him. There's a couple things that really stand out for me on the Vitality side. Yeah, like you said, just in general, a bad match for them. They played really poorly, especially at the end there. What is the Mira doing? The Mira's peeking the last player. Does the Mira need to peek the last player? Absolutely not. No, could have just waited that out. And a really curious decision there. Not waiting for repel sound, not waiting for plant, not just, I gotta peek the last player, gotta go, go, go. And what that tells us, because this is a smart player that's doing this. What that tells us is that Vitality were flustered. They were not in their right minds. They were not in a Pro League mentality. It showed in their gameplay.
Hungry's a good friend. He's a nice guy. Obviously,
great player.
Jokes and banter happen quite often, so don't take any of the things that we say too seriously. That's not our intention, and there are still people who honestly believe that we go out of our way to be mean to people and seriously intend it. No, it's not the case at all. However, it's hard to state the effect that can have on a team in a particular matchup where you know that one player is just not capable of doing what they need to do. Sure, he was playing some utility operators on attack. He was playing Zofia on defense. He was playing Smoke. But to have your Smoke be the very first casualty and what ended up being the very last round, not ideal. You only get off one toxic canister. There's a lot of denial that goes in. You know how powerful a Smoke can be, whether it be controlling yellow stairs, whether it can be those double windows in console office as well, because you're repelling into very common spots that, especially with a Mira on the board, very easy for you to be able to drop that toxic canister. That's a really hard break for Hungry, and it doesn't really matter what the rest of the team does. Bibu was sure trying to make up for it, but the guns from that team, with the exception of, I would even argue, just Goga and Bibu, I didn't see a lot of standout performances where I expected Vitality to win their gunfights. And utility is only one piece of the puzzle. If you're not landing your shots on any given day, you're very hard-pressed to actually win the match.
Yeah, and that's a stark contrast when you compare it to what we were seeing on the side of BDS, and that's really what stood out there. I mean, we always talk. I'd like to talk about how Consulate is a fragger-heavy map. It's the sort of map that if you want to really truly perform, you need to have at least one or two, or maybe just a whole squad of people who are capable of just winning gunfights, because you're going to have a lot of those surprise gunfights that will pop out of nowhere, whether it be on the attack or the defense, doesn't really matter. It mostly comes down to which team has more confidence and is playing more assertively. And in this case, that was pure and simple BDS. No competition. Vitality were not even trying to enter into that realm. They were playing not to lose from the get-go. Their coordination was poor, and they had players who were not contributing in the fragging department.
Similar things that we saw to Vitality during the SI quals as well. Mind you, that was much earlier on when they were still getting used to Hungry and Goga being on this team. But then what we saw to the very first Playday from Vitality. And there were a couple times against even G2 where Vitality didn't look like they had everything firing together, but then rounds where there was absolute brilliance. But that's it for our very first matchup. We got up next, Rogue versus Empire, the top two teams and consistently considered two of the best teams in Europe. They go head-to-head after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to our second matchup of the day, and it's going to be a battle of the two teams that entered today in first and second place. The Russian Machine, Team Empire, going up against the newly minted Rogue squad, and Rogue coming in, formerly known as Giants Gaming, for those of you that are following at home, formerly known as The Stream, formerly known as LFO, formerly known as Millennium, going all the way back. They're known as Rogue now. Picking up this squad, and then obviously they made a roster change as well. As you see on the far right of your screen, Rips is on the team. Alfama was on the team before, and Rips is going to be playing predominantly support-oriented roles. Hicks, Rise, Aces, and Corey will join him. And this squad will be at 6 Invitational. They have skin in the game as well, so to speak, with their pilot program skins. Go purchase them now, as do their opponents, who we'll get to in just a second. But Rogue have had consistency issues on land, but online they've usually looked pretty solid.
Yeah, Rogue looking good through this season as well. They got 1 win under their belt, going up against Chaos, and they drew Na'Vi, the previous season's champions. Their opponents, Team Empire, on the other hand, have been having an interesting season so far with 2 wins. Right out the gate, beating Vitality and BDS, the 2 teams we saw play against each other in the previous match. And that's considerably better of a start than last season.
Might as well have been forfeit wins with how clean Team Empire won them.
I mean, it was a 7-1 and a 7-3, yeah.
That's right. They played so good.
Because they played really good.
They played very, very well.
Yeah, Empire have looked really good.
Empire have returned to form after a sluggish and slow finish to Season 10, in which saw them miss the Tokonami LAN.
Yep.
And, well, they're here for the 6 Invitational because they qualified by winning the Raleigh Major all the way back in August. But this is going to be their first true test, going up against a team that has consistently been very good online, that is still working through things with Rips coming onto this roster, but a team that can very easily stack up against Empire, and in fact have beaten them before. Clubhouse, one of Empire's best maps. They lost to this Rogue squad last season. Where are we going to play now? Is it going to be Clubhouse? The general rule of thumb is you don't take a Russian squad to Clubhouse. Just ask people that play Forts and Empire. Well, Consulate, Coastline are gone, and Rogue's first ban is going to be Clubhouse. Would you look at that?
Wonder why.
We'll go to Border, which is actually one of Empire's better maps as well. So
yeah. I mean, this is not necessarily going to be an easy position for Rogue to be in, for sure. Empire, historically very good on Border. They've got a couple little things that they do that's different than most, which is, like, for example, Empire tends to bring Hibana exclusively on Border. They don't bring Thermite, which is the norm. Most teams really need it. In fact, sometimes it can be crippling for a squad if you ban Thermite against them on this map. Not for Empire. They make it work just fine. Another thing Empire is good at is repeating the same strategy on this map in particular, with slight variations to keep it fresh and catching their enemy off guard, despite being what you would expect to be predictable actually being, you know, really intricately not predictable, and they often catch their enemy off guard. What do you guys think? Who's going to win it? Community vote up on your screen right now.
67% of you think Empire is going to win it, 6% for a draw, and 27% for Rogue. Yeah, that seems to be the case, especially now that we know it's Border. We can go all the way back to Playday number 1, where Empire played on Border. They played up against Vitality, and they slaughtered them, 7-1. It was an incredible performance and a good show of force from a Russian squad that needed it after, like I said, that lackluster second half of Season 10. Well, you're going to go back to that very first Playday. Empire had changed up a couple things. It changed up their roles. They had Joystick playing on different roles. They had Scyther playing on different roles. That is awful. They messed up something. You missed it. They messed up something with Hibana.
What happened?
You'll see it in the ban phase next. When Hibana pops up as like the second operator, there's like artifacting around here. It's very strange.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, Rogue is going to be starting on defense. They get the very first ban. Who do they ban? Well, they ban Nomad, just in case you know that Shaiko is going to play on that role. But Shaiko doesn't, or not, sorry, Shaiko. Joystick. I still had my brain stuck on the BDS. Joystick. Yeah. See, there you go. You just saw it from Hibana right there. I don't know what it is. There's something messed up. Joystick. Not Shaiko. My brain is still, I was reading the BDS notes above it. Anyway, Joystick. But he doesn't really play Nomad on this map. In fact, Empire didn't really run a Nomad, if I remember correctly, on the first Playday. I'm trying to rack my brain.
I'll check. In my opinion, though, from what I've seen, you can't target ban.
It was like Thatcher, Hibana, Buck, Zofia.
He was banned. Nomad was banned on that map, so I think this is just the teams being on something that we don't know about.
Because I was going to say, I don't think there was I don't remember seeing a Nomad on the loadout of.
It was Team Vitality banned Nomad, just like we're seeing Rogue banning Nomad. So my understanding, I'm betting here is that, well, we haven't seen Empire play Nomad here in a while, and I think it's because, and specifically Joystick, of course, I think it's because the enemy teams are not letting Empire play Nomad here. So there's got to be some specific thing that Empire has done to contain people in the back end, like scrim-wise. People caught on to that where they're like, yeah, we're not going to let Nomad come out. That's my guess.
They also banned a Goyo. Rogue banning the Goyo against Empire. And you'll, I'm sure you're going to check if that lines up accurately with what happened last week. I mean, I can take it here.
It doesn't.
It was a Valkyrie ban, that Vitality. Yeah. So Vitality banned Nomad and Valkyrie last time around. Valkyrie's going to be available, and you know that Valk is a very strong operator in the hands of Rogue. That could speak to the reason why Rogue wouldn't ban Valkyrie, because she is particularly good. As you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, both Rogue as well as Empire have operators in the game. You can go buy their pilot program skins now in the game. Comrades,
and of
brothers.
Course,
one being Jaeger and one being Bandit.
And of course, when you do buy that, it directly supports the team. So it's like it's a really big contribution. So if you want to support the squad that you favor above all others, then that is a great way to do that. Players, I'm sure, really appreciate it. Now, going into an Armory defense first round, it's actually kind of interesting because most teams these days are starting on ventilation to begin. They don't actually always start up here. I mean, there's 2 primary bomb sites on this map, then there's 2 off sites. There's custom tellers, which are the sites that are a little bit more difficult to hold. Ventilation, solid. Armory, solid. Both of them very played out. It's a big conversation for Border. I mean, there's mixed opinions and mixed statements about Border as of late. Some people saying there's more to be figured out here still. Some people saying it's played out. But the big story is usually teams will actually try going to different sites other than Armory to start to try and catch their enemy off guard, or just to try and because they prefer ventilation maybe to Armory. In this case, not so for Rogue.
It's a very similar lineup to what we saw out of Empire on that very first Playday, and well, back to the old familiar. We'd credited Empire for making a change against Vitality, wherein the attack was primarily coming from Armory's side. In this case, opening pick's going to go to Empire, and they're going to be attacking from over towards Office. The rattling of the SMG-11, that could be in the hands of 3 of the 4 SAS operators that are currently in this matchup.
Yep.
In the hands of Aces, Hicks, or maybe even Scyther. Rise runs out, gets given away. Aces is there for insurance, should somebody decide to push him. Nobody will.
So far, nothing really special happening. Just a pretty clear-cut Office take that's been slightly slowed down by Rogue's aggression. They did lose Corey, of course. That's rough, but the bounce back from Rise is great. So there's going to be an open wall here through triple wall. And they're going to be able to open up a little wall, a little bit of Archives wall, I should say, because there's no denial from Rogue other than mute jammers, which were not placed to, well, deny. But they still haven't cleared out CCTV. That's going to be droned from Empire. The crossfire is still going to exist on the Rogue side. They'll be able to slow down the Office push. Scyther has gotten a great position inside the Fountain. He could do a lot of work from here. And considering there's no one in Archives, it's going to have to be utility to deny a plant from Rogue. There's a lot of denial. Every single Rogue operator has one, right? Some denials right now.
Marks from various members of Empire's drones will give away the position of the players on site. Down goes Hicks, punished by Scyther, who's watching top of metal. There's another person from Rogue there. His joystick has been downed off screen. Both teams will lose one. Scyther has not been shaken from his position whatsoever inside of Fountain. Still got somebody at the bottom of metal, forcing Empire to have to do double duty as they now move over. Scyther eliminates Rips. He's inside of the site. He's got control. C4 goes off, but there's no target from Empire that he'll connect with. Rise picks up a second kill onto Shepard. Joystick, who's been picked back up, well, he's going to grab Diffuser. SMG-11's only going to be able to do so much as it's a 3rd kill for Scyther before he gets finished off by Aces. Aces with denial, as you very much noted, will need to get back to the site, but it'll be shut down by Karzeka, and that'll close round number 1 in favor of the Russian squad.
All right. Solid attack there from Empire. Big thing that happened is that the fountain walls were not reinforced. Now, the reason they weren't reinforced was actually, it was deliberate from Rogue. What they wanted to accomplish was more pressure on a potential fountain push. So if a fountain push comes out, Rogue, they can spring up from top metal and pressure that. But what actually ended up happening is it works in the opposite direction. Is Devin always likes to say, or Emzo always likes to say, angles go both ways. And he's very right about that. In this case, it was highlighted by Empire, by Scyther specifically. As soon as that position was gained, what ended up happening is Fountain worked as a crossfire denial pivot point, sort of effectively. And he managed to not only cut off rotation, but deny all of the peaks that would have stopped the push into Archives. So, pretty clean take there, gotta say, from Empire. And again, it's really just what Empire tends to do every time when they're clearing in from the office side. There's nothing special about it. It was really just, again, I think what we usually see from Empire is very simple. They give a general call out, let's take Armory, let's take office, and then Empire adapts to what their teammates do round by round. That's what we see every single time. When there's a problem, an obstacle, Empire reads that obstacle, and then they rotate to deal with it. They maneuver themselves to counter one problem after another. They read their enemy very well, and that's the biggest thing that Empire has going for them every single time, is how well they read the setup from their opponents. In this case, pretty well. And a great round from Scyther and Karzeka.
Looked like it was going to be another office take, at least for two members of Empire, but they've assembled on over towards Armory, so they'll change things up for the second attempt on Armory. And, you know, you've opened all that wall up. This is something we've seen actually a couple times. Teams doing different variations on this strategy. They'll reinforce one wall and they'll impact off the other. Something we saw EG do before. Yeah. But in this case, what's it going to allow? Well, it's going to allow the defenders to return fire, and it's going to make it much more challenging to open up that left panel, especially since you can successfully impact trick it.
So the reason why the left panel is relevant is because two things. One, you can play it half wall and still be safe. And yeah, of course, you can impact trick the other wall. And then two, if you play half wall, have that wall open, and there's still someone in CCTV on the defensive side, that's a really good crossfire. Karzeka will get Rise, though he lost a lot of HP in that engagement. Aces has also lost a little bit, so definitely strong advantage for Empire to begin things here. This is a really good flank hold position from Dan. You can see he's cutting off a potential flank onto break as well as the main hallway. That's a good spot. Called out to Karzeka, but he doesn't react, and Aces with the aggression will get an even man count.
I don't think Aces knew to be ready for that, or rather, Karzeka knew to be ready for that reload. That might have been just simply lost in translation there, so just rough going for him. And Ace is able to capitalize off of it. This is going to be the secret weapon for a team like Rogue. Are going to be players like Corey and Aces showing up. Speaking of one of them, he gets found by Joystick and removed from the equation, so more weight on the shoulders of the Rogue squad. It's 4v3 with Empire holding on to that advantage. A minute to go. Dan still patrolling the main lobby to see if he can catch a late rotate off from Rogue, as there's not a lot of drone work from Empire going out at the moment. They might not have the intel that they need onto the remaining members of this Rogue squad.
Dan pushing the hallway, trying to get a good position. Corey and Rips will add to the tally, and there you go, Empire now on a strong back foot. If you're wondering what the players are chatting about, I believe it's the server.
So there was you can see in the top right-hand corner that there were obviously some server issues going on.
Yeah, Joystick low on HP, trying to pressure Sandwich from, or rather half wall from below, and he'll be shut down as he attempts to push metal. Shepard now the last attacker with 20 seconds to go. Just hanging out. Seems the server issues are gone, so at least there's that. But in a 1 versus 3, that might not really be that important, as it's going to have to be a miracle here for Empire and Shepard to win this round. Peeking wild, and he'll go down to the angles opened up by Rogue. Rips with a really stellar performance by half wall, and Rogue will take their first round.
Really crazy how fast that swung in favor of Rogue just off of 2 picks, where you could see that Empire, having lost Karzeka down below and having lost, I forget the name of the second person that went down. I think it was Scyther. I'm trying to recall.
I do not recall.
How Empire had to immediately try to scramble, and they ran in blind. As I noted, there was very minimal drone work from Empire that was going on, and that obviously plays a huge role in how you were able to attack what seems to be a decently unconventional hold from Rogue, given that we haven't seen a ton of teams try that. So
the thing that really stands out to me is that they couldn't get Rips by the half wall. The Maestro, he did so much work there. And the amount that Empire struggled with that specifically really is devastating. There was also the Mute Jammer on the single reinforcement, which was never gotten. I mean, yeah, it's possible that Rips had impacts, and yeah, he is bringing impacts again this round. But, you know, no matter what, you got to get that Mute Jammer to even start the process of opening the wall. And again, it's happening again, Parker. Oh, it's unfortunate. Well, at least it's during the prep phase. Now, it is a ventilation defense here. Rogue have to change after they just won their armory hold. So they're going to rotate downstairs. Oh, that's weird. I just thought about that. There's only one upstairs site on armory. And that's so, I mean, it's just different than
on armory?
Well, it is armory.
How many sites?
It is armory.
How many sites in armory do you think are on armory?
Parker.
Michael.
Parker.
Michael.
Parker.
I get it, man.
Do you? Do you even?
I understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay, good then.
I get it. I pick up what you're putting down, my man.
All right.
But yeah, no, for a map like Border, there's only one single site upstairs.
And yet you play 3 of them on the top 4. It's weird.
Well,
I mean, well,
you,
4
Mr.
of them,
Professor,
really.
have taken us to school before on how to attack appropriately and how the second floor is pivotal for some of these sites, especially a ventilation workshop defense.
Honestly, yeah, I was about to correct myself there. You pretty much just play all of these sites from above, to be realistic. You can play some of them from below, but it's just exclusively from below, but it's very difficult. In this case, we're seeing a ventilation defense end at top 4 hold. Aces will go down to Dan to begin the round. This position that Dan has been playing for a lot of these rounds effectively cuts off about a third of the top floor, which is absolutely crazy.
Rocking the Lagona's charm, which he is now a pro player, I believe, being announced earlier today for Black Dragons. So he will make his debut tomorrow. So
awesome.
A nod from Dan towards one of the newest members of Pro League. So congratulations, Lagonas.
Pressure onto Customs here for Empire. They're trying their best to clear out those roamers they know to be holding out by Customs. Corey will get Scyther, so even man count, half round in.
Scyther's huge. He was one of the better players for Empire on that very first foray onto Border on Playday number 1, and well, you need a strong performance from him, though a lot of his job is going to be done as overlap over Karzeka. They're going to play similar roles if needed. Not always a given that they will be played that same way. Scyther will likely be a little bit more up close and personal. There's an Evil Eye spotted as well by Dan after he blows open the wall, but you can see that he's starved for explosives, so he's not going to be able to deal with it at all. The only person that would be able to would be an EMP or a frag grenade in the hands of the Buck. Out goes the C4. Doesn't get its target. Karzeka's inside.
Oh.
Finds Rips, takes his head off, and gets a second on to Corey. That's a beautiful shot from Karzeka. Now that second floor control is very firmly Empire's. Just like that, they blow this round wide open. Hicks down below to watch the hatch. He's going to hold off towards the bathroom. Rise C4, and just land, and it sticks on a joystick. Closer they edge towards being at parity, with Karzeka and Dan have taken quite a bit of damage. This is winnable for Rogue if they are able just to be patient. Mozzie gets spotted on a drone. Hicks will take care of it, and Shepard walks right in. There's no coverage right now on the plant that's going down. Dan spots one. As much damage as he can onto Rise. Shepard will fall off, knowing that he could possibly be pressured from the main door. Rise wins the fight against Dan. Dan doesn't usually lose those, and Shepard will have to rely solely on Karzeka to hold him. Rise pushing on in. Diffuser, 1 second left. Objective goes down. Karzeka has the cross. They just need to find Hicks. Empire in the driver's seat, but Hicks is above. Just narrowly misses out on the kill onto Karzeka sitting on top of server. And around the hatch, Hicks will go. Towards the main stairs, spotted on a drone, a tough proposition for him. And he gets gunned down as he tries to jump on over. A huge round from Karzeka. That's 4 kills for the Estonian on the team. The disrespect from the hipfire, and Empire will take round number 3.
I think he was trying to ADS. I think he killed the man before he could. A really fast one there. And yeah, good round from Karzeka. Excellent situational awareness. It honestly seemed like he wasn't even droned in for those kills on the top floor. I think he just predicted where they might be, or had at least cursory information, maybe old drone info from earlier in the round. No matter what, though, Karzeka with a really explosive one, and He manages to put his team back in the lead. Ventilation once again, and it's been second time's the charm for Armory. Will it be the same for Ventilation in Rogue's favor? Well, that last round was definitely a standout performance for one player on Empire. Overall, though, it was a very close round, despite that fact. And usually when you see a dominant match like we saw in the previous one today, usually you're going to have one person stand out, like what we just saw from Karzeka, and then the rest of the team also have a good performance and overall good position. But not so in that last one. It was very close, despite Karzeka's play. So that might be a different result here on this second attempt of this site. And yeah, you just can't rely on people dropping 4Ks every round. You used to be able to. We actually, well, technically we did see that kind of earlier today. We saw a really good performance from Shaiko. Yeah. Dropped an ace in the very first round. Oh boy. Aces with the run out. This match has its own Shaikos and Beeboos though. You got Aces, for example, who's always one of those standouts. I mean, Joystick historically has been one of them, but then it's honestly even on Empire. It's any one player on Empire.
I think Dan's picked up that mantle more than anything recently.
Yeah.
I still think Joystick is incredible, and he was pivotal for the victory that happened at the Raleigh Major, Joystick in particular.
I mean, he's playing support now. You know, and I think honestly the beautiful thing for me about Empire has always been how versatile they are, player by player. I mean, it could be anyone who stands up and gets the kills. That reminder, real quick, that actually used to be what made G2 so strong, but times change. I'm not saying they're not strong. I'm saying that's not. I don't think that's their formula anymore.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Anyway, so 2 minutes left for Empire to make some progress here. They've done the same sort of angle play they've been doing every round, especially with Dan on that double window, where he's cutting off, again, he's cutting off about a third of the entire map from that one, or not the entire map, a third, no, yeah, actually, a good chunk of it. Maybe a quarter of the map, third of the top floor from that one position. A lot of work being done there. Dries will get Scyther, but Joystick will add 2 to the board for Empire. We were talking about maybe how it's even on Empire, but Joystick having a little bit of fun himself there in that engagement.
Not many people able to contain him when he's playing at his best, and he makes his presence known there by dropping both Rise and Hicks. Aces is still on the board. Been the opening death far too many times for Rogue in this matchup, at least in comparison to what I'm sure Rogue is looking for out of their players. Rips and Corey sustaining some damage, but there's still fragging potential on Rogue, and it's going to be Aces, the aforementioned player, to put us into a 3v3 with a minute to go. Corey is very low. That one bullet will finish him off. Rips at half-life. Well, there's good guns on Empire's team, and they're capable of putting quite a hurt on Rogue. It looks like they've got second floor control, with the exception of Rips playing inside of Fountain, or rather Office now. He's going to drop from the hatch, so he's gone back onto that first floor. Empire, again, seem to be starved on utility. They don't have drones. They're just going to face check it as best as they can. Dan doing Dan things, flicking away at the walls, but there's not much he's going to be able to land, as there's some impregnable walls in his way. He's got utility to use as well to try and flush somebody out of the bathroom. I don't think he knows where anybody is, and you can very tell that Empire are just treading water. Dan's going to look the wrong way and get punished by Rips, and now Rogue in a position to equalize. Karzeka doesn't know where the Maestro is. He sees his leg, but the Buck's going to have to hurry. Hustle, hustle. Shepard tries to cross on over towards Aces, can't do it. Karzeka will be able to find 2 with a second left. No, he's not even going to find 1. Rogue will find him instead. This is as close as they come. A 2-2 scoreline is what we get after 4 rounds.
Could easily be a draw on this one, and we're only a little bit in. That round, a lot of time was spent by Empire clearing out the top floor, and not a lot was accomplished in that process. I mean, yeah, okay, they cleared it out, they got the roamers, but it took so much time. I mean, we saw the last roamer die there in the last 15 seconds, I believe, to the very last player on Empire. So an inefficient top floor clear from Empire, and then nothing to show on a site take. Not really, because there wasn't enough time to transfer off of the first clear. Good job to Rogue for putting up so much delay upstairs and causing Empire so much pain. Complete back and forth, by the way. No team has managed more than 1 round in a row here, so Getting a good, nice, even competition thus far. It'll be Armory once again. I almost suspect that this will be a successful attack on Armory from Empire, and then a successful defense of Armory on the second try from Rogue. And then we'll have a nice 3-3 split for the first half. That's what it looks like right now. Look at that. The least defensible site right now, in recent statistics, was actually Teller's Bathroom, with 67% for the attackers. The second least defensible site is Armory Archives, and you can see why it's fallen out of favor for a lot of teams. Of course, this is to keep in mind that is lower amount of rounds played on maps, or rather on sites like Customs and Ventilation. So those statistics are a little askew. Like Customs, for example, statistically the best site to defend, but also it gets played probably the least or the second least, right there with Tellers as well. So pinch of salt everybody on that one at least. But yeah, Armory definitely, oof, not a great site right now, apparently.
So I think we saw the same thing with Lobby on Consulate for a period of time, where it was the best, or maybe it was in Archives and Tellers, one of the sites where it was like it had the least amount of play, but it was always won by the defenders. But that's just because,
you know, not a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It skews the results, if you want to say that. So. Karzek has been the standout performer so far from Empire today, as through the 4 rounds of action and now into the 5th round. We've still got 2 people in both teams that have been unable to find the scoreboard, that being Hicks and Shepard. Will anybody join Hungry and make him feel a little bit less bad about what happened with Vitality? Well, Vitality's match today, we will see. Scyther on Ash duty. He's inside a passport with Karzeka, not too far off. They're going to try to pinch the Rise, the Mozzie of Rise sitting inside of Customs, and, well, he gets taken out of action. Karzeka guns him down, and the opening pick is going to go to Empire. That's 9 kills now for Karzeka. 9 times he's been able to get that pick. Not bad, just over 2 per round, or actually, I guess technically at the conclusion of this round, it'll be just under 2 per round. Math is hard.
Yes, it is very difficult.
Yes, it's a challenge. I don't need to use such small numbers to count my millions.
Oh, man. I wanted to make a joke about that tweet you made earlier, but...
Oh, the celebrity news website that says that I am worth between 1 to 5 million.
Guess how much I'm worth?
Yeah, you're worth 50 million or something?
50 million.
Yeah, ESL, we need to talk. Where are you hiding my money?
Oh, boy. So, okay. But 2 on 2. Nades coming out from Karzeka, not going to land anything. Aces, who has been really performing through this match, will get joystick. And it's an even 4-4 now as we come down to the last 50 seconds. Lots of pressure being applied to the roamers downstairs from Empire, but meanwhile, the site take is little. I'm not really sure what Aces is trying to accomplish with this. Maybe he's just trying to waste time, and he's actually going to accomplish that as he'll get his 2nd kill, possibly. At least he will down an enemy and finish him off just now from outside. The absolute brazen play from Aces is going to be shut down. Absolutely brazen, I should have said. Shepard will finally get that kill, but it doesn't really matter. Time's been wasted, and it's all on Hicks now as 2 more get picked up from Empire. So a smoke with no gas canisters against an Ash and a Habana. And in the last 10 seconds, these 3 speeds will need to rush against the SMG-11. That's the real hurdle here for Hicks. He's got to get good recoil control, but it won't happen. A nice shot from Scyther, and Empire will recover that round.
I don't think Hicks got to kill that round, so I think he's our lone man now that's sitting without kills. And for Hicks, it's less egregious. I mean, he does play the same roles as Hungry, but with Vitality, I think they needed a much stronger performance. But we'll see what roles Hicks will play on attack. Usually he's on buck duty, which is, I was going to say, is very similar to the Zofia role that you saw on Vitality, but I don't think they fit as easily. So.
Wait, I mean, kind of. It's like a pseudo utility. It's utility fragger, right? Because Zofia is a fragger as an operator, but then also she's got so much utility that you need her to do certain things. Mm-hmm. And then it's the same for Buck. So yeah, I'd say they're in the middle, if that makes sense. Now,
attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
What is this? Okay. According to this is what we were talking about.
Sure, yeah. So somebody linked one of those, it's called like celebrity. First and foremost, I am not a celebrity. I don't think that needs to be on record at all. However, what we were talking about is there's like those websites that are called like Celebrity Facts Now and stuff like that, which number one, has my wrong birth date, which is You can Google my birth. Like I'm pretty sure my birth date's on my Wikipedia page. Like
Mine's on my Wikipedia too. Yeah.
it's also, if I remember correctly, like it's also on Twitter. Like you can check these things, but it's got it very wrong. It said that King George is worth like $92 or $55 million or something like that. You're worth $50 million.
I am worth $50 million.
So that one on there saying that one's saying I'm worth $1 million to $5 million. And like I said, I would like to speak ESL. I would like to speak to your manager later today because apparently you owe me untold millions that I have not received just yet. So
yeah. I'm in this.
There's luxury yachts not going to buy themselves. Let me tell you that. So I would like to speak with you after the show, please.
Yeah, I'm in the same. I'm in the same boat. Yeah, like I said, I believe that same website says 50 million. So if you're wondering what they're talking about with patch day, hey, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is listed.
So
like that.
drinks are on you forever.
Yes, I'll be covering it. You only have $5 million, Parker. So
$1 to $5 million. That's
$1 to $5.
I could literally have $1,001.
Yes, and I apparently 50. So yes, I got you. Don't worry about it. We're good. Now, okay, in this round, what we've seen so far is a whole lot more of that issue. If you're wondering what's they're talking about in the chat, just take a look at the top right of your corner.
Servers are not having a good day right now.
No, they're having a really bad day.
They're having a rough day.
It's going to equally affect these teams, mind you, so it's not like it's a strong advantage either way, I guess, but it is a serious problem. That's for sure.
Yeah.
C4 actually used up there on the East Airs.
Probably the slowest round in terms of action and kills that we've seen between these teams. This is a bathroom tellers defense, all right. We don't see those all that often, as Customs typically takes the role of that third site, even though, well, you really could have gone elsewhere if you were Rogue on that one. But all right. Last defense for Rogue, by the way, before we swap sides. Lots of damage being done. Frag Grenade's going to sail out, and you can even see it. It's a little sluggish. Aces drops Karzeka, and he'll head on over towards these stairs, but rather jump through the lobby instead. Watch the windows in case of a refrag. Opening pick to Rogue is massive. It's only their second so far through these 6 rounds.
You could tell from Rogue and Aces specifically in that case that they're just aware of the fact that if they get aggressive, they'll take an advantage because Empire's really not expecting it. You can tell by the way that Empire is playing. Aces will get his second kill, but finally shut down by Dan, who's looking for some more. There is a Kaid in the site there in Tellers. Rips is going to get scythed through though upstairs. Now it's all down to Shepard and Dan. This could be the moment where Empire falters, and it looks like it might be. So we potentially go to a 3-3 scoreline for the first half. There's only 20 seconds left for Shepard to get 4 kills. So yeah, you can kind of predict that this is going to be an even split out of the first. Peeking everything here from Shepard. He's got too many angles to watch. He will get Rise the castle, but no follow-up kill there onto the Aegir of Rips. So Rogue, even through the first half, like I said, and we'll move to half number 2. Defense now for Empire.
3-3. So either Empire has come back down to earth through their 2 matches, or they benefit off of weak opponents, or Rogue is just performing better than they have so far all season. I do think Rogue is a team that matches up very well to Empire and has historically done very well in every single matchup that they have had. I just realized they use matchup in 2 separate usages, or uses rather.
I mean, we honestly use match in like 6.
Words are so hard today, man.
Yeah, words are really difficult today.
It's hard to process thoughts when you realize the fortunes that you are being denied. Denied.
Not a multimillionaire? What?
I'm not. It's a crushing realization.
Yes, truly crushing.
I just want to own a helicopter, ESL. What the hell? Like, let me own.
Ride to work in a helicopter?
I could buy a helicopter for $1 million to $5 million, man.
I actually don't know what a general...
I have no idea how much
What's the general price
I have no clue how much a helicopter costs. Look it up. I would like to know how much a helicopter costs.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. I'd like to know.
Average price of commercial helicopter.
No team has won 2 rounds in a row, by the way. That was being shown.
Okay. Oh, well, you can get them fairly cheap. You can get them for $250,000 to $500,000.
You get them for fairly cheap. How much are they? $250,000.
Well, I mean, you were ballparking million. So, or something along those lines, right? Wait, no, was it $500,000 or something? No, but yeah, you can get like it says here you can get one Robinson R22 for $250,000. It's tiny. It's one of those little.
It's way too small for my taste. I need a much bigger helicopter.
Well, okay, then there you go. That'd be the one, right?
That's
So
nice.
and that's 340,000. So
I could land that on my house.
yes.
On my villa. I could land that on my villa.
Yeah.
I put it in Spain instead of Italy. But
Okay.
so first crack at attack for Rogue as we swap sides now.
Oh, that's dangerously close to death if you're joystick, but not quite. And Empire really happy that they didn't lose a player. That actually might have been Dan, not joystick, but whoever it was, we know that Rogue missed out on an opportunity. Oh, player in the hallway, that's joystick who goes down to Corey. Good peek there. An aggressive play shut down by Empire. Is it really necessary? I'm not sure, but it's not going to benefit the defense, and neither will that as Corey gets his second kill. You can see Karzeka on boost spot trying to punish this attack, but he has been spotted out. He'll drop because he knows that it's ill-advised to peek boost when the enemy knows you're on boost. The clear in office, very successful for Rogue, and it looks like Empire's going to struggle this round. They do have plenty of denial. They've got a C4, possibly below on Mozzie. They've got smokes on Karzeka. No, in fact, he's playing Fountain. If the Mozzie gets droned out, if Shepard gets droned out, he's a dead man. He's got Karzeka to support him from the hallway, but that's not very good, to be honest. There is the yokai drone of Scyther. Exothermic goes off on the Archive's wall, but only one kill is netted from that for Shepard. Hicks will respond very quickly. Karzeka using bullet holes to try and punish the push into office. He might get one out of this, but again, in a 4 versus 2, that probably won't matter. If you get one and you die immediately after, it's not going to be very helpful. Nice shot from Hicks there, and it's all on Scyther, who goes down to aces. I don't know why I said that.
First time that we've seen a team win 2 rounds in a row, and it comes at a good time for Rogue as they're trying to break everybody's pick'ems. This is, I think Empire was by far and away the favorite there. Really routine entry over from office side, but they're going to call for rehosts, and we'll see if it's going to happen. I think, hopefully, to combat what's clearly going on with these server issues. Unfortunate to play in those circumstances, but ideally, maybe they'll get put on another server. We will find out. I would like to let you know, though, that speaking on net worth, just for a second here, that on the internet, the same website that said that you were worth roughly $50 million says that Macy J is worth $810 million. So Macy J is almost $1 billion. So I just want to say, like, Macy, I understand that you have a good YouTube channel.
Oh, he's probably...
Is Macy J does he own a gang? Like, I don't get it. Like, he makes YouTube videos and he streams, and according to IMDb, Forbes, Wikipedia, etc., the estimation of Macy J's net worth is $810 million. There are real human beings.
They just ballpark that.
Who believe this?
They're just like it's 800.
Macy J could buy a helicopter for his helicopters.
Yeah,
he could be like, whenever I take a helicopter, I would like that helicopter to also have many helicopters beneath it in case we need to rappel down and escape on our fleet of helicopters.
One of those giant military helicopters that's capable of carrying and transporting other helicopters.
Exactly.
Yes, he's got both of them. He owns both of them.
So for people that are lost here, basically what happened was somebody on Twitter linked to me like something about my celeb facts.
Yeah.
Etc. And I read it, and I was like, everything that is on this page is wrong. I am certainly not worth even close to $1 million, let alone $5 million.
Yeah.
And I was just reading through it, and then you looked yours up.
Oh, well, I looked mine up.
Now everybody's looking it up. It was like King George worth like $50 million, something like that.
Somebody brought it up to me on my stream. He was like, hey, you're worth this much according to this website. I'm like, what? And then I Googled it, and there you go. And I was like, oh, surprise.
I'm worth $810 million. I'm gaming on a golden throne. Like, I'm not... really?
I mean,
you think Macy's sitting on a normal chair? Man's worth $810 million? Hell no.
You know what?
Not a chance.
Macy's also like just an incredibly humble dude. I actually knew when I met him at the Paris Major.
Humblest almost billionaire.
Almost billionaire.
Yeah, almost a billionaire.
I met him at the Paris Major. He was using an S2 or something like that, like an S3, like a really, really old Galaxy phone. And I was like, how are you still using that? He's like, you're just not broken. And I'm like,
he's got a pair.
What?
He has a pair of sneakers that are like 6 years old. And they're just beaten to hell in back. And you look at it and you're like, yeah, no way. This guy's like, if Blue can afford Gucci slippers.
Can we make Macy a billionaire though? Like, can we push for that? Is that possible? That'd be
Michael,
awesome.
he's worth nowhere close to $800 million.
Make Macy a billionaire. Let's make Macy a billionaire. Come on.
Utter insanity.
He'd be a good billionaire. He doesn't need that, but he'd be a good one.
We'll see if the server conditions have improved, as we will now get back into the game in just a moment here between Empire and Rogue, as all the teams are in the lobby, and we'll see what the conditions are. Hopefully things are, fingers crossed. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. There we go. We're in.
Yeah, only half of the match transpired, but now we're gonna get a restart. So hopefully the servers won't be a problem from here on out. Again, the good thing about it is, of course, with the servers being what they were, it affects both teams. But so it didn't give any team an inherent advantage, but it does remove the smoothness of gameplay and really, I think, hinder your options in terms of how you can take engagements. So yeah, it's looking much smoother. So it looks like problem solved, and it's a relatively even scoreline when we fix the problem. So at least there's that too. Empire will go to Armory for their second attempt.
Did not work so well for them. It was a
pretty one-sided.
It was a 1v3 that became a 0v3, if I remember.
Something along those lines.
Something along those lines.
It was a really, really fast one on the first round.
Most impressive for Rogue was they picked up the opening kill and then snowballed from there. And this the second round in a row they did that, and the first team to win rounds back to back, and they keep that magic going. Need we remind you that this is the second time that we've seen a border from Empire. They destroyed. Destroyed is not even, that's too light of a word.
They demolished, obliterated
Vitality.
Yeah.
7-1.
Mm-hmm. It was at the time the most one-sided match we'd ever seen. And actually, speaking of 7-1s against Vitality, we got pretty close in the first match of the day. Now, Rogue going to be doing the same office take they gave us on the first round.
Similar lineup here. Empire's changed some things up. They've dropped the Echo. They brought in a Valkyrie. They've got a Pulse. So they're still going to be running really hard on Intel Ops. On a map as small as Border, Intel is extremely important. Empire have also opened up this laneway as the C4 comes out, and they'll get credited with the very first kill. Speaking of them, taking care of Corey.
There he goes, yeah. So, I mean, Corey did do his job. Not the entirety of it. Of course, it's nice to get the Archives wall open as well. But really just opening up that one wall is enough to facilitate a Archives attack. Dan is still playing by Suicide. This is a really dangerous spot to play because of the nades that are going to be thrown in here, because he cannot rotate easily. But Dan will persist despite all of that pressure coming out from the attack. It's definitely far from one for Empire, but it looks much better than the last round, and that's really important. It's because Empire hadn't lost those two players early on this time.
Still struggling to get control that they need as Joystick gets taken out of action by Rise. Shepard refrags. Dan is still in a position in offices as he's under the effects of an EMP. Sprays away, misses the shots. He gets actually taken out by Karzeka. That is an unfortunate team kill. Looked like it would have been a kill for Hicks anyway, but Hicks has now been downed. Below is the Pulse of Scyther. He can do some significant damage with the Nitro Cell that is still in his pocket with 50 seconds left. Those new deployable shields are exceptionally strong, and you'll see one at 90, which will be played behind by Shepard. There goes the Nitro Cell of Scyther, but it will not connect. Hicks has been picked back up in the final 30 seconds. We'll see if Rogue can put a third round in a row.
Doesn't look like it as Scyther eliminates Hicks, but only 30 seconds left here for the attack after they get Scyther. So good refrag there from Aces. It's an assertive play. He needed to deal with that pulsar where there was no plant potential. Shepard still playing by break room, and he's going to slow this takedown considerably. There might still be gas canisters from Karzeka. He's not heard anything recently, so here comes the last gas canister in the last few seconds. But no, he's just going to keep the gun up and peek it wild. He'll down one, but not the other. Ace is on a single bullet's worth of HP. The pickup comes out, and it's 2 versus 1, but both players on the attack will die to a single shot. Here's the plant, and no cover as Shepard lands all of his shots. Empire will win a round and break the streak of Rogue.
Well played by Shepard. He just needs to spray wildly across. They were both so low on HP that it doesn't matter. I think a strong gust of wind probably would have knocked them over at that point.
Yes, no, absolutely. I kind of misspoke there. I said he landed all of his shots. I meant he landed all the shots he needed to land, which was 2.
So, Ventilation Workshop, as if you ignore the side split, we are very much back to the one team wins, then one team loses deal that we had with the attackers winning the very first round. So far, it's a mirror matchup with the Workshop down below being the site, given that Armory will be locked for the next couple rounds. Will Empire bring out the Teller's Archives? Well, we'll find out if Empire is able to win on Workshop. It's probably going to take them 2 cracks at it, given the way that this match has been playing. We are very much staring down a draw. And there you go, the side swap happening after the 6th round. Are we going to see that continuous left, right, left, right, left, right pattern go on?
Find out next round. And this round, too. And the next one. After that.
It's very correct. We'll need many.
Find out every single round if it's going to be back and forth.
Minimum 2 more rounds after this one, 3 rounds in total.
4? Possibly.
Like I said, Michael, I don't know numbers.
We don't know how to do numbers.
I don't know numbers.
We get paid for words, not numbers.
I don't know numbers that small.
That's small.
4 is a tiny number. I don't have to deal with 4. 4 million.
Never touched a 4.
Never touched a 4 in my life. It's not, never since I was born. You merely adopted the 4. I was born into it, shaped by it, molded by it.
That was a contradicting statement. Hang on, a what?
I know, I mixed them up actually. I realized that halfway through, but I had to commit. I had to embrace it.
Did you smash the jokes?
Just like you smashed the idioms, Michael. I smashed the jokes together. That's very true.
There you go.
You got me, you son of a gun. You got me so.
So
that's a $50 million mind going right there.
There you go, yeah. Oh boy. So, okay, open area control for Rogue and top of East as well, which is a lot. Very early on, as you can use it to attack onto either the top floor or the tellers and then the site. So Rogue's got some good positioning here so far through this round. They're very careful. You could tell that this is a lot of pressure on both of these teams. Of course, this is one of those matches of today that, depending on the result, is going to determine the leader of the pack, as Rogue is in 2nd right now and Empire is in 1st. And whoever wins, again, will take that 1st spot. If Rogue gets it, then it'll be a little bit less solidified, but still, it'll be a good one for them.
That was the play right there, as Aces sprays through a drone hole at something that you can't shoot through, and then it gives Hicks a kill off on the other side of the map. It is an incredible play that we just saw from there.
Yeah. Or in other words, we didn't, but it happens.
I was making a joke about the fact that it was very weird timing.
Yeah, that happens a lot, actually.
You see somebody and it's like, I mean, most players can probably relate to this, where it's like you start shooting and then somebody dies and you're like, oh, and then you realize that your teammate did it. So
yeah.
Corey realizes that he has safe passage on it. This was a C4, but Scyther botches it.
That's right.
That could have been a very good throw onto the Thermite, as Scyther will now need to peel off. One of those reinforced walls from Bathroom will disappear. Scyther's going to peek it, though.
That's dangerous.
A very dry peek. Drier than the Merlots, Michael, that I drink on a daily basis. And he has about 2 or 3 drones harassing him. He finds one. Sprays through the wall. There's Hicks yet again. Funny timing yet again. Again. Literally again. This keeps happening. Rise gets one. And there's another. This is almost a flawless round. Where is Shepard? He's got a UMP. That is not the gun that you want in your hands. We say this over and over and over again, giving a nod to evil geniuses as the diffuser starts to go down from Rogue, who need to win the round as the prophecy foretold, and Empire will win the next one. Don't worry, Empire, you got this one. It's just blood for the blood god. Diffuser goes down, objective play successful, and it's a flawless round. Bravo to Rogue. They're up 5-4.
That's got to be demoralizing if you are Empire. Flawless is not where you want to be. Now, Or I guess it is where you actually, it is definitely where you want to be. Flawless is not the place you want to be on the other side of. Yeah. Now, ventilation is going to be, I think, a good site for Rogue to attack based on what we just saw. There's a couple things that Empire could bring out here to try and counter the play that we just saw from Rogue. That was a pure and simple Teller's attack. Nothing really fancy about it. They opened up the wall in Workshop, then they rushed in through Bathroom to put pressure on the site. There are options, again, for Empire to slow things down there, to maybe mute jam the wall. Thatcher being brought is going to, of course, deny that outright once the EMP lands. Maybe trick it. I don't know. There's choices that can be made. The reason why we're probably not seeing anything like that is because nades, but Empire's not really putting any kind of counter out. You don't even have to try any of those that you could try holding from above. You know, defend inside of office, open up above the bathroom, over by monitors. You've got choices. What we do know is that that last round was an absolute sweep for Rogue. They not only applied a lot of pressure through Tellers into the site, but they also cleared out any potential stoppage from Empire, or not stoppage, but just people upstairs. All of the roamers were just eliminated without real struggle. I don't know. There's not much to talk about because it was such a clean sweep.
It's methodical. I like to use that word. That's the word today. It's been very methodical.
For both teams.
Both of these teams.
Yeah, for when they're winning. Whoever's doing the winning. All of these rounds have been won on objective play, and that's why you see people with such low kills. Nobody's getting any because it's been the diffuser planted every round, and full 5 on each team still alive in the time wasted.
Wow, we are now in round 10, and they only have like a couple kills each.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Did you see that?
It's objective play, man. I'm telling you.
3 kills is top frag in 9 rounds?
Yeah.
In this economy?
So, of course, if you... We're kidding. It's, we had a rehost.
Yes.
You know, it's weird because we actually don't have many rehosts these days.
No, yeah. I have very fond memories of some days.
Where we would stay like
we'd have like 3 or 4 rehosts for a variety of occurrences.
And then sometimes between those rehosts, like 45 to an hour-long breaks.
Yeah, it'd be great. It would be like, all right, well, let's just talk about pasta recipes.
Yeah.
But there goes a Pasta's Rogues entry is over towards offices. It is yet again a ventilation archives or ventilation workshop defense. Archives just out of reach for Hicks right now. In the silhouettes, it doesn't look like there's somebody over there, but we can't really quite tell.
I mean, there's nothing special going on here. It's just the same as last time from Rogue. Hicks is going to eat a little bit of damage, so will Scyther. Say a little bit. Hicks actually ate a lot. I'm blinking HP now.
It's rough for the Buck, as now 2 members of Empire look ready to spring on out of Archives. There's Hicks, who if he slow peaks, well, he'll be to his doom. Karzeka sees the frag grenade go, and he just needs to exhibit great patience. Another opening pick for Rogue here, as down goes Dan. Alibi marks going off. Karzeka swings on in. Wasn't much left of the Buck to deal with. Also, Joystick not too far off of Karzeka, so they are working in tandem with one another upstairs.
The top 4 control is going to be really big, and Aces knows this. That's why he's trying to counter it by pushing back into the office. But he's doing it slowly. He knows his team needs time, but a second kill for Karzeka, that's really impactful, and he'll hack a drone, which is going to cut out a lot of information for Rogue. With that top 4 control, the defense can deny the push in through Tellers, but they're too late to take control of the angles. Joystick will get 1, but the Planter has made it into the site, and as the Planter gets 2 kills, that's Corey. This is very winnable for Rogue. He'll be shut down by Joystick finally. Rise, though, has had an excellent match, and in a 1v2, this is very winnable, especially with 35 seconds. But Karzeka says no. 3 for Karzeka, 2 for Joystick, and Empire takes the round.
I believe we call that one a full house, Michael.
Is that... I don't know how that game works, so I...
What game is it from, Michael?
Poker?
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Why do you sound so unsure?
Because I am. I am guessing.
You just won yourself $64,000!
Oh my God! Not 50 million?
In retrospect, that probably would have been a better number.
A little bit funnier.
You know, 50 million is only a shadow of 810 million.
Macy, why?
One day. All of that really boiling down to the conflict on that second floor. And most importantly, Archives. You sent Hicks up there on Rogue by himself. He manages to open up the wall inside of offices, but he doesn't get much farther after he takes quite a beating. And then he can't really engage. He has to play a little bit scared, a little bit back because he's so low on HP. And Well, that's what the Mozzie of Karzeka was for. And he knew that he could play fearlessly because Joystick was right behind him as well. That split setup that Rogue had, where they had 3 players on the bottom floor, 2 players on the top floor, didn't really work out the way that they wanted it to. It was the Hibana that could not re-engage upstairs.
That was the IQ of Aces.
That's oh yes,
yeah.
The IQ of Aces. I was trying to remember which one it was.
And that's the real kicker.
Ran out of Hibana.
Yeah, it was the fact that both of the people upstairs for Rogue really couldn't hold it. They couldn't retake it. No kills at all actually upstairs, if I recall correctly. So Empire has that top for control, round over. And you know, even despite that though, I gotta say it was closer than it should have been because Corey did so much work on the entry in sight. He went deep. He went for service stack and he got 2 kills out of it. Oh my gosh, is Rogue gonna? They're gonna attack office again, but this time, of course, it's a armory defense. And here they go. Zooming in. Aces is confident in his push here, and Teller's not expecting anyone to be roaming downstairs. Might be drones that are gathering this information for him, and yes, you can see those drones actually right ahead of him. Ooh, that was a little scary. I thought we were going a little bit of a flashback there as he stutter stepped. But we're good. Things are back to smooth and normal. Aces has bottom for control, and he'll cut off this drop down, which might be utilized by some C4 players on Team Empire later in the round. Specifically, of course, it's going to be Dan. So if you're an Empire fan, you just got to hope that they don't drop that hatch and die to Aces.
I don't know if Rogue is expecting a run out here on towards the east balcony, but Dan will evade a flash. Toss out a C4, but it's a bit of a limp toss. Not that strong arm that we need, a bit of a noodle arm. A frag grenade on one side, managing to just dance around it, but
located a bomb.
doesn't take too long for Rogue to finally be able to pinch him. They are cleaning up when it comes to opening kills. They have 4 so far of the 5 rounds they've spent on attack.
Yeah, Rogue are really doing a great job on the opening frags. And one big thing there is, though, I gotta say, Dan did not need to be peeking as wildly as he had. Yeah, okay, the nades are coming in, but there are still places he could have played safe. He continued to peek the breach over and over, and we've seen Empire do that, and it has cost them a lot. You can see Joystick is waiting for the run-out opportunity. He actually gets Rise, who steps onto the balcony, so no more run-out from Joystick. He could have flanked East Stairs from there, and he's gonna do it just brazenly through the main hallway. He'll get another off of this push. Karzeka also adding to it for Empire. It's all down to 2. Hicks and Aces. We'll have to have a miracle of a round here. Hicks inside by monitors. Now radio, rotating balcony. He'll build a 3rd kill for Joystick. Aces will get 1 for himself, though, before getting felled by Scyther. And Empire take another round and match point.
Empire gives up the very first pick and then doesn't give up yet another until the very bitter end, if that. It was hard to tell amidst the ensuing fray, and Empire does something that they haven't been able to do all match, which is win 2 rounds in a row. This sets up for the pivotal 12th round, where Rogue will need to be able to close that gap. The one thing that is working in their favor is the site selection. Because Workshop and Armory are both locked by Empire, that means that one of the least defendable sites will have to be going somewhere. And in this case, Empire is going to go to Customs. Just being brought to our attention for the record, as we are delving into this whole thing at the real Rainbow Six Celebrity Net Worth, and I wish we could show this on the screen. There is a pyramid that is being shared by @ESL Rainbow Six, by the way. Go follow them if you like. Showing the real net worth of various people. First and foremost, Intero at 5 million. I'm at the bottom of the pyramid. Kickstar at 50 million. Macy J at 810 million. Pingu at 2 billion. And then the most fabled man in all of esports, Super's dad at $500 billion. No wonder he owns the Susquehanna Sonics and the entire state of Pennsylvania. Super's dad at $500 billion.
One of the richest people
on the planet.
in the world.
Would that make him the richest man on Earth?
I don't think so. I'm not very up to...
I think so, because I think Bill Gates is the richest with like 130 million.
Let me check it.
130 billion. So that would make... Super's dad would be 5 times the wealth of the next richest man.
Okay, no. Let me see. Hang on.
Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos were trading back and forth like 120 billion or something.
I don't really remember.
Some outlandishly silly number where it's like,
okay, no, yeah.
You don't need that much money.
Yeah, Bill Gates is like 110, it says here.
Yeah, 110 billion. So Super's dad is worth 5 times Bill Gates.
And then Bezos is 118.
So, yep.
118 billion.
Just in case anybody is curious.
The richest man in the world also happens to be in Siege.
Super stat.
Super stat.
Like he said, that's why he owns the Susquehanna Sonics.
He got it all out of Siege, guys.
That's that's why, you know, and it's,
Thanks to Ubisoft for making some serious careers.
yes, big ups to you. Rise swings in, final round between Rogue and Empire. Rise swings on in, and well, he's going to take quite a lot of damage. Doesn't hit anybody on the process.
Yeah. So, Rogue, not an auspicious start to this round. And need we remind you guys, this is the last round of the match. So this is this is either 1 point for Rogue and Empire or 3 points for Empire. It's big for both teams as they're both at the top of the leaderboards in Europe. And even a single point is actually going to be really beneficial to Rogue at this point in time. So they really are fighting this. They really want it. They're going to miss a cam, though, in office, which is going to give away the position of the block. But oh no! Joystick runs into Rips, who's holding the push from Archives. A bad push from Empire, and that blunder might cost them the match. As Karzeka gets hits, though, it's back to even man count. One down for each.
Yet another opening pick for Rogue. Will it actually go anywhere? They've all but one in this half. Karzeka has not been shaken off of that armory wall as he got his kill, and he's not too far off of Scyther either. If you want to see the Australian operator swing on in. Oh. Karzeka whiffing so hard you hate to see it. With Aces and Rise collecting a pair and giving Rogue a numbers advantage, doubling up on Team Empire. 1 minute left. If the timer was a little bit lower, this could still very much be winnable for Empire. But if Rogue is able to get into the site quickly, then that's going to spell doom for this Russian squad. I don't think they have a ton of intel, though. No drones currently active. There's one. Corey will go on it. He's on hard breach duty. He sees that Customs might be his for the taking. Can't see through the wall. Down goes Dan, spotted inside of Sock, and then Shepard alone in ventilation. He might be able to grab one kill here. He sees the leg of the IQ of Aces, doing a considerable amount of damage. He'll run out and rotate on through the rest of Workshop. Corey getting the diffuser down, and that's a very quick 7 seconds. You gotta hurry, Shepard, if you're gonna go anywhere, else it's going to be a draw for your squad. You fought valiantly to be able to get 1 point now. 3 more lie on the table. We've seen some heroics from Shepard, and Raleigh will be able to repeat it. He's getting flashed out. And there are marks for him to be able to work off of. Opens up one of the panels. Rips is there, doesn't see him, but the Ash will swing on out. And it's Rise to finish the day. These two teams seem destined to do this forever. It's 1 point for each. It's not going to really help that much in the standings, but Empire still remain undefeated. There's more of a victory, I would say, for Rogue. They pick up 1 point, though. They'll both sit at 1 and 2. No change at the top.
So that's Empire 7 points, Rogue 5 points, and like I said, no positionings changing up. So, and it actually is going to put both of these teams far enough away from everybody else that they can't be caught up to today. So there's that. Big win there for both squads. Like I said, the points are more valuable here.
I mean, Rogue's going to have 5 points, Michael.
Oh, sorry,
4 points. And if
they can catch up to Rogue, they can't
points.
catch up to Empire. Sorry. We talked about this earlier.
We don't
do numbers.
We don't deal with numbers that small.
No numbers.
Can't do ones, twos, threes. Never heard of them.
Only millions.
Only millions. Superstat 500 billion. Anyway, break is ready for you. We're going to be up next. G2 versus 4 is the rematch from the Raleigh Major. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back. My name is Intero on Kickstarter, and we are millionaires. Thanks so much for joining us.
We're going back to that one.
We're not. It's ESL said we're going to milk it dry, and I think that's a kind of a crude and gross metaphor. But I mean, the ESL Rainbow Six account said milk it dry. So
They are technically the boss. So
we listen to them.
we're just employees here, you know.
They cut our checks, millions of checks. Apparently, that's why we get paid the big bucks. We have G2 versus Fours on deck for you. And we haven't seen these two teams compete against one another since all the way back in August of 2019 on the sunny beaches of Raleigh, North Carolina, when G2 humbled Fours after a dynamic run through the lower bracket, through the group stages rather, and then through the quarterfinals as well. My brain is not working today. We'll bring up the rosters for you. Take me off the screen so you don't have to look at my mug.
We'll throw up Fours first. WTG, Ras, Shockwave, Kama, and Pasha. This is a roster that I think has caught a lot of people by surprise. If you've not watched Siege Esports before, let me explain. We saw just 2 years ago, I don't even think the Russian teams were even involved, you know, and there was a lot of...
The CIS region did not exist in this game until fall 2018.
And then what happened is Empire came in a big way, and everyone was shocked that they were as good as they were. And then right after Empire, you saw Fours come in, and everyone was even more shocked that there was just another team waiting to show their face out of the CIS region. And Shockwave, a former player on Empire, came onto Fours and put them in, I think, the same league, same stride as their other Russian brethren. Blah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go all the way back to when Empire was known as Identity, and then before that they were Room Factory when they actually qualified for Six Invitational 2018, the first major that you and I worked at. Their opponents are the most storied roster in all of Rainbow Six that has a bit of a new identity, with Uno and Krya not being original staples of this roster. Pengu and Fabian are really the only long-lasting surviving members of the squad mech, with Goga and Jonas were on the team, KS way back, Shate briefly, and then Kanto Ricchetti joining. You're pointing frantically at the screen.
I really want to point out, because I feel like this is important and not talked about enough. Pengu has been on this roster, not this team, mind you, not with this particular set of players, but on this technical roster since the very start.
Yep.
He won Season 1 Pro League on this, technically on this ESL roster, which is absolutely crazy. He's never moved.
And according to the same celebrity news sites that we were looking at, not only is he worth a considerable amount of money, but the best part is it says he's 14 years old. So ESL, you got to start checking, all right? Is apparently Pengu is 14 years old competing in Pro League, and he's worth like
$2 billion.
Yeah, he's worth $2 billion, something like that. Absolutely insane. 14 years old, $2 billion. Can't believe it. Highly lucrative YouTube channel. Excellent Twitch streamer. Multiple-time world champion. Also 14 years old.
Yeah, which is obviously, you can't do that. You can't be doing that 18 plus in competitive Siege. So
yeah.
We're coming for you, Pengu. All right, let's go through the map veto. Let's find out where we're going to play this one.
So, it's Cafe and Bank that are going to be blocked out. A couple good maps that you can see for Fours, one of which being Clubhouse. Very last ban from G2, Consulate. Fours' map pool is an interesting one because I don't think it's quite as robust as the rest of their brethren here in EU. I definitely get the belief that Fours have some very obvious maps they like to hide. Empire's the same way. Empire will insta-ban Villa every time. As the kids would say. So it's going to be their first ban, and especially in a best of 5 where you only get one ban a piece, it's always going to be Villa for Empire. Here, I mean, the general rule is you don't take a Russian team to Clubhouse, it gets banned out. Border is also a good map for Force. It also gets banned out. So G2 putting in their homework here. And a map like Villa, which Force doesn't really seem to play, at least not from what I've seen. It's not a bad map for G2 either. Consulate seems to be a fairly even footing for the two teams.
Yeah, no, I mean, both of these teams pretty good on Consulate. I would say, looking at the history, Fours has played a couple of teams there at OGA, for example, and in Challenger League. That's what I've got to work on in their recent history. So they haven't had anything actually relevant to talk about there. Whereas G2, they have played Consulate at OGA LAN. But they didn't win it. They actually lost that one to MIBR, and they played it before that at OGA Online versus BDS, and they managed to win that one. But like I said, that's not a whole lot to go on for either team. So really, realistically speaking, we're just going to go in this with the expectations of the teams less the map.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for the full lobby to get everything underway. But what do you think? G2 is a fan favorite. Are you going to vote for them? You going to vote for the hot shot upstart Russian squad of 4s? We'll bring up the community vote in just a second and see what you think.
I think that there's still people who are holding on to G2 being the team, but no. Okay, I was wrong.
Oh, wow. That is like significantly different. I was not expecting that even.
Way to make me eat my words, guys.
Yeah. Wow.
Nom nom.
Are we sure those aren't backwards?
Yeah, it almost sees like it would be backwards.
Seems like it should be.
But then again, I think it's in vogue to like hate G2 right now.
Where you at, G2 Army? Where you at?
It's like it's the new thing to not think that G2 is gonna lose because they're not
hating on G2. I feel like I've been on the bandwagon for like 3 years now.
Yeah, you have. You hated them.
I feel like I was like the original
before they were G2.
Yeah, I feel like I was I was one of those OGs.
He was hating G2 before it was cool to hate G2. Before they were even called G2.
All the teams you hate, I hated 5 years ago.
All the teams you love, he has loved the whole time.
And I don't love them anymore because now people love them, so I can't love them anymore.
That's you got to move it around.
All the teams you love now, I hate.
Yeah.
It's called being a hipster, I believe. You base your identity off of what you dislike. This is very important. It's very important that you...
Is that why you shaved?
What?
Is that why you shaved your head?
I failed to see how that...
If you base your identity on... You like it?
All right, well, apparently we have a break ready for you, so there's some hiccups with the lobby.
We'll find out.
I think my hair is great. We'll talk about this. We'll wrestle.
I'm kidding, of course. It looks good.
We'll wrestle about this, but we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with our third matchup in just a second. everybody, and welcome back. We are almost underway with our third matchup here between G2 and Force, and I believe we were told that we have an update to the community vote. I don't know if that's ready for you. However, we were told that the original community vote, which put Force at 60-some-odd%, was actually incorrect. 70%.
So
22 and 8%. This is less surprising.
yeah, I thought it
Pretty
was.
bang on. So
I was like, I think the community still got some backing power for G2, and makes sense that
22%.
I was like, okay, but yeah, no, this makes more sense. It makes more sense. I think it should be a little bit more towards Force. To be honest, if I were to give an honest appreciation of this one, I'd say that Force has a good chance of winning this outright. But like the actual community view there makes more sense to me.
A lot more sense.
We've got everybody, so as soon as they're all ready, we will jump right into the match. Of course, reminder, it will be Consulate. Second time today that we get to play that map, which is going to be exciting. Hopefully this time it'll be more of a competition.
Hopefully.
Yes.
We'll see.
When we actually load it.
Yeah, we actually load it. Soon.
Everybody's dropping readies in the chat, so it'll be pretty soon, actually.
14-year-old Pengu and the rest of his team is ready to rumble.
Thought it was just his birthday or something.
I feel like... No, it's Foxay's birthday.
Oh, right.
Foxay is now 12 years old.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Everybody out here pointing with fake IDs. Everybody. Michael, Kickstar is...
I thought we weren't supposed to tell anybody about that part.
Michael is only 8 years old.
Yes.
I am 47.
What?
But I
Are
tell
you
people
like you're absorbing everyone's
Tell
years?
people I'm 29.
You're just
I'm
absorbing
like
people's years.
Galactus, except instead of eating planets,
Okay.
I eat everybody's calendars. G2 is going to be starting on defense. They get very first ban. They are going to ban Nomad on Consulate. That makes sense.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Probably see a Valkyrie on defense too, or this is going to be a really interesting one. We'll find out. If Valkyrie is not banned on defense, you'll see a lot of aggressive play considering Nomad is banned on attack. When you ban Nomad, you've as the other team, you now kind of have to ban Valkyrie. Otherwise, the run-out potential, the aggression potential is just too extreme. So, yeah, like I said, we'll probably see that ban on the Valkyrie.
Hopefully.
Maybe not here. Maybe in the next one. I don't know. I mean, and even if it doesn't happen, it's just going to be a really weird match because of that. But no, it will be right here. You can tell that they thought about that. Because if Force hadn't banned Valkyrie, G2 might have also, unless G2 is planning on having that aggression as an option. The mute ban, also a little bit different than usual. So it's cool to see all this defensive banning differences. But the mute ban is basically just to make things like clearing top floor easier. Wait, what is this? What do you think? We'll ban Valk and then you ban Capital. And he's like, what? That's on the wrong side there, Pengu.
He goes, what do you think they will ban? Echo or Valk? And he goes, Capital. And okay.
Oof. Oof.
Oh.
Now everyone's hating on Pengu. Guys, he's a child.
He's only 14 years old.
Stop it. He's 14.
According to celebnews.com, Pengu is only 14 years old.
Cut him some slack. It's rough, man.
It's the only balding 14-year-old I've ever seen.
Is he? No way.
He jokes about the fact that his hair is thinning all the time.
I don't know. There's nothing.
I've never really...
If it is, then there's nothing you can do about it. It's genetic,
To be
right?
honest with you, I've never really assessed his hairline.
I've never assessed it either. Yeah.
A big part of why I wanted to shave my head was because I wanted to see like what the machinery was like underneath, and I'm very happy with what it looks like.
Yeah, yours is good. It's good, and it's
Very
already
strong.
So you're not gonna shave it again, right? You're just gonna keep it all grown out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to grow it out. The
I like-
problem is when we come to the Invitational. The Invitational is a month away.
Yeah.
All right, it's not like it's probably it's gonna be very short for the Invitational, right?
It's growing really fast. Though.
It is growing really fast, but I think it was a bit too ambitious for me to assume that it was going to grow like that much. Right?
No, but it looks good though. I think going into the Invitational, this is
I think
a good
you look
phase
good,
for it to
Michael.
go. Well, thank you, Parker. I think you look good too.
I think you look damn fine.
Excellent. We're both
Really handsome.
looking forward to the Invitational.
Sharp. You look
Nice,
sharp.
Nice to be feeling yourself when you're going into a big event like
You
that.
look sharp.
Thank you, Parker.
You're welcome, Michael.
Now,
All I was going to say is that depending on what it's at, because it's like, you know, like when your hair is like, it's kind of shaved, but it gets to like that weird length where it's like you can't do anything with it because it's like still like prickly and like,
yeah,
I might get like some of it trimmed down and then just be like, whatever you grow. I don't know.
I mean that's an option.
I have to fight through it.
I think it'll
Michael, the Invitational is the premier marquee event of the Rainbow Six calendar, and I'll be damned if I'm not going to look my bestest for it. Okay?
yeah, that's
The Invitational's
what
like
accent is that?
the Invitational's like the pretty girl that you want to ask to the ball, and you're not asking to the ball if you look like a schmuck.
I feel like that's a specific Canadian accent, like a regional one.
I have no idea. I just work here.
Oh, okay. But you're Canadian.
That's true.
Now,
A garage defense, by the way, for
yes,
Michael.
and fours are clearing out the top floor to begin with. The reason that they're doing this is that they want to deal with any potential roam upstairs or in the middle floor. Then they can start opening up from above in piano. There's lots of soft destruction on the fours side, so they'll be able to leverage that quite substantially when it comes to the site attack, moving the anchors around by opening up above the anchors. They also have a thermite, so they can open up the garage wall. There is a Kaid being brought by G2. That's on the side of Cryin, or the hands of Cryin, I should say. Cantor Ketty, though, are the hands that are going to get the first kill. Shockwave hits the floor. No more gridlock coming out in this round. No smokes in this round, and none of those track stingers. That's a really beneficial kill for G2. It's going to give them a little bit more versatility. With Nomad being banned, gridlock is very important.
Drone's up and running.
Now, it's only one kill, so fours are not out of this round by any stretch. But really great position for G2 to find themselves in. No breaching charges on WTG. Shotgun gone for Shockwave. Lots of pressure on Pasha to do the soft destruction. He's going to have to be very selective with his skeleton key placement and very efficient. Sometimes when you use that skeleton key, you'll have to use 2 on one floor to get a hole all the way through. So he needs to make sure that the angle... Oh, see, like that, exactly.
Literally, as you said.
He needs to make sure that the angle never lets that happen, because if he can avoid that happening, then he'll be more efficient with his skeleton key, and he'll be able to open up more of this floor and influence the site and the anchors more. Yeah, that's the end of that
Words
story.
happen.
More.
That's
yeah.
more.
That's a really nasty Kaid spot, by the way.
That is a really good spot. And keep in mind that the Kaid Electric Claws now are capable of taking 3 panels with it. Toxic Canister hucked on out. WTG will see that. He snaps onto Cryin, and there's your very first casualty onto G2. We've got the opening pick about a minute and a half sooner. Rask will get out of there as quickly as he can, which leaves that skeleton key upstairs do work for Pasha. Toxic Canister will go off at the breach. And fours are choked off for the time. There's seconds left on the clock.
Explosive shields, gas canisters, evil eyes. There's very little chance for a play here.
Utility soak going on in unless Force just simply engages in an all-out brawl. Well, they're not going to go very far. Pasha's covering Unomeister, though, from above. Gets tased down as Kama, so Rask will go on in. There goes one to Pengu as he comes in, sprays out WTG. Rask gets taken out by the evil eye cam, and G2 will win the very first round.
Yeah, no chance there for Force. Absolutely no chance. Couple factors going into that. Big thing, Cantor Ketty, first pick, beginning of the round, really. Contact upstairs, and there was no response from fours in the immediate. So G2 and Cantor Ketty get away from that nice and free, unscathed. Later into the round, we see top floor, middle floor control for fours, of course, yes, but it's not used for very much, if I'm being honest. We saw the buck of Pasha manage to open up a couple holes, but he didn't get any of the crucial anchor spots. I don't know why I said it like that. Parker.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
I don't even know. Today is so weird.
Today is something else. Today is something else. I don't know.
Crucial, Parker.
I don't know what's going on. I was like, wow, that's some dramatic emphasis. I was like, reality with that one. But
no, I'm sorry. Let me finish.
Ace of Pirate.
Let me finish it.
While we were in the break, I was scrolling through Twitter because I basically live on Twitter. Ace of Pirate was like, I don't know what it is. Like the banter between Kix and I today is like top tier. Kix is like top tier, and I was like, dude, I don't even know what it's like today. It's just we are on something else.
It's a weird day. Something's going on. Something's in the air. But no, okay. But let me finish my point. So he missed some of the crucial anchor spots.
So please,
crucial.
Please redo the emphasis on crucial.
He missed some of the crucial anchor spots, and then after that, what happened is those players, whether it be by kitchen or security or pipes or back of white, pretty easy hold from G2. There was also an abundance of utility, and the reason there was so much utility in play there is, of course, G2 brought a bunch, yeah, but there was no picks from fours early on, and there's like 50 seconds left when they actually got the panel open. Rask will get Cantor Kitty, so that's free, pretty much. Bad timing there from Kanto to be placing AES on the wall. That's one of the troubling things about playing an operator like Jaeger. So you've got so much to set down. You got 2 barbed wire, 3 ADSs, 2 reinforcements. Jaeger has some of the most prep to do of any operator on the defense. He's up there. He's top 5 easily. And given that, it's you got to be really efficient in your prep phase to avoid deaths like what we just saw from Cantor Ketty. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't even like playing Jaegers, because you have so much to do. Whereas with Pulse, you reinforce and you're done.
Are you saying that Jaeger is like a labor-intensive operator?
It did prep phase, yeah, but then after that, he's just a fragger.
Michael,
What?
Jaeger's job is to be toxic and run around, and that's it. Shockwave, by the way, finds Pengu. Down goes Pengu. Another very important piece for the G2 defense in the smoke that is no longer in play. Suppressed MP will be heard. This is a good yokai that's inside of admin that will spot out the members of fours, but you can't rotate through Visa because the entire stair is covered in Trax Stingers. That's what Cryan's going to determine as we hit the ultra field of view, and he gets spotted by Shockwave, but Cryan wins the fight. Great aim.
Yeah, it was a really big kill there for Cryan. It might bring his team back into this round. Uno at the top of Spiral is going to have a crucial role. He needs to hold long desk. Meanwhile, the nade going into Connector will down Fabian. That, speaking of crucial, is going to be very important in this round, as Fabian will no longer be able to stun and deny plant using his yokai drones. He's also not going to be able to kill anyone with his guns or hold onto the bomb site, which he was the only person in a position to actually do that. And as Uno goes down, it's pretty much lost control here for G2. They've got a C4 from below in Cryan, but that's it.
40 seconds left. Fabian will need to be retrieved. Cryan, the newest member of G2, in an unenviable spot. He comes back up yellow stairs, and while the Commando's not exactly the gun that you want in this position, and on Repel, it's going to be Pasha to finish it off. Pasha, terrifying shot, and fours will take this one back. Are we going to see a Rogue Empire repeat where it is a 6-6 and the teams just trade back and forth and back and forth? Well, I mean, it's 2 rounds, but I think that's enough to conclude that, yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's
realistically possible.
10 rounds, that's exactly what will happen.
All right, I guess we'll see as we continue on here. Thus far, I would say, yeah, pretty even competition. It will be top 4 once again from G2, not going to the mid just yet. We want to see if they can win upstairs. To be fair to G2, they did lose one player at the beginning of the round. It was really costly for them. That was Cantor Ketty and CEO for free. Like I said, that's not ideal. So, you know, we'll see if they can avoid that kind of death this time around. I'm surprised he was using that ADS at the time that he was, Cantor Ketty. Because it was like 30 seconds into the round already, wasn't it? Pretty crazy. That means he spent like just over a minute setting up his round. Must have been a confusing one for him. He must have had to adapt something instead of doing his typical routine. You can see the ban rates for each of the operators on your screen, the ones that have been banned in this match. Now, Mute, of course, is got a really low ban rate, but I think all that 2% has got to be on Consulate because he is a really smart ban here, to be honest. Consulate's got a lot of places where you can put Mute jammers and just completely lock up the clear. And you can see, actually, this is really interesting. Something to note about both of G2's bans. Remember how we always talk about how the Gridlock Nomad combo is similar to the Mute Mozzie combo? And that both of those like sets, if you double up on them, they can cause so much pain for the enemy team in one particular category that it becomes hard to play the game. G2 specifically banned to avoid both of those combinations. Both the Mute Mozzie and the Nomad Gridlock denied by G2. They clearly have read into Forza's operator selection and are trying to say, no, you can't do that. Because I'm sure that is a pain to play against. And that's why Forza brings it out. And they do actually bring out both of those combinations. So
that's the pole spotted down below by Visa Stairs. As Shockwave could bother to push towards it, but will do no such thing. Pasha takes a bit of damage on Repel. It could be through Projector. Who knows exactly where, and he'll go back up onto the roof. Just waste time. Don't see that buckskin very often, by the way, on this gun.
Which one is it? Oh, yeah.
That's the pole skin.
Was it how old is that one?
It's very old.
Yeah, I think I have that one because it was like one of the way back when it was one of the few gun skins that looked good. I was like, I gotta have it.
Oh, you can't say that. Uno from below. He's got a package with Rask's name on it. It happens to be explosive package. Rask is dead. So G2 gets the opening pick. Half of the round on in.
There just weren't many skins, Parker. And yes, we have the first kill going the way of G2. But it's not over yet. Still plenty of time for Force to execute onto the site. You can see Pasha's not sure if he wants to be on the balcony or not. So he's continually going back and forth, looking for the picks. He's not able to find anything just yet. There's some tracks set up on Visa Stairs to slow down a potential rush up Visa Stairs from one of the roamers. That's a really good yokai, but it's spotted out by WTG, which is going to influence this round greatly.
That's huge. You got to smoke off the back of Long Desk in order to get the exothermic charge off for Kama, so he's going to have to get up there at some point. It's being watched by 2 members of Fours that are over towards admin. Very similar frag grenade goes in, tossed by Pasha, but it will not connect with anybody as G2 was very wise to that position. They're not going to repeat the same mistake again. That's a good swing from Kanto Raketti. He wins those and he lands those shots. It's a tough one to make, but down goes WTG. Shockwave is now the most pivotal operator in a position of conflict, top of Visa stairs. Got track stingers to give him some protection. Easy kill on Pengu as Pasha repels upside down. I don't think the Smoke was expecting that to happen from the Bucks play. If he repels on in, it's going to be really tough. Cryon takes out Shockwave, and it's Kama versus Pasha. Down goes Pasha. And this should be an easy hold for G2 with lots of crossfires established. Consulate used to be one of G2's best maps for those specific crossfires being held, and while G2 does exactly as they need to here with Cryon getting the very final kill, and G2 will answer back. It's 2-1.
If we said answer back to every single time, it's an answer back. We would say it every round.
There's a lot of answering, man.
It's it's nobody's won 2 rounds in a row again.
It's like the equivalent of like they answer back is like Fours like messaging G2 at like 3 in the morning being like, "Hey, you up?" Is G2 gonna answer back? In that round, yes.
We'll see. We'll see. Speaking of,
"Hey, you up?"
I had like another development to that, but I totally lost it. Like it just slipped right out of my head.
It's one of those days, man.
It's what I had it like perfectly set up in my brain, and then it just disappeared, Parker. I don't even know how it happened. Middle floor for G2. They have yet to go here. Trying the top floor twice before we're finally getting it. And defending the bottom floor to begin things. They're going to be able to bring a Mozzie, but they don't. I don't know why I said that. I meant Maestro and Echo. Parker, I was trying to say Maestro Echo combo. I don't even know how Mozzie got there. I'm sorry. They're going to be able to bring a Maestro and an Echo, which is really important on this site in particular because both of those utilities are useful in the main lobby. We always like to talk about how middle floor defense is very unique in that one of the bomb sites has no horizontal soft destruction. That is to say, none of the walls on the B site are breachable. Of course, there is vertical soft destruction from the drop downs down below and the floor above, but if the attack can successfully clear either the top or the bottom, then generally speaking, you can, well, get rid of the defender's hold on that bomb site and then go ahead and plant in the main door. That's really relevant. And that is why you see both of the Echo and the Maestro be incredibly important on this site, because they can use both of those to try and deny that eventuality. Or not necessarily an eventuality, but that potential scenario, I guess you could say. Pasha setting up on the meeting balcony yet again, trying to apply pressure to Pengu. This is a really dangerous standoff for Pengu, and he's going to get pushed off of it thanks to that breach from admin office.
I don't know if this is going to do any damage to the Spider-Man-esque positioning that we see of Pasha, as Fours have very quickly cracked open admin. Battle line going nuts today.
Yeah, good riddance.
Good riddance. See you later, don't come back. These yokai drones from G2 are getting picked apart without any pause from Fours at all. And we know that Echo is a staple of a lot of teams, but do you necessarily want to continue to use an operator like that is being hard countered as much as they are? Pengu's been down from Pasha toying with that upside down repel. He's going to take a little bit of damage from a run out over towards Piano. WTG is in. Oh, what a shot on the Kanto Raketti. Just narrowly threading the needle, but in all the wrong ways on the Pengu as Pengu is down by the wall. And he gets picked back up. That is a missed opportunity for Fours, and Pengu will now sit by the reinforcements. He gets droned out yet again. The guns from Fours are coming alive. All over on the eastern side of the building. Uno removes Shockwave from action. Fabian is there, takes out Kama, and Fours are now trailing. Every remaining member of Fours very low on HP. 50 seconds to go for them.
If it's a win for G2, you can trace it directly back to that near miss from WTG. He could have gotten 2. He could have gotten 1, but he didn't get either. It's not on him necessarily. It was a shot in the dark. But boy, is that unlucky. Only 35 seconds left for Fours to execute onto the site.
Fours are holding as if they have a numbers advantage right now. They know that G2 is not going to get antsy and give them anything. So Fours will have to capitalize off of what limited information they have, and there's a start. Uno at the top of the spiral stairs gets pushed by WTG from the lifeline, and then spotted by the Buck. Rasp getting zapped by the Evil Eye Cam. This is a lobby take that you're going to need from Fours. Pengu finds one, Fabian another, and it's Pasha in a 1v3 with G2 looking to put two together, and they will. You can see from multiple angles, there's more than one shooter. G2 take that round, and they are up 3-1.
Solid defense there from G2. And like I said, you could trace it back to one moment in time. In that round, it was WTG just narrowly missing a shot. Now, he couldn't see his targets, mind you, so it's important to note it's not on WTG. Not his fault, but oh boy, could that have been the round just cleaned up and finished off. And then it started going the way of G2, beginning with Cantor Ketty. No, wait, correction, not Cantor Ketty, it was Uno. I was mistaken because Uno actually rotated onto Jaeger. And then following that, we saw the rest of G2 start to pile on. Fabian had a big individual round. Pengu contributed quite a lot. Cryan also getting in there. So everyone on G2 seemingly stepping up when it really mattered in that round and bringing it in for G2, despite the great early start from Fours upstairs clearing meeting.
Attackers need to locate and
should also note that a lot of that utility, like the yokai drones and the evil eyes, are getting countered pretty well by Fours.
Yeah.
Like the IQ plays 10 out of 10. The lifelines are going where they need to go.
Console, by the way, we're bringing up these stats here. I'm assuming these are so far from the season. The attackers are having a banger. Can we actually bring those back up? Is it possible? I wasn't done looking at them. Please bring them back up. Production. Production, can you bring them back up? Hello. Hey, you up? Hey, you up? What you doing? No, I guess we're...
He's doing it, I think.
Is he doing it?
I think
He's doing it. Fingers crossed.
Hey, there it is.
There it is. There it is. Hey, there it is. The attackers right now, by far and away, the better way to play Consulate. And if you take a look at our very first match between BDS and Vitality, the attackers won 3 of 9 rounds, and right now, the defenders have won 3 of 4 rounds. So we have these numbers swapped around for this particular Playday, which is crazy given the statistics for Consulate.
Okay, so these stats, by the way, in case you're wondering, was all of Season 10 and for like pretty much like the last 6 months or so. So that's like a lot of different things pulling into those statistics. Now, it's interesting. We've seen kind of like a shift in attacker-defender side in comp play of Siege, but anyway, that's Pulse right there being chased by Rask, but Uno's going to read the sound of the suppressed P12 and run away. So the Pulse will persist. LMG being played there on Rask for Fours, and that's a powerful weapon. IQ LMG has been very powerful in the past and continue to do so. I think they put angle grip on that too, right? Or was it one of the other LMGs that they put that on? Which makes it really powerful because it always had a problem with
yes,
ADSB.
it has angle grip on it now.
Yeah, and that makes it a really versatile
Everybody's
weapon.
running the angle grip on it too because it's very minimal vertical recoil, so why not run the angle on it?
I just remember, I keep trying to remember to put it on my IQ every time I get home from a cast when I see it in Pro League, and then I always forget.
The L8 that IQ runs had like one of the lowest ADS speeds of any weapon. It was painfully slow, and it's a little bit more standardized now. Yeah, it's not terrible now.
Because whether
it's better than the Commando is really a personal preference, I think.
Yeah, I mean they're all good. I mean, even some people like the AUG. You can't go wrong with IQ's weaponry.
She doesn't have a shotgun though. She doesn't have the M870.
Yes, that is true. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, she doesn't. As a 3-speed, I mean, yeah, she's got that really good rifle power. But okay, sight pressure being put out here from Fours, and they're bucking from above, they're breaching from above. This is a much better vertical presence from Fours than the last time we saw them attack onto the bottom floor, but they haven't actually gotten anything out of it yet until just now. And Shockwave will down Cantor Ketty and finish him off.
Killer didn't land a single shot against Shockwave there. That's uncharacteristic of him. Frag grenade sails down.
It's Evil Eye.
Takes out some gadgetry, but doesn't find any live humans.
Oh, no.
I don't know if the pulse of Uno was spotted, or if Uno rather spotted the Twitch drone of Shockwave, who's now in pursuit. He finds Pasha, though, so Shockwave wasn't fast enough. He's letting his teammates die. Still inside of Spiral. There's Uno. Finally found by WTG, but nobody from G2 pushes up Spiral stairs. 20 seconds left. Advantage Fours. There goes one of the volcanic shields. 2 of those concussives go off. Shockwave finds Cryan. They look the wrong way. Pengu gets one. Fabian another.
Oh.
Another for Pengu. It's now only one. G2's turned this around. Kama in a 1v2. He's sitting on top of the diffuser. It's in an uncommon spot. All he needs to do is wait, and Fabian clutches it out. And it was a great opportunity for Fours to get it. But the Fabian and Pengu combo, well, it's enough. And look at that. Fabian trying to revive the Thermite. They're great friends. Great friends trying to bring him back to life, but no amount of gyration. No amount of gyration can produce enough energy to replicate a defibrillator, and well, that's it, unfortunately.
He clearly doesn't understand how CPR works.
He doesn't get CPR.
He's trying to use his pelvis. That just doesn't work like that.
You can't, like it's gyration.
Gyration?
Gyration.
He's trying to use gyration. It's not working.
Doesn't work.
No.
It's very ineffective. So.
Yes. Now, a nice try there to pick up the enemy, but it did not work out for Fabian. What he was really good at in that round, though, was shutting down the enemy, the Evil Eyes, to put in really good work in the dying seconds of that round. And more importantly, of course, he got the kill. But the real star of the show, unquestionably, for that round, is Pengu. He managed to kill 2 of the people covering the plant. And I am honestly shocked that Pengu was not shut down. He got double lifelined from the Zofia. And then he continued to play out the round with the lifeline stun lock on him. The biggest thing, the most important thing to highlight through that whole round, yes, Pengu's performance was stellar. Rask didn't check pipes. How the heck did Rask not get the call that one is at pipes when the proximity detonating lifeline from the Zofia detonated twice on someone defending from pipes? Where's the disconnect in the information there where Rask doesn't even check pipes when he's coming up through the main garage? Pengu gets an easy kill onto Rask. He follows that up with killing the second person covering from the yellow stairs. And at this point, Pengu has just salvaged the round. Fabian adds to it by getting the last player on the attack. But geez, what happened for the calls from Fours is the real question in my mind. Because that really should have been a Fours round.
Ooh.
It's a good start from WTG as Kanto Ketty hits the floor cold. Very aggro play there from Kanto. He tried to run out on the meeting balcony, and he will cost his team.
Not ideal.
No, sir.
The Vigil's job is to remain cloaked, and does not go according to plan on that one. Well, G2 will trail for the remainder of the round, play as if they got spawn peaked, because that's basically exactly what happened. They've been very successful on this defense where the stats on console skew towards the attackers. We saw it earlier, it's 54 to 46%. Lobby has actually been one of the best statistical sites for the defense. And if you're G2, you're hoping that that's the case.
Nothing.
Just say it.
No, I'll tell you later. I can't. It's a top floor cleared from Fours, and they're already putting pressure onto Tellers. But the key thing to note here, guys, is I don't think that this is a Teller hard hold from G2. They're trying to defend this from below. You've got 2 C4s on the board right now for G2. You got a Pulse on the board. There is 1 player in Tellers to prevent an outright rush, and that's going to be Pengu, who will be felled by WTG, who gets his second kill for this round.
Apologies, that was a lobby.
You said it was lobby?
The silhouettes are so strange when you look at it from certain perspectives. Yeah, no, it's. I was looking at it. I was like, that looks like lobby, but that also doesn't look like lobby. It's because it wasn't.
It wasn't. Yeah.
It wasn't. Weird day.
So Kama coming into Visa, he is trying to get control of the Tellers, but he'll actually open up. Oh, hesitating there.
Here's the pulse shooting. I think
the IQ sees the pulse, I think, as well. C4 is pre-placed. The IQ knows this and will call it out. He's trying to shoot it, and you have to detonate that. There's no way it's going to get anything if you just let it get shot.
Yeah. Creeping on down to capitalize off of this is WTG. Goodbye, Uno.
It's big 3K.
Drops like Pasha. Fabian's there, traded off by WTG. Fours ruthless on this entry. The Mozzie shuts him down and Cryan in a 1v3. But there's an open hatch above him. He wanders into his death. First half, Fours survive with just 2 rounds. G2 emerges the victor, and both teams will swap sides.
So Fours says no 5-1. And Cryan says no ace. There's a lot of denial going on in that respect, I guess. But really, it is G2 taking the strong advantage in the first half. Gotta say, impressive stuff. The big thing to notice, again, you looked at the statistics earlier. It's an attacker-sided map right now, quite heavily. So G2 should be in the favored side right now. We'll see if that holds true, though. Of course, we've seen moments where the statistically favored side, or site in some cases, ends up being the worse for a team, for just because of how the teams match up. It could be that fours on defense here are really strong. G2 could struggle. It also has to do with the bans. As you know, the Echo and the Maestro are both in play, which is very important because both of those operators are exceptionally useful in terms of utility. Fours will bring us to the top floor first. Let's see how they favor here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Fair. Today, man.
What?
I said favor. See how they favor here?
Yeah, they fair here.
I mean, it kind of works in the context, but
Maybe our brains just aren't working today.
I think brains are, yeah. They're on vacation.
Yeah.
Come back.
Come back to me. Baby, come back to me.
10 seconds.
Did you see, did you see this?
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, G2 tweeted at us, we were told, asking if we're okay.
Objective is to use a bomb.
I don't know how to answer that.
Fours didn't tweet at us asking if we were okay.
Wow, Fours.
They didn't say we were okay, so therefore I now think that G2 deserves the invite.
Gosh.
Just based on that one single criteria. Oh my, Pasha's gone! I don't know if Uno was deliberately tracking or if that was just a happy accident. But Kanto died early in the previous round, and with him went the rest of the round for G2. Will the same happen for Fours now, as Fours will be battling from behind?
Well, that's definitely a good start if you're G2. They're looking pretty solid on this clear upstairs. They've got admin control. They're denying Visa. It's thorough stuff. Nothing too overly complicated, but also no gaps left in the clear. The reason you have to clear out Visa in order to take admin is, of course, to deny C4 from below. That is accomplished by the Buck of Cryan downstairs, who can also, later in the round, buck from below to get rid of some anchors if he needs to. Depends on how he clears things out. One Yokai drone dealt with there from Kanto Raketti. The IQ has been crucial for both teams through this match. And then there's a lot of pressure that is about to be applied to meeting the A bomb site. Yep. Uno clearing out this wall. That's going to give a better angle into A as well. That'll make it so you can deny just an aggressive peek from one of the defenders. You can also cut off the Visa staircase rotation. This impact likely is used to open up the desk to remove some of the cover for the smoke playing in A. But of course, the real cover for that smoke of Shockwave is going to be his gas canisters, which have been used up. Quite a bit of them, actually. I believe 2 already used for Shockwave. Nope, just 1. I was wrong. He'll drop down, though, to try and delay from below instead of pushing his luck upstairs, where he had already survived for longer than I think he should have.
1 minute left, and the only real action you saw was at the start. There's been some skirmishes here and there, with Fours taking most of the brunt of G2's aggression. A lot of teams tend to get stuck on over towards admin, especially if they're starved for information. That's a shot from Uno. Oh my, he's got 2 for the round so far. No, he looks away and wasn't able to capitalize. Rask ends up picking up Fabian as collateral, and that's a major miss from Uno. The wrong time. Smoke gets caught out, though, from Shockwave as the rotates for both teams not going so well. Plant being attempted from Kanto Raketti. He's on 1 HP. Can he get this one down? No, another for Rask. He's picked up 3 kills. And all of this started because Uno on Visa Stairs looked away at the wrong time. Diffuser will need to be retrieved. 2v2. G2 will essentially be in a 1v2. Cryan realizes that there's still an ADS up. Kama finds Pengu. Cryan will be exceedingly vulnerable. Rask looking for kill number 4, and he'll find it. A quad kill to get ever so close to G2's advantage. But Kama will be credited with the disable. All of this stemming single-handedly from the miss on Visa Stairs, and you know Uno will be going back and kicking himself over that one. Fours. What a way to recover after a rough start to the round. They'll take their very first defense.
Uno doesn't make very many mistakes.
No.
He's one of the few players that has a near spotless record. That's a high compliment in Pro League. But that is the sort of one where when you catch it and you see it in all its glory, it's like, that burns, because it did, as you said, it did cost G2 the round without question. There was Very little potential for a recovery there at that point for G2. An awkward engagement for Rask as he was just playing up and down on those Visa stairs and winning his gunfights. But yeah, mostly it comes down to that one moment, that crucial moment where Uno came off the angle at the wrong time. Now, important to note, I would like to highlight this since many people don't know this, actually. The spectator camera, the spectator point of view, is like slightly behind the actual player's point of view. So while we saw Rask on our screen when he came around that corner, and we think that G2, or rather Uno saw him, it was actually Uno probably saw Rask out of the corner of his eye when he was transferring and followed the tracers to see Rask. He didn't see Rask as clearly as we did. I just want to highlight that because like the spectator is like, I'd say half a second behind everyone. So just give Uno a little bit of room to breathe there on the hate train because you know it's rough timing, but it's not like he saw him clearly. It's not all on him, so it happens. It does. So we'll go to the bottom floor next for fours. We'll see how they fare here. I gotta say, that top floor win for fours is so big for them because it locks away a site that honestly they weren't good on. That top floor defense was pretty bad. And Uno was doing a great job of picking it apart before he missed that one crucial moment. More importantly, G2 had an excellent clear of the top floor, and they were slotted to win it. Out. Things were looking real great for G2, and then it just didn't happen. So the fact that Forwards doesn't have to defend top floor again is really big.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they will at some point, just not right.
Not right now.
Just not right now. So, Pulse spotted down below as there's drone work from G2. They've been very silent with these drones, which has allowed them to collect so much information. Forwards did similar things when they were on attack, so both teams having good information gathering days. It's a brief encounter there with Pasha on a member of G2 outside, but nobody takes any damage for it, so they're just able to get on off, pretend it didn't happen at all. There's a lot of Goyo shields on the field. Once again, this utility soak roll that you're going to see out of Goyo and the way that it'll be played. Uno showing that secondary shotgun can work in a pinch, but showing just how effective it really is or isn't. Second, one of those volcanic shields will go off. Kanto Rigetti inside of the main lobby. Most of G2 seems to be drawing themselves in. Not ideal.
Can't we just dub them volcanoes? Like, wouldn't that make sense, kind of contextually?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Good use of the volcano so far in this round from Goyo, I suppose for delay effect, because that's really what's happened. We've seen our round get down to the last minute, and that's a really effective use of that that delay factor. I'm surprised that Kryan's not opened this wall yet. He's waiting for information, I'm guessing, on the exact location of his opponent before he goes for it. He wants it to be an explosive kill onto the Goyo. Oh, what is that spot from Goyo? He's not droned out either, but he'll lose out to the peek from Kanto Rigetti. Good timing there. Kryan opens, Kanto peeks. That's teamwork for you.
Kryan has seemed much more comfortable with his squad. Even if G2 win or lose this match, I think Kryan is fitting in better within the way that G2 plays. Could be a little too early to tell, though, just because Consulate does tend to be one of G2's better maps for coordination. Rask eliminates Kanto Rigetti. Fabian getting the diffuser down. 1 second left. Can be stopped in time. Oh, they're going to get away like robber barons. Bandits in the night. Uno finds Pasha. Advantage favoring G2. Timer ticking away. And the exothermic charge will go off on the wall. Some late work being done. Fabian playing far from back. He sees the Maestro. Pengu takes out WTG. The opening with Rask there will find Fabian. Trading fire. Pengu will get 2 kills. Big round for G2, and they'll take it. 5-3 now. It's the second round in a row that the objective has gone down for G2. They're looking much better on attack and more comfortable than I anticipated.
If you're wondering why the team hyped there, it's because, well, I mean, as soon as that plant went down, round done pretty much for G2.
Was almost impossible to see them come out of that with a loss.
The big thing that I want to highlight is how distracting G2 managed to be with lifelines and positioning of players in places like Piano, because there was still a lot of denial utility on the side of Force. They could have stopped that plant. They didn't seem to know it was happening. That is crucial, absolutely crucial. Very impressive stuff from G2 that they were able to distract Fours enough to allow the plant to go down. 5-3 now for G2, and while we've seen some pretty impressive stuff from Fours as well, all of the rounds Fours had won, in fact, I would say have been just either great individual performances or absolutely flawless teamwork. G2 has been giving us much the same thing, but in more abundance, as they have managed to put themselves strongly in the lead, 1 round away from match point. It's 1-1 in this second half, though, so G2 have looked good, and I would say they probably should have won both attack rounds, but this could still go either way. Basement defense again from Fours. They'll try it second time. They have brought the Maestro, but no Echo. With the prevalence of IQ, the lack of an Echo is not exactly shocking, though I would say that IQ could strongly benefit them even without an Echo, given the operator selection on defense. Especially if you get that vertical control. You could shoot so much from above. Of course, though, G2's choice, and it's been working out for them pretty well with the selection that they brought right now. The addition of the Jackal is very important. The Twitch is also, and I know that's weird for you to hear, but Twitch is actually going to be incredibly important because of the Evil Eyes that go into the garage. You cannot plant in garage if Maestro is alive and the Evil Eyes are there, because they'll just zap you to death. There's some really nasty spots you can put those Evil Eyes, specifically on the floor of the garage, where it's just, it's so hard to deal with. So Twitch deals with that really effectively.
Shockwave took damage early on. The rest of him will be found in the hands of Kanto Raketti. Pengu's taking some damage too for G2. That's where we're at with 45 seconds into this round. But the opening pick to G2 is massive.
Yeah. Kanto Raketti always proficient with the F2 or any gun, really, and he'll actually refrag his teammate. He's in sight! A triple for Kanto Raketti, and he's putting up big numbers right now as G2 needs it. This could be match point right this second. Fabian rushes in through the breach that he has just made, but Kanto Raketti is finally shut down by Rask, who gets his second kill. Rask always finding himself exactly where he needs to be. Cryan's on low HP, as is Pengu. Rask in the lead as far as that goes, but he's got one more gun to face off against when you compare it to G2, who's in a much more comfortable position. I gotta say, though, Rask has been the playmaker through this match, and if anyone's gonna do it for Fours, it'll be him.
He's going to drop to his death very swiftly. All right, well, that's
comedic timing.
That's how it ends. You hand it off to me. You're like, and he's going to be the one to do it, and he's dead. All right, great. Pengu will secure that one, and with it, 1 point for G2. They'll be on match point. They are making mincemeat of Fours, who came into the day in third. G2's in fourth. G2 could pick up 3 big points here. They would vault over top of that rogue roster and would have sole possession of second. Now, keep in mind that G2 has not been the force that we're used to seeing. They have an opportunity to sit underneath Empire. They'd be underneath Empire by 1 point.
I'd say that G2's starting to find their stride.
Cryan has probably put in his best performance with the team so far today. His utility play has been great. His objective play has been great.
Yeah.
The way he's worked with his team has been good. He's picked up some very high-impact frags as well. I don't know the scoreboard, so I can't visualize where he is. I'm assuming he's probably got like 6 or 7 kills, probably 5 kills. 5 to 7 kills would probably be my guess, somewhere in there, just from the way that I've been counting, but I haven't really been counting it.
But the thing is,
he's got 6 kills, okay. So he's keeping pace with the rest of the team. I think it's the most comfortable that he's looked, though.
Yeah. I think the thing that a lot of people either don't know or forget about is the biggest strength, in my opinion, of G2 has always been, and probably will always be, their support staff. And their support staff just gets bigger and bigger as the years go by.
Yeah.
You've got some...
They almost have as many analysts as Space Station.
How many does Space Station have?
17.
17?
17 analysts, Michael.
Wow.
10 seconds left.
That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Bonkers bananas.
5 seconds left.
Banana bonkers.
Ever since SSG lost to G2 at the Invitational last year, they have been assembling a team of analysts.
But yeah, I mean, they've got some pretty big names, like Sua, Fresh, Shaz, and...
We're talking about G2, not SSG, by the way.
We're talking about G2, yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to transfer there after you... right after they've been putting up analysts. No, but yeah, I'm specifically talking about G2 here. And I think with... The point I was trying to get at with that support staff comment, by the way, was that you can put a lot of different players into G2, and they will eventually find their way into working with that team. That was the point I was trying to get at, because they have people helping them along the way. Pengu is going to trade out Fabian, so Hard Destructor gone for the attack, but, you know, it's not essential. Habana would be helpful on a top 4 take, but at least the refrag came out. And there goes your Legion.
I think helpful is kind of underselling it.
I mean, really important. Yeah, okay, Habana can open up the meeting wall, but you can also clear out meeting in other means, and I think that G2's plenty capable of doing that, especially with the toolkit that they have at their disposal right now.
Yeah.
Specifically, Buck would be really helpful with that, even Zofia. Why are they still so far away from the...
1 minute in, it looks like G2 hasn't largely left the spawn. All right. Well, they're making up for it now. Pistols out to maximize the speed at which they run. Uno's upstairs inside of admin. We can see that the smoke is played over on yellow. It's about as far away as you can get from Uno's current position. This upside-down rappel on the double windows has proven to be so strong. It's where Pasha took up residence, and now it's where Cryan is going to do the exact same thing. Is he going to be able to capitalize off of it?
Well, he's in a good spot. He's got a great op to win the gunfights as he gets challenged on this rappel, but no one's actually trying to challenge him right now. Nobody actually playing in meeting, in fact, for fours. This could be an easy take for them. By them, I mean G2. Everybody on fours is playing really far back, so this is a retake strategy for fours right now. It could benefit them. They do have a roamer, I think, in the basement, and that could be Pasha with a C4. And if it is, that would benefit the defense quite a lot. No, it's actually Rask who will run out on CEO Repel and lose the fight to Pengu. What a reaction! The second kill for Pengu, but he won't get a third. WTG finally shuts down Pengu, and fours will bring themselves back into an even man count.
Unless he chooses to go up yellow stairs, he'll be stopped on Spiral by by Uno still there. Cryan trying his best to do some damage. Kanto Raketti is there as they're still being harassed by Kama. He'll down Cryan. Oh no, and WTG takes out Kanto Raketti. And Uno trying to trade off as best as he can. But because of that, fours will win the round. Kama will get the very final kill in the last laugh. Still 2 rounds for fours to be able to put this one into a draw.
That Evil Eye was crucial.
Yes.
Didn't see enough explosive.
And that was the Evil Eye that Cryan botched the grenade on.
I thought it was a different...
No,
I thought both of his Evil Eyes were in there.
Wasn't it? I thought that was, from my perspective, that was the Evil Eye that he missed.
No, because I think the Evil Eye that was doing the zapping was by the windows, wasn't it? Between the windows and the door? I could be wrong.
Maybe.
I'd have to check back on the VOD. All right, I'll watch it. And we'll find out later once it pops up. But yeah, okay. Well, it could have been the one that he botched though. Anyway, continue with your.
No, that was all I was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, it could have been, and if it was, then oh boy. But I don't really remember, to be honest. It's funny because everybody in the chat is telling us like we're gonna right now when they see it, they'll be like telling us exactly what it is, and yeah. Bottom floor.
You can tell here from the round breakdown, this has not all just been a fist fight between these teams. First round won on time, then rounds 5 and 7 objective play. G2 has done a good job of being able to get that OBJ down, but they didn't that previous round. They came very close, tantalizingly close, I think some could say.
Wait, what?
They got 3 rounds where they got the diffuser down from my count.
Yeah, it's been a pretty objective focused match from G2. I think that they've really doubled down on planning around a diffuser plan.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I suspect that it's not just calls that are being made on the fly. Obviously, if we get to talk with the team, we can address it with them. They need to win 1 round over the next 2.
We'll see if we get to talk to anyone because that might not happen.
Yeah, we might have another draw on our hands. Our last match of the day is Na'Vi versus Chaos, 2 teams that look towards the bottom of the standings. Na'Vi, your reigning and defending champions, not having the best outing over the last 2 play days. First 2 play days as well. First and last 2 play days.
What are we talking about?
It's fine.
I'm sorry. Okay, no. Okay, but so the round is happening. G2 are clearing out upstairs. There is a roaming presence here for fours. You've got a player inside a CEO. Not sure who that is right now, but I'm guessing Rask. Rask has been, by the way, just tier 1 roaming lately. Absolutely right time, right place every time. But he's getting Jackal tracked right now. He's got Pasha to support him, and there's no one from G2 quick enough on the trigger or the foot to actually catch Rask as he falls away. That Jackal working really well for his team already. Is just pushing the roamer off the top floor that quickly is efficient.
Yeah, Uno's being very effective at being able to take up tons of space on that second floor. Nobody's able to slow him down one bit. But now you know that you've got the second floor completely yours, which allows Kanto to drop on down, make some noise in the process. Pings from fours as they sit in the lobby, and oh boy, if Kanto doesn't look, Pasha's dead, but I think Kanto knows, still loses it. How does the F2 lose that fight? It usually never does. Pasha, a great flick onto Kanto Raketti, and well, Kanto should have been able to win that one.
Yeah, that was a big loss there from Kanto Raketti. It comes down likely to the fact that he was crouch peeking it, but he had to do that because the desk was covering him from his flank. It didn't for the entirety of the round, or that peak rather, but it was really important. Fabian will get Rast though, so it's not over. That's a really big kill from Fabian. The fact that he's managed to get that single frag will keep his team in things. Only 45 seconds left, though, for the attack to apply pressure, and this is a basement defense, so that's not really a whole lot of time. They haven't also, they're not going to be able to open up the garage panel. That's just not going to happen with the time constriction right now. And if it does happen, it probably won't help. No exothermic charge, so either it's already happened and we haven't seen it, or it's not going to.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It has happened, we just didn't see it. All right, good.
One of them has been opened up. You couldn't hear the sound of it as the second exothermic charge was used upstairs. Shockwave still in this power play position. Given that he's got the yokai drones up watching, another kill for G2 as it's Uno taking out WTG. Goodbye to your smoke. Kama's still in action, and there's a yokai drone up. If they don't know, well, they're going to be able to knock out the thermite. Coming on in, there goes the yokai. Another kill for G2, and this is all over now as it's Pasha in a 1v4. Unless he can stop it, he can't. What a round from Uno, and G2 will win yet another match. They are showing a little bit better life than what we saw out of them in Season 10. 7-4 scoreline for G2.
Pretty decisive one, yes, with the 7-4, but not as one-sided as it could have been. We had a couple moments there where G2 lets rounds just barely slip away with their over-eagerness. A few major mistakes, like it turns out there were 2 Evil Eyes placed inside of meeting from fours, for example, on that top floor, and that double Evil Eye really did trip up G2. There was the round with Uno where he just barely got the timing wrong, and you know, little things like this, you know, not predicting 2 Evil Eyes, is that really like something that you're gonna expect? No, it's kind of surprising that you're gonna double down on the Evil Eye presence inside a meeting. The way that Force played that was just a little bit off, and it caught G2 off guard. With the roam flank from Rask, I mean, that's just timing. You can't really do much about that. There's a lot of different things factoring in there, but G2 had a good match overall.
And we'll get to speak with them. I always like speaking to them. I'm assuming it's going to be Pengu because Fabian doesn't exist anymore. So
he's been deleted from the interviews.
Yes.
Yes.
See you later. I like talking to Pengu, the 14-year-old Pengu.
You can ask him when he's...
Can you confirm or deny? Can you confirm or deny? I have a list here of things that it says about you on the internet.
$2 billion worth.
It says that you're worth $2 billion. Can you confirm or deny?
You were also 14 years old. Is this true?
Can you confirm or deny?
Simple yes or no will do.
You won by a score of 7-4. Can you confirm or deny? The rematch.
I can confirm that one.
The rematch goes in favor of G2. It was a rematch in the sense that they already quarreled once at the Raleigh Major. G2 won 2-0, and you know, Fabian was very critical of the fact that the teams played poorly against fours. We have Pengu ready though, so we'll bring him up. We'll say hello to our favorite Danish player. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hello.
You have more hair. I swear to it. It's growing so fast. It's testosterone. It's the alpha male genetics. Good job, Parker.
The alpha male genetics.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I mean,
Pengu.
I've seen you guys' values on these websites. Like, you guys are ballers, okay? Kickstart, don't get me started here, Michael.
So he's seen it, so we don't even need to get into it. You are ESL tweeting that you were worth $2 billion.
I didn't know that. Like, that's crazy.
$2 billion.
That's wild.
Why are you playing Rainbow Six right now?
Because it's fun. It's really, really fun when it works. Really it's not as fun when it doesn't work. But Ubisoft came in really close today, and they made it work before our game. Clearly, we are their favorite team, right? Because every game was not as good as ours because it was a bit laggy, but then they're like, G2's about to play. We're going to make it nice for them. We're going to...
Oh, the timing! You froze.
What?
You froze. Tell him he doesn't know.
You froze right as you
froze.
froze. Would you like to repeat it, by the way?
Anyway, I just appreciate Ubisoft fixing the servers. Bless. That's all I was saying.
Bless. So you're saying that Ubisoft is playing favorites? It's weird. The invite is going to be on.
Invite is coming up
The invite's
soon.
going to be on Wednesday. They announced that they're going to be revealing the team that got it.
I mean, there is always
Can't wait for it to be Team
Adventure Force on
Secret.
the line, so-
Can't wait for it to be Team
Team
Secret.
Secret, Eminem, Adventure Force. You know, there's all
Adventure Force is my pick. All right, first question for you. I want to talk specifically about the round where you and Fabian somehow managed to pull a victory out of your in a 2v4 on Garage with you playing on pipes. Walk us through that round. Give us your mind for a second here.
All right, so basically, it was going really well. You know, we had go-to shields, smoke grenades, we had mana adventure, I believe, or at least we're equal. So strategies function as it should. All of a sudden, people die, shields are out, I have no smokes left, they have vertical play, there's a guy yellow, killing Crying, and we're like, okay, we gotta win now. I push up, I hide in the corner, prone like I do best. Fabian's probably not doing anything, like usual. I get Sophia stunned, and I am crying for my life. I see a really small silhouette just yeeting through the bomb side. That's the IQ. I kill her. Fabian again. The enemy player throws himself at him because he has a bad aim, but he still kills him. I then take my shotgun, pew pew, smoke main, shoot the Sophia. She's injured. Pew pew again. She's dead. I'm less than 20 health, which means I have no game sound. The guy's standing next to me. I have no idea. Crying yells, "He's planting trash! He's planting trash!" And then I said, okay. I peek it. I almost die. Fabian peeks it. We win.
Thank you.
See what happened.
Thank you. You if you ever need, you have with the pew pews and stuff like that. I think you have a history, or I think you have a bright future in play-by-play if you so choose to take it. One thing that we noted about Cryan was that he stuck with the team really well and coordinated exceptionally. How has he been doing in terms of gelling with the system that you have now that you've had yet another week with him playing alongside you?
Yeah, in our last interview, we mentioned that there was a wheel that was half broken, and Cryan wasn't a factor of that. It was the core of the 4 players. And I think with more time, as you've seen now, and as you'll see in the future, that the wheel will start healing and getting rebuilt, stronger and reinforced. And I think it's showing better and better pretty much every day, pretty much, that we're getting there. And with time, and with blood, sweat, and tears, and hopefully no more losses, we can get there.
What kind of wheels heal themselves? Like, do you know how wheels work?
Well, so I play World of Warcraft a lot, and there's this whole like Rust Bowl Rebellion faction, and basically they're gnomes, but they're mecha gnomes, so they're made out of like robot parts, but they're humans, so it's like a hybrid thing. Also, this movie called Upgrade, it's a great movie, give it a watch. It's a low budget sci-fi horror thing, $5 million budget, insane graphics, it's really good. Watch it.
You say $5 million budget?
Yeah,
That's
it's
how much
actually
I'm
really
worth.
low budget.
That's how much I'm worth. Are you calling me low budget?
You could have made You could have made a movie and it could have been low budget, but because you did make a movie, you're just high budget. That's how it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Preparing for fours, the last time you faced them was in Raleigh in August. Yes. How have they changed, and did you need to do any additional prep versus a normal Pro League team? How did you approach the actual matchup itself?
Well, now there's a lot more eyes on them, more what's to study, more play style. Like, we know more about their play style. They're no longer these crazy no names who are just incredible. Now they have names, right? We know who Pasha is now. We know how he plays the game. We know how to... We actually have an idea of how to deal with it now, at least, whereas before we didn't. And I think that was their biggest weakness before, the wild card, the underdog story. And I think they're still extremely strong. I said the same thing about BDS, and we saw them today just on full fire. So a lot of teams right now might be looking slightly weaker than they actually appear, and some teams might be a little bit stronger than they maybe are. And I think this season is going to be very interesting because of that. It's very shaky. We beat BDS, then Vitality beat us, but then BDS slapped Vitality. So, you know, we beat, they beat, who beat, and then who's the winner? We don't know.
I think this weird circle where it's like you beat them and then they lose too. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about that because we didn't get to interview you after that Vitality matchup on Cafe, was it?
Yeah.
I want your thoughts on Vitality because we haven't been able to talk to Vitality this week. What's your well, I mean, you said they got slapped earlier today. What's your take on Vitality? You know, your former cohort is on the team in Goga. What's your read on this team?
My first read, just watching the lineup on a name basis and knowing the players to the degree that I do, I'm thinking it's going to be tough. It's going to be really hard to get up and going because they have not as vocal players as you would like in a team, perhaps, and they also don't have as strong of voices in the team. Beeble was the IGL, I believe, back when they were French, but now they're going international. How does that change the dynamics? Hungry is more of a support player. Goga is most of a support player. So will Steaky take over in the injury department with the shot calling up injuring? Nobody knows. As far as I know, no one except for Beeble is a highly vocal IGL. I could be wrong, I was extremely happy to see them do as well as they did, because I honestly thought it was going to be really difficult for them to actually pull to that level. And we've been scrimming them. They've been doing great. That's all I'm saying. We beat them, of course, 7-0, but they were doing great. They almost won. And I'm really happy to see Gogo succeed. I'm not as happy with him beating me as I would have been with me beating him, but I am happy that he had great performances across the games that he's had so far.
Good. I just wanted to know if we aligned on that one, but because I like your insights. It's always fun to chat. And I'm gonna be honest with you, we didn't have a lot of opportunity to chat last season, so it's good. It's good to have you here. But anything to say at the end of the interview?
Thank you to everyone, and remember to buy Parker's movie. It's a low-budget movie, but it will be great despite that. And of course, thank you for watching Pro League. This is Michael. This is Pengu, Michael, and Taro, and we're out.
We're out. Hang on, you heard it. You heard it here first. Always nice to talk to you.
I don't think I've ever seen a player do the exit for the interview.
I didn't even want to say anything. I just wanted them to cut it right then and there. But
then you had
to be unceremonious, so I had to.
Very close to that.
Speaking of Pengu, he's our player highlight from that matchup. He's a standout performer, and he did really well. You can see his rating 1.34, 3.14 pi. He just swapped those around. And the whole
Close.
Close.
Very close. Pengu had a really good match. He had a couple crucial moments where he and Fabian, and Cantor Ketty. I mean, honestly, everybody, every name.
Uno, I think there was
Cryan.
There was a round where I think every single player on G2 can almost say that they won it and nobody else.
Track it back to them. Yeah.
You can track it back to them.
Really crucial play from everyone on G2 and a good team effort.
If G2
Speaking of effort.
If G2 keeps playing like that, then they'll find themselves qualifying for the finals at the end of this season, wherever they may be. But we've still got another team that is in jeopardy of qualifying for the finals. They find themselves in a bit of a hole. They're your defending champions. Navi versus Chaos Esports Club. Up next. Hello, everybody, and we are Alpha Males in Taro and Kickstar. Pleasure to have you here. Thank
Hello.
you for joining us for a very final matchup today between Navi and Chaos Esports Club.
Yes.
You ain't gonna flinch at the Alpha Male comment?
I don't know what to say.
As an Alpha Male, you always need to know what to say.
Oh.
It's part of being an Alpha Male.
Does that preclude?
Angus said that I was an Alpha Male, and I'm obviously not gonna be an Alpha Male by myself. That's silly.
I'll be your...
Wolves are not lone, okay? They move in packs. They're always nobody calls them lone wolves.
Navi's going to play against Chaos. We'll take a look at the rosters.
Learn
beginning
about
with Chaos.
wolves. Learn
Here
about
they are. Secretly, Red Groove, Renewals, Vito, and Chate. A formidable roster and recently have been performing exceptionally well in Pro League, I gotta say. They've been having a good season. They are 1-0-1, so 1 win, 1 loss, but they've been looking pretty good. Even in the loss against Rogue, they had in Playday #1. They looked very solid. So I think there's a lot to give to Chaos recently. They even beat 4s in Playday #2.
They beat 4s who beat Na'Vi, so that means that Chaos should then therefore also beat Na'Vi. That's how logic works. And speaking of Na'Vi, let's bring up their roster for you. Nello, Citizen, Kendrew, Saves, and Pi.
And despite Na'Vi having a pretty rough start of the season, people are still giving them a lot of credit. Even in this match going in here, a lot of people think Na'Vi's got what it takes to beat Chaos. A lot of people thinking that Na'Vi has just yet to wake up. They did, of course, win the last season final, Season 10 in Japan. So that is a really big event for them to take home. And I think people are just waiting for Na'Vi to really show their face of the season.
Their draw against Rogue was monumental, but if they're going to claw back towards the top of the standings and give themselves a chance to make it to the season finals, they need to start doing so now. And against a team like Chaos, it's going to be a hard-fought battle. But if you want to be one of the 2 teams to represent your region, you need to beat a team like Chaos, period. You need to be able to beat teams like Empire and G2 as well. Those are the teams currently sitting in 1st and 2nd. But you also need to beat Chaos because you need to start that comeback. Na'Vi finds themselves at the lower portion of the standings, which is very odd. I actually think they might be in last place.
Yeah.
They start the day in last place. Where are we going to play? Let's bring up the map veto system for you. And the 2 maps that are banned are Consulate and Bank. We'll have everybody band down and see where we're going to go. So far today, we have a Consulate, Border, and Consulate. Are we going to go there again? No, we're not. It's going to be Cafe Dostoevsky.
All right, so Cafe, that's going to be an interesting one. And yeah, with BDS winning earlier today, that means Na'Vi are in a really bad spot because they've only got that 1 point that they got from drawing Rogue. And that's rough. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, or you actually mentioned how at the beginning of the day, how if Na'Vi doesn't pick it up here today, that could spell pretty disastrous results to the overall season.
We're going to waste no time. We're going to get to our very final matchup. I love Chaos's logo so much.
Yeah, their logo's vibe too.
The Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. Going up against Na'Vi, who also have a great logo.
Yeah, like I said, they vibe.
Not a sincere.
So
there it is.
What was that? Yeah, that's the first time I saw it.
There's a boo-boo.
There is a graphical area there, or error there. The graphical area of errors.
They put something in the water today. I'm like sure of it. There's
the game
like
is affecting us.
There's brain not working juice in the water today.
No, but okay. So going into this match, again, there's a lot on Navi's shoulders, I think. They just won a season, but that's the past. Looking into the future, if Na'Vi doesn't start picking it up, then they're not going to make it to the next season finals to have a chance of continuing that. And yeah, okay, it's a big win, but you got to keep that going. You got to keep the momentum pushing forward. I don't know. It's not looked good for them lately, so I think there's a lot of pressure on Navi's shoulders for this one. We'll see if they're able to pick up that pressure, run with it, and take a win home today. They will, of course, be playing at the 6th Invitational because they won Season 10 Finals. I mean, technically they'll go in because they qualified, but they also won it, so that's a thing. And we'll have to see what Na'Vi can show us at LAN. Chaos, on the other hand, will not. They did not qualify. They came pretty close in the qualifiers to the losers bracket.
Has Chaos ever qualified for an actual match, or have they just been or
the org or the roster?
Well, either, because I know that they've made it to DreamHacks and stuff like that, but you don't really need to qualify for those. You just need to apply fast,
and then you go.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Or if you don't get in, then you just BIOC.
I'm trying to think. BIOC, by the way, which stands for Bring Your Own Computer, which Rogue actually did at DreamHack Montreal.
Yes.
They made it through. Very, very tough. Very tough battle.
Looking through this,
Attackers have located the bomb.
trying to see if they've done any majors or anything like that.
They haven't made it to any majors. They have never made it to a LAN seasonal final. I'm trying to remember. They didn't qualify for OGA Pit. They were at a couple Dream Hacks, but those are, you know, they didn't need to qualify to get there. I'm trying to remember if they made it to the Allied Esports Minor. I can't remember if they made it to Allied Esports Minor.
They got really far in the 6 Invitational qualifier.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Yeah, but yeah.
So I think the answer is no.
I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Chaos have been, whether you know people want to admit it or not, have been a very solid, like just consistent, like middle-ish tier EU team. Which honestly is really saying something. Given how competitive EU is, just the fact that you can hang in the mid-tier of EU every single season, some market consistency is good.
I don't know if they had online for this, or if this is actually like the thing, but I think they were.
No, they were at the Allied Esports Minor, but I didn't think you need to.
They were invited.
I couldn't remember if they were qualified. They were invited.
Direct invite, so yeah. Anyway, there's a match going on, and there's contact already happening here. Chaos trying to put the pedal to the metal, as they say. As Chate has worked his way up the white stairs, applying pressure to the back of the A bomb site and the B bomb site. This is a crucial position for Chate to hold. From here, he can do a lot of work. All he needs to do is just stay alive on this position, and he's already debilitating the defensive possibilities. He's got pressure from above, but he'll get Nello inside of Reading, who didn't know Chate was playing at that position. That is why many teams will place a player on bottom white stairs in order to just deny this from happening. It's a crucial position to hold. Chate from here now has control of the entire A-bomb site, and he's going to allow Secretly to go in and start the plant. No denial from below. Will there be a Yokai drone is the real question. The answer, it seems yes, as the denial comes out in the last second of Secretly's plant. Marks coming now as the shots will come from below. Citizen gets the headshot thanks to those marks. Kendrew also getting renewal, so now suddenly Na'Vi is in the lead. But Vito's going to try and stop that from happening as he eliminates Kendrew. He'll put it at an even man count, but at the expense of his own HP. Saves is also lost a lot of HP, so it's a bit even right now, but I'd say Na'Vi have regained control.
Absolutely. And Chaos have been called towards the bottom floor. Chate, who's already ADS, he'll engage. Can hit the shots needed. Little was left of Vito is now also removed as Yokai gets spotted out by Chate. We'll just try to army crawl his way in, but the floor is not clean enough for him to be able to do just that. Red Groove wearing the Empire Charm. Keep in mind, it used to be on the old incarnation of this roster when they were known as Room Factory. Yokai drone gets moved out, but it gets spotted by Chate, who's now losing a lot of HP. The guns for Na'Vi are just simply better than Chaos at the moment. Oh, Chate's not able to land that shot. That looked so close. He actually does make it, but it's still a trade. There have been a lot of those recently. Doesn't really matter. There was enough people from Na'Vi that were still left. Citizen credited with that very final kill, and Na'Vi will go up 1-0.
So a Reading start for Na'Vi, and I'd say a pretty important win to begin. Main reason, of course, being the fact that Reading is not a primary bomb site. Some teams actually really enjoy it. Some favor that site, but it is not technically primary. Usually you'd say top floor, then bottom floor, and then Reading as a tertiary. But it's this first one for Na'Vi, and they make it work for themselves. They'll probably go... Oh, I was going to say that we go kitchen, but they actually are going to go to... no, sorry. I was going to say they go top floor, but they're actually going to go to kitchen. So this is going to be an interesting decision from Na'Vi. They're continuing to be unpredictable in their site selection, trying to catch their enemy off guard. The big thing here is that they have actually caught their enemy off guard. There's no Thatcher on Chaos Esports Club, which means that the wall likely will not get opened up from Bakery or Freezer. Either way, it doesn't matter. There's a Kaid and a Bandit in play, which means the walls are not getting opened up if Na'Vi doesn't want them to get opened up. There's not even a Twitch or really anything other than, I guess, an IQ or N-Buck. So you're gonna have to open this from above. Is the point I'm trying to get at? If you want to,
I got what you're saying.
Open the walls.
I got what you're saying.
Did you?
Yeah, the lack of Thatcher is a really rough one.
I don't know why they didn't bring it too. It's crazy because he's so often banned. Because he's useful anywhere, right? And he's useful any of these sites.
I'm going to guess that when you have a lineup of IQ, Buck, and Zofia, you don't need him as well. And if you're used to teams banning him, as you know that he likes to get banned in Latin America, and now Europe is starting to ban him as well, you just work around him, right? I mean...
It could be that. It makes sense because, I mean, why not practice with a lack of? It's the same thing we saw happen with Mira.
Yeah.
Mira fell out of meta because everyone banned her so frequently that no one got to play her, so no one practiced her.
Yep, that is correct.
She got
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
ostracized by the competitive community and then neglected.
Yeah. That's it. Ostracized, I like that one. Yeah. So. The second floor is going to be the most important part of Chaos's control of the map. The one thing they need to keep mind of is that the two stairwells that lead all the way up to that top floor provide so many chances for the defenders to be able to rotate and get out of sight. Oh my goodness, Kendrew flattens Shate. Takes a little bit of damage, he shrugs it off quite nicely. Man, oh man, that should have been a very easy kill for Shate, but is not. Shate's also running, and we should note, he is not running the angled grip on that L8.
Really?
Not have been able to, yeah, he might not have been able to ADS fast enough.
That is actually really crippling. The main reason that I think a lot of people bring the L8 is because of the addition of the angle grip. They added it in later. It was out of favor before that was added in. Exothermic charge used on a wall next to the main bar. That's interesting that they would open that up. It's going to give him better angles into the site, specifically into the A-bomb site, as you can see secretly trying to open that up right now. Code check has not been cleared out yet, though, and Kendrew is still lingering there with the potential to wreak havoc on this attack if he times his peaks correctly. Ooh, this could be good for the Buck, though. With Skeleton Key, the spray comes out, and it will be successful. Kendrew dead. Time wasted, though, so somewhat successful for Kendrew, and this position, while powerful for Chaos, is not going to win them the round.
45 seconds left, and the remainder of that soft wall will get opened up. This is very much what Na'Vi likes to do. They love to reinforce one panel and then leave the rest of it open, almost inviting the attackers to come on in. Vita will see a C4 blow off in front of him. He sprints on in, doesn't see saves, crouched behind the main cabinet, or boiler as you want to call it. Citizen gets in on the fun, and just like that, Chaos is trailing, but they even it up, 2v2. Disoriented his renewals as he trudges through the site. Nomad's not too far off. 15 seconds left. Red Groove takes down saves, and it's Pi in a 1v2. MP5's going to go around. You'll hear some sounds, but no, nothing. Renewals will get the very final kill. Chaos will manage to salvage the round. It looked very much like it was going in Na'Vi's favor. Chaos with the recovery.
Yeah, that's a beautiful recovery there from Chaos. I honestly didn't expect them to take that round. I gotta say, the setup there from Na'Vi is what ended up costing them. It's not on Na'Vi, necessarily. So what was going on there is they decided to do an open setup where they, well, as it sounds, open a rotation into the red hallway to allow their player to persist in coat check and be useful throughout the round. That was Kendrew in the Kaid. The problem was, well, of course, Kendrew died. When coat check was sacrificed, then there was another angle that Na'Vi had to hold on to. And all the while, every single one of these angles could have been denied by simply reinforcing everything and throwing up some denial in terms of electro claws, bandit batteries, and waiting out the round. Because, I mean, there was no Thatcher. Now, here's the big thing, guys. You can't plan around there not being a Thatcher if you're Na'Vi. So that's not on Na'Vi's shoulders for not realizing there's no Thatcher. That's, it's forgivable that happened. There's the reveal phase, of course, but 6 picks are a thing. So, I don't know. It could have been a little bit easier for Na'Vi, I think, but really the story is that Chaos clutched up hard. Those rushes were well synchronized into the site. A few of the bottlenecks were unsupervised from Na'Vi, and Chaos explosively took control when it mattered in the dying seconds of the round.
Good summation.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So now we turn our sights to round number 3, and it's going to be an upstairs defense, as Na'Vi is just cycling through these sites. Obviously, they can't go back to reading, so where are they going to go? Well, they could have gone back down to kitchen. Mining still open, but it's going to be a bar cocktail defense. Vito has really impressed me with how much he stepped into this roster. You know, he came in when the big name that was on Chaos at the time, a lot of people looked at was Crips when he played on Hash. Crips is almost long gone. It's actually kind of sad how he just disappeared from the scene. He was always a nice person and a talented player. And a staple. I don't know if he's still actually taking part in Challenge League qualifiers, which are going on this last week and weeks forward. So down goes the bulletproof camera that was underneath New Hatch. And an exothermic charge goes off as well, so Chaos being quick to the punch with a minute off of the clock. It's a volcanic shield that'll go into the back of the bar storeroom, but the very first kill is going to come out to Na'Vi. Citizen playing around that deployable shield will take secretly out of action.
Scanning for devices and traps.
That's a really good pick there for Na'Vi, as they've just managed to deny quite a lot of hard destruction that could have gone down by the freezer wall, or the back bar storage wall. With not having to worry about that, it'll be a little bit easier for Na'Vi to just anchor down and wait out this round. The open angle here is going to cause Chaos a little bit of grief, as they will have to monitor this angle moving forward in the round. A whole minute to do so as well. The question is, where is Chaos going to push? Because they really don't have anything going for them. They're going to get the Volcano, I believe. Yes, the Volcano in Pixel, which will slow Chaos down as well as eat up a whole nade. Just spraying wildly towards Cocktail, hoping to net a kill.
He landed quite a bit of damage on Pi, which necessitates a stim or two from the Doc to get back to full HP. Vito has been the major point of focus here, as there's a toxic canister goes off in front of him. 40 seconds, and he's going to breathe in quite a bit of damage. Actually, a lot of damage as he backs away. Diffuser picks up. It's picked up after it was juggled. And, well, you've got a couple members of Na'Vi that are going to be watching this opening. Noel's not able to shoot out the toxic canister in time. Shantae's approach over towards White. He can't lay into Citizen as much as he wants. Damage being taken away from both, or damage being administered to both. Vito pushing on up. He's in the midst of the site. He's got a goo mine, but he'll continue to move forward. Joint effort, but Renewal's 2 big kills. One for Red Groove. This is going in their favor. Na'Vi answering back, and now Red Groove will need ace, but he's not going to be able to do just that, as it's 2 for Pi and 1 from Nello, and oh my god, that is a whirlwind that hits the site all at the same time, and Na'Vi manages to batten down the hatches and hang on.
What a save there from Pi as well, from Cocktail. It certainly seemed like Chaos was going to be able to pull another fast one out of their pocket as they had in the previous round, but not the case. A beautiful execution from both teams, whether it be the hold or the actual attack. I gotta say, this is some pretty exciting Siege that we get to end the day out with as our last match of the of this evening, or night, I guess. This has been a pretty close one altogether. We're only 3 rounds in. It'll be a reading defense yet again here for Na'Vi.
Attackers need to locate.
This is the first site that they attempted to defend. They were successful. I'm curious to see if Na'Vi's going to correct their hold on White Stairs. Because as I said earlier, that we saw, I think it was Shate who just walked up White Stairs, did a lot of work from there, and it didn't end up getting the round for Chaos. But Na'Vi definitely could have done a better job of holding that position, and it would have, I think, helped them in the long run with the round. You can see a very heavy roam going upstairs. That is to slow down the clear, which is very predictable. You get that reinforcement on the far side of back bar storage, as you see the east side, instead of on the west side, because that's more of a bottleneck for the attackers, and it means that you can hold Cocktail for longer as a defender, especially since you're a skeleton crew upstairs.
One thing that a lot of people might be confused at when they watch Na'Vi play, and I mentioned this in the very first round, is that Na'Vi, or the second round rather, is that Na'Vi likes to reinforce one wall and leave the one next to it soft, or they'll just leave a bunch of walls soft that kind of make you scratch your head as to why wouldn't you reinforce that. It's very deliberate.
Yeah.
This is, the way that Na'Vi does it is that they will make a certain area seem very vulnerable as to invite you in, but really what they're doing, what you're doing is it's inviting trouble. Because when you push on in, you're gone. They're waiting. They're there. Yokai from. There you go. Shantae gets it. That's unfortunate for Pi. He's going to lose a very important piece of utility. Anyway, finishing up in that thought process. A best way to counter that, that's a shot and a half. Secretly, your single hard breacher is down, and now Vito is there to try and trade it back, as Na'Vi is every single opening pick so far through this game.
Oh, Saves looks for more, but he's actually been in a crossfire right now, and he'll die to Vito, who's sneaking up on him. Good pick there from Vito, and that's going to bring us back to even. Really great positioning from Vitaline through this round. He has been spotted out, so Na'Vi knows what they're dealing with from that buck. But they have lost a crucial player in Saves. Vito looking for a nade. This is going to be well placed. It might actually get the kill. And a down onto Pi, who attempts to avoid it. The second nade coming out, the repel in will. Kendrew gets the C4 onto Red Groove. The repelled-in player will be eliminated by Citizen, who gets a second onto Vito. Perfect positioning from Citizen. 2 down on Na'Vi, though, so Renewals could win this in this 1v2. The question is Nello picking up teammates? The answer, yes. Pi back in play. Kendrew could be saved as well, as Renewals is going wide up the red stairs, knowing he has to deal with Citizen before anything else.
He's got time, but there's Citizen still, and Citizen will go cross on him as the diffuser was being watched very intently by him and the rest of Na'Vi. It's 3-1 and a good start here on defense, as there's still 2 more rounds for Chaos to be able to salvage this and fight for a draw in the first half.
Citizen is one of those players that we often talk about being a standout. I would say over the first few matches of the season, first 2 matches of the season, he hasn't done anything miraculous. He hasn't been that standout that we always hype him up to be, and he is absolutely one of those players that, really, you talk about him a lot through a match. That round right there was a great example of Citizen in the swing of things, in the right position, right time, getting the kills, landing the shots that matter, and those sorts of rounds, especially in a high-value match like this one, are the sorts of rounds that you, as a player, you're gonna regain some confidence. You're gonna start finding your groove when that stuff happens repeatedly. Why is that hard for me to say? And I think that that's really crucial for Citizen, especially again in a match like this. So good round for him. It might get Na'Vi even more invigorated for these rounds. And right now, the lead for Na'Vi is looking to continue stretching, I'd say. Because 3-1 pretty early on. Na'Vi's still in defense. They were looking pretty solid on even Kitchen, which Na'Vi barely lost, mind you. And they're gonna try it again.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Came down to the very bitter end in Pi in a 1v2 in a tough situation where Na'Vi held an advantage. They got the opening pick with Kendrew and an unexpected play.
Vito's use of Buck has been...
We've been watching a lot of Vito.
He's been doing great with Buck.
Just like that, they switch off of him. Marciu's like, got it.
Now we're watching Chate.
I understand.
And so the window has been opened up in the main lobby. So this is going to apply pressure to anyone on the defense who's playing in main lobby or VIP. But no one's playing anywhere near there. I was speaking about Citizen and how stellar he's been playing. And he's down. Oh, but this might be a bait and switch. There is Kendrew, and he's not been droned out. The timing has to be perfect, though. Renewals loses a lot of HP there. The life, that's not a destructible wall, Renewals. Weird use of the lifeline, but he'll get both of those kills. As just a bad push from Kendrew.
That wall used to be destructible, if you remember.
Yes, but it's not anymore now.
It's not anymore, but
yeah.
It's very easy when you're under
Kendrew's an old player
to think about that.
I'm sorry, Renewals is
Renewals.
old. He's been around, they've been around for a long time. All right? I'm sorry. I don't know what it is today.
A bomb has been located.
Something's in the water, dude.
Something's in the water.
It happens.
Yeah.
So, 2 opening picks from Chaos. It was a bait and switch, as you noted, but Na'Vi play that poorly, and Renewals just plays it better. Now they've got freer access on Chaos' side into the site. We had guessed if Kitchen would do better for Na'Vi, and the answer is, well, so far, absolutely not. Half of the round is all it's really taken. Chate has now switched to the angle grip. Yeah, boy.
There you go.
Very proud of you, Chate.
It's the right choice.
I agree with that. He's going to edge around the corner towards Bakery. Also the bottom of red stairs. See if anybody's there. On a drone, Chate will go. He knows that there's a bandit. We know that there's one from the silhouettes of Na'Vi that's playing on red stairs that can get down at any point. If there's an air jab nearby, it'll make it even more challenging for them to be able to get in towards the execute that's about to happen from Chaos. Ooh, excellent bait there, though, as Nello goes down. We see Renewals down upstairs as Pi is still on the roam, but he's going to need to get back to site because his only teammate that was there, Saves, is now dead. If there's an air jab above Pi, he's not going anywhere, and I think he saw it. He'll spray away. Diffuser goes down for Chaos. They are very firmly a hold of this round, and they will clench their fists around it.
So Kitchen not the play for Na'Vi. Clearly not to play. But they're going to go to top floor in all likelihood for this last round. Especially considering how poor that hold was. It's either top floor or Kitchen again. And yes, it'll be top. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. It was a really thorough clear from Chaos. They didn't skip any steps, cleared in through the main lobby, established dominant control over all potential angles that could have been peeked from Na'Vi, and a lot of them were. We saw Na'Vi try to get aggressive in multiple different situations that ended up costing them. For example, that smoke peeking into the freezer. The biggest thing, though, I gotta say, is Kendry's push on the Zofia. He really didn't need to. There was an opportunity there, actually, for Kendry to kill the Zofia Renewals and then pick up his teammate. But instead, he decided to get really aggressive, and it cost his team. Now, that's the sort of play that you look at, and you can isolate it as the sole cause for the loss of a round. A 2-for-1er for Renewals is pretty big. And then, and there's also, yeah,
Seconds left before insertion.
I don't know. There was no recovery point there for Na'Vi because Chaos played so safe. They didn't allow the recovery to come out. Usually when you're at a man disadvantage, you need to get aggressive as a defensive team. You need to get a pick back. Wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
Chaos used their time wisely.
Very wisely. And that's what happens when you get 2 opening picks in, what, the first 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And it's not just that. It was on Kendra and Citizen, who are traditionally 2 of the best players that Na'Vi has, if not statistically the 2 best players that they have.
They're up there.
That's a rough spot to find yourself in, so.
Again, a big part of that, I think it comes down to the kitchen defense. It doesn't seem like Na'Vi are very comfortable there. Luckily for Na'Vi, they don't have to go to kitchen again.
And after this, they don't need to defend anywhere else. So
Yep.
Cocktail hold upstairs. Renewal was the man of the hour in round number 5. Round number 6, what's he going to be able to accomplish? Well, he's going to have some more work to be done. His saves looks like he went for a run out down below, and he catches Shate for the very first pick to go in favor of Na'Vi.
They keep getting that first pick.
5 of 6, according to my count.
Wow.
Not bad.
Yeah, Na'Vi's been having a really good initial frag situation. Not necessarily gonna. We're not locked in for the 4-2, but we're definitely trending towards. Right now, Chaos. It looks like they might be setting up for some kind of take from the skyline. You've got secretly in piano. That's a nice nade from Vito. It's gonna get Kendrew. No ADS in back bar storage. Curious. Maybe it had been cleared by someone earlier in the round. Give the benefit of the doubt to Na'Vi for that one. But 2 kills for saves, making 3 total in the round. Will he get a 4th? Oh boy, he will. That's a nice 4K. Red Groove now, the last on Chaos Esports Club. And he is just repelling, languishing on the east. And that's not going to be a good position to do much from, to be honest.
Saves will drop on down, an air jab placed for the jump out that could happen on White Stairs. Red Groove will go to the roof. Might we see a timeout with 1:14 left? It'd be wise for Chaos to use that time, as it's unlikely that Red Groove's going to be able to do much. Maybe they just want to get it over with and head on over towards their defense side. Red Groove will drop. He'll hit a goo mine, so at least an assist on this kill that'll come out for saves, whether he actually gets it or not. Pie's giving him a little bit extra juice, and they're obviously going to let him get the ace. He spins on out, takes some damage, and no ace. It'll be denied, but Citizen's there instead. Saves will finish the round with 4 kills. Still a pretty good tally. Na'Vi takes the half, 4-2.
So that's a good half there for Na'Vi. Of course, could have been better. Their kitchen defense was not great. And more importantly, I'd say Chaos's kitchen attack was pretty fantastic. The biggest thing for Chaos on the attacking side that was good was, of course, the kitchen take. But the reason why it was good is because how methodical they were. So it was a good word earlier in the last match, and I agree with you. They were very thorough. Cleared out what they needed to clear out, then they execute onto the site when it's appropriate, not 1 second sooner. So well-timed from Chaos and Kitchen. Other than that, I wouldn't say there's a whole lot to compliment Chaos on for the first half. We saw a lot of early picks going to Na'Vi. Now, what does that mean? It means Chaos is playing in a way where they have players exposed and no refrag potential. There was not an answer back from Chaos on a lot of those early kills. So that was a big problem. Luckily for Chaos, they're going to get to go to defense now, and I'd say that this is a situation, or rather a map and a site specifically, where you're going to be able to just wait out these defenses. It kind of gives an inherent advantage, in my opinion, with the way that Chaos have been playing. Their patience will work much better for them here. Now, Thatcher's not banned, so he'll be played here from Na'Vi. They've only brought 1 hard destructor, though, and that's Bana. Possibly expecting a top 4 defense first.
Could have been. That's one of the things that I do like about this new cafe, is that you've got 3 very viable sites, and even though we don't see it, I would imagine the teams could make mining work as well, but it's definitely fallen out of favor. Given the way that that works, it reminds me a lot of Consulate a couple years back before operator bans, where six pick and all that jazz, where it's like you needed to bring a lineup for all 3 sites, whether it was going to be garage, whether it's going to be the top floor, and then obviously that knowledge informs teams' decisions on how they play, because if you can run a lineup that works on every single site, you're golden.
There's a lot that goes into the reveal phase in the 6 pick.
Oh no.
Oh.
Opening pick's going to go to Na'Vi. Pi somehow manages to take Vito. And
once again,
not great to lose your Mozzie. Na'Vi gets the opening pick.
They keep doing that. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into that 6 pick and reveal phase that actually has a significant influence over the outcome of these rounds, I'd say, depending on how you utilize them. Not all teams do, mind you. Not all teams do. Renewals will answer back, though, so Pi's gone. Got the early kill, but died right after. And it's a little bit of a standoff here between Renewals and Citizen. Renewals comes out on top, gets his 2nd for this round. Renewals has been a standout performer for Chaos. You're going to need those, especially when he's taking out players like Citizen. Shate will also get Kendru, so it looks like Chaos has fully recovered from that first kill, and then some, as they are in stride, near winning this round already. And we're only halfway through.
Funny how things change so swiftly, and it goes to show you that just because you get that opening pick doesn't mean that it's the be-all and end-all. Saves on White Stairs, waiting for the call as Nello does his job over towards the main door, towards Bakery. Chaos is not going to give them an inch, which is the right play to make. I don't know if Saves is waiting for a push on White Stairs or is waiting for a call from Nello, or if they're just sitting and waiting and biding their time, because Nello's at least picking away at debris here and there. Saves will go on drone to help his teammate.
Maybe he can. I mean, might be able to call something and make this a little bit easier on the clear. Saves could also, for all we know, he could explosively come in through the main hallway, do some work, but no. Okay, he's just been spotted out. Is that a soft wall, actually? So that is an opportunity for the Buck. Renewals is trying to stop the Buck from opening up Freezer, which clearly was the plan there for Saves.
And he's done just that. So because of this, Saves has moved on over. The Jaeger will not bother to re-aggress. He's on those brown stairs, back stairs, whatever you want to call them. He's managed to take off. Nello and Saves are being cut off by this toxic canister. Save just picks away as best as he can. C4 goes out. Say goodbye to Nello. Renewal's firing into the cloud of smoke. Can't be spotted. Saves in a hopeless situation, and Chaos will once again take another round.
Saves just saving.
Yep, he saves the op.
I mean, he doesn't need to do anything here, for those of you wondering. He's pretty much, I mean, he's obviously not going to win the round. So what he's doing is he's using a little bit of that extra time to give his team some time to think about the next round. I would actually wager that throughout the majority of that 2 versus 4, the entirety of Na'Vi were talking about what they want to do for the next round. So I would say that that's pretty much the whole strategy there for Nello and Saves. They weren't trying to actually win it.
No, they were probably taking time to talk, like I said, and we've seen teams do that before. They rappel up to the top roof and they just sit and they wait, or they sit in a corner and they take a tactical timeout. Yeah,
it's a no expense tactical timeout. We've even seen that at LANs before, because at LANs, when you actually have a timeout, they're very crucial, and the timing of those timeouts can often sway the flow of the match to your favor. So using an extra minute in a 1v5 or something along those lines to just wait and think can be beneficial, greatly beneficial. Now, we are going to reading here for Chaos. They have not gone to the top floor yet. They're going into the kind of the reverse site selection mentality we've seen even Na'Vi use in the first half. You don't go to your top floor first, you go to it last in your first cycle. It's interesting, it's different. It's not, it's not exactly all that special or anything, it's just interesting. Shate, you can break the little desk there, Shate, with the mute jammer. Put it next to the desk. You can break that desk. You just gotta shoot it.
He doesn't know.
No, he probably does know. You can the little desk in the corner there by the white doorway. No? Okay, never mind. No one knows what I'm talking about now. Now, it is going to be, like I said, reading defense. Saves trying to apply some pressure from South Rappel. They'll open up these windows. But really, he's kind of exposed there, so he's going to get off as soon as he can. There's a lot of runouts for that rappel. That's why it's so dangerous to play on as an attacker. Also, he has to open the drop downs. That's a really important thing.
Located a bomb.
So, soft wall inside a piano. Saves thinks otherwise. Opening the wall up. Watching the top of red stairs. They don't spot anybody yet. Nobody from Chaos is getting too overtly aggressive. That's not really Chaos's style of play, though Shate absorbs an awful lot of damage. As you can see, Pi just gently picking at the soft wall. There's still intel on the players inside a bathroom. That's the, appears to be the mute playing tightly on the corner, and Pi will rappel on in. Almost daring the smoke to go after him, or the mute rather, who's sitting on his jammer, and Pi will just be able to walk up. If they've got a cam, well, it's going to be a major challenge, and Shate's watching it. There's a frag grenade with his name on it if Saves is able to get close by.
Oh, there goes the bulletproof. Shate losing a lot of information, and he'll die on the rotation. That's generally why you reinforce the panel that he just got shot through. He doesn't get away safe, and now Chaos will call the fallback. Good clear there from Na'Vi, but a lot of time spent on it. It's not fully done, too. You still got Red Groove over by Cocktail. He's doing his best to hold down the fort. Punch hole spotted out here from Nello. That's a free kill if I've ever seen one, but it needs to have someone to capitalize on this information, an attacker to actually push this, and Nello's the closest one to make it happen, so he has to go for it, or nothing's gonna come of it. Or maybe Saves can open from above. Where's the call from Nello? He's seen it. He's calling it still. He's sitting on the drone waiting for someone to capitalize. Meanwhile, Red Groove has been dealt with in Cocktail, so that's a really impressive kill there from Saves. I believe it was a nade, and a big hurdle dealt with for Na'Vi. Still, though, the Jaeger persists in engine. He's actually aggressed, so he can do more work from here if he's not been spotted.
Vito's on white stairs right now, trying to do some damage.
Oh, no.
Manages to win it, oh my. That's Pi actually taking Vito out, so never mind. Other way around, Renewals catches a drop. He's got 3 more members of Na'Vi, 2 of which have already been significantly softened up. Kendra attempting to get the plant down. Is this information to Renewals known? He's almost certainly not going to be able to get there in time, and he makes some noise in the process. Finds Saves. Diffuser goes down. Very winnable for Chaos if you see Renewals play his cards right. Pi is still very low on HP. A couple pre-fires, but it's not going to connect with where Pi is going. Renewals is going to have to go for another angle. Keep in mind that there's still that Zofia watching. Crossfire established, and Na'Vi just need to hang on. They will answer back to the round that Chaos had just previously won, and once again, they're back up by 2 rounds.
5-3. Decent spot here for Na'Vi. Kitchen still unavailable to Chaos. It will likely be a top floor defense. Yes, indeed. Not going to try reading again. That was an interesting round. We saw a lot of slowness from Na'Vi. They were pretty... Again, the word that you used earlier, I'll use again, is methodical. They were careful and deliberate with their clear through piano, the main bar, and Cocktail. Once the whole top floor was cleared out there, Na'Vi had gained enough man advantage to simply execute onto the site without worry. They got a little bit faster. Sure, they lost some players in that push, but since the man advantage was so well established for Na'Vi, it didn't matter. Plant goes down, post-plant, crossfire, done. Even Kendra, who has been playing so well, managed to get that last kill.
I was waiting for you to
I was actually trying to say Renewals, and I said Kendra instead, so I had to divert. Straight up. Even no, but I was trying to say even Renewals, who had been playing so well, was not able to win it out. Even though it was actually it was pretty winnable there. He timed his push a little bit poorly, I gotta say. There was an opportunity to actually get control of reading again, and he pushed into the right moment. Anyway, Cocktail bar. We'll see what Chaos can do here. What are you reading?
My notes.
Oh, okay.
My notes about this match. Sorry, am I not allowed to do that?
LED scanning.
Yes.
They were very strange.
Okay.
I feel like today has been Buck the day. That's been today. We watched Pasha play it. We watched Cryan play it. We were watching Vito play it consistently. Now we're watching Saves play it. Marcy was trying to figure out how the pros play Buck.
There's a lot of buck going on, yeah. I mean, he's been a pretty popular operator. Is that a run out there from Shate? He was detected. He ran back in.
I don't know what he was doing. It looked like he was stuck.
Maybe just distracting the enemy?
Could be. Working, thwarting their push. Who knows? There goes the wall inside a piano. A Citizen watching it as a drone gets tossed down in front of him. He'll drop on in. Cocktail defense upstairs. That's 3 sites now that Chaos have defended. They have gone through the cycle, even though they haven't really done all that much. That's a bad play from Pi, but it gets traded off by Citizen, so it gets bailed out.
Well, at least there's that. Doc off the board's pretty influential, but of course the Zofia gone is not that great too if you're an attacker. Shate holding the angle on Nu until missed the shot. Unfortunate for him, but it was a really narrow opportunity. Smoke playing inside a bathroom is a very powerful place for him to be, as he can hold up that white doorway for a long time. Scaros going out there on the cocktail wall. If it's successful, then it will hurt the cocktail hold and the echo behind it.
Now just narrowly misses out on seeing secretly as Red Groove takes some damage now as he was playing by that opening that was created. Kendrew's in. Down goes secretly. Kendrew can pick up on a very easy kill here. Does he?
They don't know.
Somebody's to the left. They don't know that Kendrew's there. He finds one, primed him ready for the second.
Oh!
He finds another. He knows the Kaeda's there, but Nello comes alive and it's match point for Na'Vi. Just like that, they snap their fingers. And my, oh my, they get all the kills.
The layers of attack there, the Excaros, the shots coming into Cocktail, all of the things that Na'Vi were throwing at those anchors distracted them from the fact that Thatcher had repelled in on Cocktail balcony. A really big round there for Na'Vi. And now Chaos starting to struggle. On match point here, Na'Vi look like they're going to bring it home. But they have to attack onto Kitchen to do that. And Kitchen is the only site that Chaos has won.
Good opportunity to come back to the old reliable for Chaos.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, that was a pretty, that was still a close, or no, that wasn't the close one. That was one was like a 2v5.
Yeah, it was the one
And
where...
I was thinking there was one blowout round and then the rest were not. I was trying to figure out which one it was.
It was the one where they like waited it out.
Yeah, this was the one where they just took a timeout, essentially.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I think it's pretty smart, to be honest. They used it, as you can see, over these last few rounds, to rack up some serious points.
10 seconds to insertion.
All right, so
5 seconds to insertion.
Chaos have brought a mute, a bandit. Got an echo as per usual. Maestro's banned, so you're gonna bring echo. Nothing really crazy. The mute and the bandit are gonna be good at denying the walls getting opened up. They have left one soft wall, interestingly, on the kitchen wall. They haven't opened it, so just soft. Not opened, not closed, just soft. A little bit weird. But I guess maybe Chaos wants to use that reinforcement somewhere else, or maybe they just haven't gotten to it yet. That's also possible.
Citizen on Repel over by Piano. An early pick or two could be all that Na'Vi needs to be able to keep this one theirs. And 3 big points would bail them out of dead last place. They would join that 3-point log jam that we were talking about earlier that still very much exists, for the record. Just a couple victories from some teams doesn't really change all that much.
This is the fastest way to get top 4 control above Kitchen. Just open up the drop in Piano. You can do a standard take into Piano, from the drop downs from the windows. Open that up, and then bam, you're right above the site. You can do a lot of damage to the anchors by opening above them, but also, much more importantly, they've got an IQ in this case, so they could just shoot all those electronics through the floor.
Jaeger spotted heading on over towards Brownstairs. Can Na'Vi make something happen with this? The answer is no. Renewals actually manages to make 2 kills from it, losing only about 40 HP in the process, even though they had him under great watch. What a play from Renewals, who has been the standout performer along with Vito for Chaos so far in this matchup. 2 big picks. Isn't this exactly what happened on the last Kitchen take?
Something like this, yeah.
It was Kendra and Citizen that got baited out, wasn't it?
There was one on actually when Chaos was on attack where Renewals got that 2K early on, but Kendrew responds with a 2K of his own. Red Grooven secretly go down. Vital will respond on Tonello though with 2 of his own, and it's suddenly just Kendrew who will have to ace this round in order to win it. What are the series of kills coming out from these players? Just impressive stuff. Vital with great positioning and awareness to hit those 2 shots. Renewals the same, Kendrew the same. He's gonna have to find more, but he won't. Vital will get the 3K, and Chaos will take the round, keeping themselves in this match.
Still very much anybody's game.
Could be a draw, yeah.
Unlikely, though, given the fact that it's only been Kitchen that Chaos has won. That's going to be the toughest part for them.
Yeah, they have to go somewhere not Kitchen now for the last 2 rounds.
That's rough.
It very much is. I don't know if Chaos has really got it in them right now. I mean, of course, yeah, that last run was pretty good. Can't take it away from them. But Kitchen has been their site. Kitchen has been Chaos's place, whether it be on attack or defense. In fact, now that I look at it, Chaos hasn't won anywhere but Kitchen. Whether it be on attack or defense. They have Chaos has exclusively won on the Kitchen site. That's 4 rounds on Kitchen.
I had not even noticed that.
I just looked at my notes. I'm like, what?
I'm like, what?
How? They can't win anywhere else. And we're at 6-4.
Na'Vi are just not a Kitchen team.
Apparently.
Apparently Chaos are.
Yeah, these teams, the opposites of each other. But
Yeah.
due to the simple maths, that puts Na'Vi in a very, very strong position where they should just win it. It'll be a top 4 defense here from Chaos. Oh boy.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
5 seconds to insertion.
I guess that means that if Na'Vi had gone to mining instead of Kitchen, this match would be over.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Saves with 11 kills. The Bucks have been at it. Vito was also, I believe, top fragging. If we can bring that up for one more second, Marcio, I know you're listening.
Renewals and Vito.
Renewals, yeah.
Well, Vito is top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, no. I was just trying to think about who had the 12 kills. It was soft for a second.
And it's a good position. I mean, on Chaos overall, it's got a lot of contributors there. Renewals is really the standout for me.
Located a bomb.
He's been having a really important match, I think. And it would be a shame for him and his team if they weren't able to get a point out of this. But honestly, it's looking like Navi's going to just bring it home.
Located a bomb.
Again, considering that Na'Vi has yet to lose anywhere but the Kitchen.
Yeah. So a monumental task ahead for Chaos, who through the next 2 rounds will need to do something they've been unable to do for the 10th rounds, which is win a site outside of Kitchen, whether it be on attack or defense. A very funny way to look at it. It's almost unbelievable when you say it out loud.
Doesn't really happen, you know?
Correct.
They're waiting for Buck, by the way. If you're wondering what they're doing on the roof right now, they're waiting for the Buck, and I think he's just gotten there. They'll be able to open up those drop downs. They don't want to waste any other types of soft destruction. They could use on other things. And Pi wasn't even there, so. This is a really good position actually from Pi since all these angles are opened up for him.
Bomb deployed.
The man of the hour, Renewals himself, moving on into the Humidor.
Oh,
A cigar shot, but gets spotted and obliterated by Pi. Renewals not looking in the right way. That's rough.
and that's just about the worst player that you're going to lose there. I mean, yeah, he's playing on Jaeger, sure, his utility's pre-placed and all that, but he is the player who has been standing out for Chaos, and with him gone, now everyone else has to step up.
One more pick for Na'Vi, and I think that might be it. Especially that ends up being Vito, who your second best player in terms of consistency is going to be on the Kaid, who's usually good enough for one kill before getting traded out because of the kit that Kaid has at his disposal.
Low ammo, yeah.
It's TCSG that he's going to be running, not the AUG. Everybody uses the shotgun on it, so.
Usually, yeah. The thing is, the TCSG just nukes a player if you spam it.
Yeah. Especially if you got a hollow one and you're playing close range.
So there is pulse downstairs, but he's actually going to rotate up to white stairs. There also are yokai drones. This is very winnable for Chaos, especially with the little time left.
Position given away of the pulse as you hear one of those concussions go off in 30 seconds could be the difference maker as to whether or not it's 3 points on the board for Na'Vi. Red Groove under fire. As he loses some of his comfort, he'll pop up and engage as Secretly is playing on the window as well, trying to deal maximum damage. Down goes Nello to Red Groove. So you tied it up if you're Chaos in terms of man count. Vito finds saves, but there's Pi with a second kill. Vito still inside of that bar backstore. Kendrew picks up one on his own. What a shot from Pi. And it's all Vito versus the world. Inside a barback store. He picks up 3 kills. It's him versus Kendrew, but who's gonna win it out? Vito! Oh my goodness, what a clutch from him. I eat my words, 4 kills. And I said he's usually good enough for 1 before he gets traded off. Well, if you're pushing him 1 by 1 by 1, I guess that counter resets every time. Final round between these two teams.
So, 1 round to decide if we'll have a draw or a win for Na'Vi. And after that round, Chaos have got to be pumped up. Vito with the big plays. And you said he was the second best player on this team statistically. Well, I think after that round, that would make him the very best, as he managed to put 4 on the board. Like you said, really big plays there from Vito, just holding in a corner, waiting for everyone to step into his office and dishing them a sweet dish of first time we've won anywhere other than Kitchen. I don't know. I couldn't come up with anything better. But what I will say is, overall, surprising win there from Chaos. Honestly, Na'Vi had full control. The 2 picks early on from Pi, well-established Na'Vi in the driver's seat, and they just couldn't carry it forward. It didn't seem like Na'Vi were expecting anyone to be in the freezer, and that's fair because freezer's a weird position to play. It can often be a make-it-or-break-it moment for the defense. Vito played it well, though, and unfortunately for Na'Vi, they played into Vito's hands. There's not much else to say there. They'll be reading for the final round.
10 seconds to insertion.
Man, you know, honestly, today has been such a blur, and we're almost done.
It's almost done, yeah, I agree with you on that
So
one.
the last round, and it, like I said, very blurry, very just whoosh. The way people are playing has been odd.
Yeah, it has not been, it's not been the cleanest siege that we've seen, especially from Europe, which tends to be a very clean region.
We've got, I mean, this today, this match specifically, actually, has been one of the fastest, too. So we've got a lot of variety. We've seen a lot of slow matches today. I think we're getting to the point in the season where teams are starting to be a little bit more methodical. The word keeps coming up.
Methodical is a good way of describing it, though.
Yeah, I mean, slow on their takes, but also clearing out things and trying not to make any mistakes.
Deliberate.
Deliberate, yeah, really trying to avoid
yeah.
making major mistakes and costing rounds.
Yeah.
And I think these 2 teams have been 2 of the fastest to attack. Na'Vi a little bit slower, but Chaos especially on the first half was very, very fast.
Drone
Yeah.
activated. Phone activated.
All right, so trying to determine the location where the EMPs are going to go. Na'Vi loves this rappel on in from Piano.
There's not been much happening here. Reminder, it is a reading defense, so Na'Vi needs to clear out top floor, then start attacking the bomb site. They're worried about a pulse from below that might have been called out from Citizen, and in fact, that's very likely using his gadget to find that heartbeat detector that's moving around. It's pretty easy to identify, and there it is. He's waiting for his opportunity to actually maybe just get a kill. But the drop down gets opened up, it'll be really easy to do that. Save's gonna open it, and there's the pulse. Now dead. Citizen, great call to get that kill, and good teamwork from Saves. C4 comes from below and misses, so Na'Vi not losing anyone in exchange for the pulse.
Is that floor not destructible? Did that C4 just not
I think it just didn't work.
I think that C4 just did not work, because that almost assuredly should have been a kill.
It might have also landed on the foot of the stage.
Ah, it could have, yes, because it's hard to tell. I'm trying to look at where it blew up, but
And then the stage could have absorbed the explosion. Yeah, it looks like it
actually
just...
it looks like it did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
it did.
barely.
It did. It must have just hit the stage. That's unlucky.
And the stage is not destructible from below, if I recall correctly.
Very
so.
similar like that platform in Consulate and Piano as well. So
Yeah.
Piano's in Indestructible Ledges. Name a better duo. Anyway, 45 seconds left. 3 points on the line for Na'Vi. Will we see them or will we barrel towards a draw? Chaos with great staying power so far. Na'Vi encircling like sharks in water, heading towards the site. Smoke canister will stop Kendrew from pushing on in, at least for now. Secretly's got 1 remaining with 30 seconds, so there's not going to be full coverage. Lots of flashes, and he'll be totally blind. He'll rely on his teammates to get in towards the site, as both Renewals and Secretly are off site. There's 2 for Kendrew. Secretly snaps onto 1, pushed from inside a laundry, and it's Vito again versus the world. He gets 1 kill, and he'll head way back. So he's going for the defuse plant. This is going to be really, really rough. You're going to have to watch multiple angles, but there's Kendrew with the late game heroics, and Na'Vi will sweat it out, but they're going to get 3 points out of that one. It's their very first victory, and it'll bail them out of last place in Europe. Hard to believe that the defending and reigning champs in last place, no longer, Na'Vi the victor.
That was a really close one. And yeah, they'll launch themselves over a few people who still only have 3 points in the European region. So that's good for Na'Vi. Excellent for them. Yeah, 4 points total. That match went on and on, but it felt so fast at the same time. We went to the very last round there, and we saw some pretty interesting stuff, with Chaos being a team that could only win Kitchen for a long time, to bringing it to the last round off the winning their very first site other than, and then Na'Vi clutching it out at the end. I honestly thought that we might have seen the win from Vito again.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a draw as well. When we got, after Citizen got that first kill, I was like, okay. But then as the push started to come in, right before, literally seconds before Kendra got those 2 picks, I was like, it's still very winnable as long as Chaos can get to the site pretty quickly, and then they got caught. And that was it.
There were a lot of layers that went into that last round. The IQ putting pressure on the Pulse meant the Pulse could not call that there were players inside of Piano, or their exact positions and all that stuff. But I'll get to that later. For now, we've got an interview.
The first interview with Na'Vi this season, so we'll say hello to Nello. So we can bring up Nello. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Parker. I'm pretty stressed at the moment.
You stressed? Why is that?
I mean, we are struggling for the last 2 play days, so we needed to get this win, and we were 6-3 up, and it almost got to 6-6. So, yeah.
That's a tight one. Now, we haven't seen you all season, so the first question that I would have asked you on any of the other play days is, after you won Tokonami, you had a long stretch of time off. What did you do during those 2 months where you didn't really have much Siege to play?
We actually didn't take a break or something. We were just keep grinding, keep practicing, keep screaming. We have this invitational coming up. That's the big main goal to work for. So we didn't stop practicing. That's basically it.
Have you been acclimating better with Pi now that he's been on the roster? Because he kind of came in last minute before Tokonami. He came on through. Has there been any changes with him, or did you hit your stride in Tokonami with him and it's just been smooth sailing since?
We are still adapting with Pi. We are swapping some roles as well, to see what is working the best for the team. So basically, he's doing pretty well, to be honest. He came on the last notice last season. He did really good for the last 4 play days. He did really good in Japan, and he played really good today as well. So he's doing his best.
Yeah, I noticed that you were on Hard Breach and Kendra was off of that Thermite role playing on the Thatcher. What drove the changes in roles? Was it just that you had a bad start to the season?
Not really. Kenny wants to play a little bit more operators, so we swapped, so he has more fun in the game. So I'm gonna play some Hard Breach this season. I'm gonna die a lot to C4s, die a lot to smokes. It's basically a baiter also.
What happened in those first 2 matches? What's your analysis of that?
We just played bad.
Was that it? You just didn't play up to snuff?
We just played really bad, and it's our fault that we play like that, and we are doing everything we can to improve at the moment. And yeah, that's basically it.
I mean, you didn't play that badly against Rogue. You drew them against a team that drew Empire today, so it's not all bad. I was just curious because there was some belief, I think, you have that championship hangover where it's you won Tokonami and then, maybe you take some time off. I didn't know. That's why I wanted to ask that question for you just to see. But no, you haven't needed to change anything much. The role swaps that you're doing, are they just based on personal preference? Like you said, Kendra wants to play more opening, or is there more to it than that?
No, we said we want to play the ops that are fun. So everybody wants to play operators and have fun with the operators, so we are trying our best to incorporate that, and that's basically what's happening at the moment.
Are you having fun dying as a Hard Breacher?
I don't know, but somebody has to take it for the team, so
that's very true. Anything to add or anything to say at the tail end of the interview, by the way?
Just much love to all of our fans. We are struggling at the moment with the beginning of the season, but it's gonna get good soon. We have 6 invitational coming up. Come and support us. That's basically it.
Well, it's a pleasure to get to talk to you. I think this might actually be my first time interviewing you.
Yes, definitely.
I think so. So yeah, it's wonderful, and congratulations on your victory today. Hopefully we'll see you again a couple more times.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I like how there's everything's themed Na'Vi. There's the switch, the wall, it's just all Na'Vi.
I wasn't looking. I can't actually, like, I didn't want to, like, look down at the monitor.
Because when he's doing the interview, he has to look at the camera, which is over there, and the monitor's way down there. So. But yeah, the walls were all yellow. There was a switch on the desk behind him that had the yellow handles only.
They're all in.
It's very Navi. Yes.
Navi Nation. I like that the players all call me Parker instead of Intero. I think it's very authentic.
All right, Par.
Thanks, Mikey, I guess. Our player profile is on Kendrew. Heck of a performance, and he also clutched and I think you could say saved that very final round. He had a couple big moments on both attack and defense. Very highly rated, 1.33. Doing an excellent job.
Mikey?
You call me Par. You're just Michael, now you're Mikey. Deal with it. I know you hate it.
What is that? That's no.
It's your name.
No, look at the standings.
Here are the standings for you, just to visualize what's going on. And G2 vaults all the way up to second with Rogue in third. And look at that, Navi up in fourth with Empire sitting alone with 7 points. They managed to take 1 in their draw against Rogue today. Your bottom 4, we'll swap the page out for you. We'll give you a good picture as well, because we said there was 3 points. It goes 7, 6, 5, 4, and then fifth will be 3 points, 3, 3, 3, 3. With BDS actually sitting in last with Chaos, Vitality, and 4's all there.
So close to greatness, but no, just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Could have all been 4, 4, 4.
4, 4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
Would have been great. But
inside joke for all of you.
BDS is one of those with 3, so would have been kind of funny.
Yeah.
No, the European region proving to be pretty even across the board so far through this season. And as we conclude the third Playday, it's looking like it's going to continue that way.
A single victory from any of the bottom 4 teams puts them in second place. That's how close we are right now. So much about that whole doomsday. Oh, seasons could be over. Oh, they might not be able to make up enough ground. Malarkey. They all can do that. And we have another Playday with EU on Wednesday, but in just a couple hours. Almost 2 hours, just a little over 2 hours to be exact. North American Playday number 3 with our good friends Milos and Emzo will be coming up. And don't forget, it was announced on Twitter, EU on Wednesday. We will be announcing the invited team. Woo. Will they be G2 from Europe? Will they be secret from Europe? Will we see Luminosity? He'll be playing later today. Will it be Xavier?
T1?
Will it be King George's ranked stack? Who knows? We'll find out. Tune in on Wednesday if you want to see which team gets invited, and then the seeding show as well with all 16 teams, so we'll have a good handle on what's going on at the groups for SI 2020. But that's it for Kix and I. Thank you so much. Alpha males, millionaires, billionaires, whatever you want to call us. We'll see you for LATAM tomorrow, but Milos and Emzo up first for North America in just over 2 hours. We'll be watching from home. Take care.